stars, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, let's circle high from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart. This is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. Feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off, I rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the centigrade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm at that third degree, I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
Feeding the flame, chasing the flame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can't handle. Step out, no, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, top out, lights out, lights out.
below. Breathes the flames from the dying suns, and lifts to wake the dying ones. The dying to sink down my blood. You know I'm last goodbye. You watch me die for your love. Against your heart.
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con nata. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú quieres mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como se saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con
darkness can never Till you're empty of that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not thinking so stopping you. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see no.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tacticians Crown for Space Gods. We are live again in Alicante, Spain, to bring you the action of day 2 of this incredible event. My name is Necker, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm excited to be joined at the top of the day with Hupe-san and Panda. How are you both feeling after yesterday?
I'm feeling amazing. And this day is so important because these 9 gods, according to them, 24 players will be sacrificed to them and only 8 will advance to tomorrow. So, I mean, it's so important of the day.
And so many All-Star players are now at the bottom of the standings, so we have to expect major historic comebacks. This day is going to be an absolute blast, in my opinion.
It's going to be so fun, especially after yesterday. We had 6 games to cut our field of 40 competitors down to just 32 that will take the stage starting now. And we'll take a look at our standings to show you where things left off and where we're going to continue. Our points carry over, and unfortunately, we said goodbye to our competitors on this page yesterday.
Some of the favorites here, Iron Bog, Q1H, that have been amazing throughout the set and throughout Tactician Crowns in the past, and we're losing some big names also.
And this is, of course, the page on the big winners yesterday. 2 40-point players overall, a pretty nice spread of regions represented here, especially CN. After this page, they're occupying almost all of the middle slots in the standings.
It's going to make it really tough because I feel like you just can't count CN out. They have a very creative style of play. They also really love to go very first or eighth, and so Fast 9 is on the table. I wonder if they're going to bully a lot of our competitors out. Very congested here in this standings between like 32 points, 30 points.
Yep.
It's very close.
Yeah, and trying to find again that placement, right? They haven't have attack round for a long time, so trying to return to the Garden of Greatness, if you will, and that's exactly what you said. CN full in both 8 to 16 and now onto the 24 same.
It's the Great Wall of China in the middle of the standings, essentially. Everyone else is just trying to climb it, scale it, get through it any way possible, and the top 8 are trying to stay in the top 8.
There's a long road ahead of us today because there are 7 potential games on the table. And as these points carry over, our competitors at the bottom here, Kai Wing at the cutoff with 21 points, going to have to make up a huge difference today. But we did have 2 competitors that stood out amongst our field from yesterday, 2 40 bomb players. So we've got to talk about them. Ah Long and Jerusor, both making historic runs. We said that 40 points is a goal. It's also kind of a record that we want to see a player break at some point. After Nandon, they actually set it a couple of sets ago. But Ah Long and Jerusor are both having great performances from yesterday.
It's a sign of dominance, really. Ah Long in particular with a Mr. 100 game that we don't tend to see very often at the TAC round stage. But looking at Jerusor, a wide spread of comps. I think some very cool comps played here as well on the reroll side of things. I want to hone in on the Kindred Flex. I think he played a great game where he high rolled a Graves early. He found a 3-master Yishop on 4-2. He had to roll very little on 8. He pushed directly to level 9, found a Graves 2 almost for free, and played kind of like a Nova Flex, but no Vex. Instead, it was just the Kindred.
And who plays Zoe reroll?
I mean, the spot was great. I mean, he tried to play around the conduits in the early game, and then he just rolled at 7, got the Mordekaiser, got everything 3-star the Ilawi, and yeah,
As well.
totally unexpected. The comp that started it all was actually Reach for the Stars with the Jax, and he totally managed it in an incredible way. He played tempo, he uses the resources in this spectacular way, and just trying to just be aware of what the game was giving him and totally punishing the lobby at every time, getting a first place with a hero element that we haven't seen. We've seen a little, but it's not premium.
We have seen Reach for the Stars end up enabling things like Lulu reroll, so it isn't really just about the Jax, but it's also about that other 3-cost carry. But the fact that he hit it so early and he was also able to actually amplify this comp with the Baron's Lair, additional damage stacking up the longer that this Jax stayed alive. We saw this Jax do some miraculous things in these fights.
I'm going to say, Nakra, I think your point is factually correct, but in this fight, it is all about the Jax because he just turns into a 1v9 machine, specifically with this item build. We're seeing he basically one-taps the Acel, and just it's one of the funnest comps to see in action in this set. 3 different players played it yesterday. All 3 had great results. I think it's one of the secret comps to play for if you have a good spot.
The Jax was the hero, but in this final fight, it was actually the Riven. So he had so many carries. He had the Lulu supporting. He had the Jax. Even with the Jax being fall off, the Riven just wrapped into the backside, make additional damage, and of course having those additional carries is what obviously make the difference. We see it there taking out the Bard.
Yeah, I mean, just the wrap that also both of them can get as melee carries, it really did make it difficult for other competitors in the lobby. Even when they had level 10 comps, could not take down this Jax. Well, Jerusor was able to get 40 points on the day with 6 completely different compositions. But something that was missing from that list was Anima, which is going to be a huge spot for our competitors to look for especially when they are at the bottom of those standings. So to break that down a little bit further, we've got Clement and Gangly to bring us our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX.
Thank you so much, Nekra. And you're right. There are going to be a lot of players today who are going to be angling toward Anima. They're going to be willing to lose a lot of HP early and in order to get that highest cap possible. So first things first, we want to talk about some of those cash outs, what we can expect players to be looking for, right? When you play Anima, there are 2 different ways to approach it. You can look for your drip econ, your 100 cash out, get a little bit of spare change here and there, use it to level up. Or you can go for those really big cash outs. Typically, you're aiming for things like 400 or 500.
And for a lot of these compositions, what you're aiming for is usually going to be the Mecha Acel composition here. Because Mech gives you so much extra HP, they synergize really well with the buffed up cash out items. When you hit 500, however, you really can play whatever comp you want and expect to win out.
Except the rare times that you hit a 500 cash out and you have what I would consider to be the worst permutation of the cash out for that spot. So we're going to break down a game that we saw yesterday. David and I and Makes got to talk a little bit about it yesterday. This is Bruh, who was playing an Anima line. And I'm going to give you all a little warning. There's a lot going on here, so you're going to have to bear with us. It's going to go pretty fast, but we're going to run through the whole game. So let's run the clip. We can see what Bruh was playing. The first thing to know is when he was playing this game, he opted on 2-1 to play Heavy is the Crown. Now, once he got this cash out, you can see the worst possible outcome. He's angling toward Mech, and in his cash out is 2 AD items. Now, he wants to be able to play the Mecha Acel line based on the items he slammed, but on the roll down, no Mech units are coming through. Instead, finds this LeBlanc. You can see he's thinking about it. He says, okay, maybe I just do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to buy it. Nothing is going my way. I'm going to be willing to pivot. I'll play into LeBlanc instead. And he has these 2 AD items. Where do they go? Well, I have a Karma 1, so I guess I might as well just throw it on the Karma for now. But where do you go from here?
Typically, you still want to play around the Fiora and Urgot in the Mecha Acel line, but because he doesn't hit here, he has to consider the Brawler E kind of pivot. The really important thing here is how patient he plays. It's really tempting to play around the 2 cash out items, but he says, no, I already have the AP items here. I'm going to play that all the way until 4-6, and this is where he does the massive transition. You have your 80 cash outs, the midway point is going to be the Master E board, and the really fun thing he does here is he flexes in to the Karma to still preserve value out of his 2 AP items. So he is able to basically stabilize on stage 4 with patience and then go into a different direction starting stage 5.
It's such an impressive line. You can see the board now. If you remember from 4-2, how many of those units were on 4-2 and are still on this board? Let me tell you, 3. Everything else has been swapped out. We can even see now he's starting to find this cap. He has the Graves one in the back line, and now the board is really reaching its full potential, level 9. And take a look at K3 Soju. You can see he knows the second he loads in against Bruh's board, it's going to be the end of the road for him. And now Bruh finally feels like the train is on its tracks.
He has taken the scenic route, but he did end up with the most terrifying carry right here in the Graves too. Both of his 80 items do proc off auto attacks, so he actually took the Marksman upgrade right here and went for the double pump into the revving up to maximize the number of attacks that he can get out. And that was a tremendous transition all the way from 80 Karma to Brawler E, finally ending up on this Graves to clinch the game.
An exhausting journey, but he got there.
Oh, thank you so much for breaking that down and also giving us more things to look out for in that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. Definitely looking forward to seeing what Anima cash outs our players are going to be getting if they end up going for that comp. Now, we gotta also kind of touch a little bit more on Bruh as a player, because you can see that in the player cam. This is a player you're rooting for because of that exciting level of play, but also because he's just an exciting person to root for. You saw the animation in his face when he had won that game. But this is a player that I feel like, looking back at the regional finals, got to the TAC round, not because he made it into the final lobby, but because he got 9th. That trickled down to the 9th place spot because we ended up having those TFT Pro Circuit players there. It's great to see what he's been able to do with this kind of new lease on life.
Yeah, and you can feel the confidence. In the interview yesterday, he felt that he was playing well, that he's able to compete against this field, and he showed it. He played 3 flex AP lines. That normally flex is you play Sona, you play Karma. We saw the crazy thing also with the Anima. And this is a player that not many people have him up in the tier list, but he's demonstrating that he can compete against the best. And now for the run to take at least final table and maybe the crown.
For me, it's the composure. In that Anima spot, I think more than half of the players in this elite TAC round field would not be able to salvage the position. It's a very hard game to play. He's coming in his debut at TAC round with the nerves and pressure that entails, and still he performed at an incredibly high level. I was not incredibly high on him coming into the tournament. I changed my mind yesterday.
Bruh is one of the top performing competitors in the Americas, having 37 points after that first day of competition. But someone else who also was able to grab 37 points and is leading the charge right now for APAC outside of Along is Stilo of Bora.
Yeah, a player that from APAC came amazing. He's a non-quantity, someone that is breaking out now, but they know him in the past. And we see the way that he's playing. He's playing flexible. This is one of the cash out of the change that Gangly was saying just now on the breakdown. He cashed 100 twice, just getting enough to put the table inside, and we saw he had the spot, so he already had the plan. He wanted to go for the Darkstar emblem, and they tried to assemble a good Exodia into the Azul and try to obviously commit into the AP flex line.
And to win games in TFT, you are expected to high roll at some point, like reforging an Arbiter emblem into a Voyager emblem, the second best emblem you can get for the Darkstar line. I think that's what really helped him turn what looked like a mediocre game, in all honesty, from very small anima cash outs into a win out against Tidal. This is one of the, as you're saying, the breakout players from APAC. I think every single set we have some player who just comes in, we don't expect much of him, and he just pops off on day one and sends a message to the rest of the competitors, and that is Stilo Bora for me.
Absolutely, especially when Seoul has kind of taken the star spot in Korea. Stilo Bora might have something to say about it. Another competitor I want to touch on, though, in the top 8 and one of the top players from EMEA is Bensak. This is a competitor we've actually seen at several Tacticians crowns now, but I feel like this one, I don't know, there's something special about this run so far.
I'll tell you what's special. This is a redemption run because he was relegated last set. He had a very bad showing in the TPC. Uncharacteristic comparing to his last few sets where he was breaking from A tier to truly S tier in terms of the French players in EMEA. And there's also a big difference in his game plans from regionals. He had 6 games of Jinx, I think more than all of America's combined, in my opinion. And coming into today, we saw him capitalizing much more on high rolls. He was one of the players that was able to hit a 3-star Azul, for example, to win the game. He had 3 second places on diverse comps he had not played at all during regionals. But I think Bensak is really feeling comfortable. I think he is getting that charge up to maybe contest Jedusor on that top EMEA player spot. And I wouldn't be surprised for this to be his best tack run ever, maybe even a final lobby in the cards for him.
He's happy. He's a happy man.
I'm content.
The EMEA bias is strong on this desk. But I gotta talk about the other 2 competitors in the top 8 that are here to make some waves or even make some history. We do have 2 of the competitors who've been keeping our eyes on from the Tactician's Crown. Starthnub coming in as our reigning Tactician's Crown champion, and Tidal here after a small hiatus who could potentially get the triple crown.
Yeah, I mean, our champion on set 9, set 12, and normally he was more of a non-talker. He was timid, or a little shy, if you will. And now we see the aura in him. Not only in the pictures, in socials, he's being more expressive. He's saying that we had some doubts about if he was on his peak or not coming into this tag run because of the result he had. And he's showing it. And not only for us, he's believing in himself. In socials, he's saying, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling confident, and I think I can win the third.
I think comparing their game plan is very interesting as well. These are both players who historically have played very top 4, very safe heavy on days 1 and 2. Darthnub, last set, he played only Demacia basically the first 2 days and the third day, and then the very last game he won out with Baron when he had to. It's been similar. In this case, it seems like Darthnub is going to be relying on the LeBlanc line, mostly for his top 4s. And for Tidal, he is a very top 4-centric player, but yesterday he had some risky games. The very first game, the anima game with Gyosko, he played into this Corki line, looked beautiful. He also had a first on Nova Flex, so I think Tidal is opting into high kind of first or 8th line a little bit more if he finds a good spot for it.
I mean, the Vex Fast 9 to get a first place looks pretty good to me. But it's going to be an amazing day of competition and an intense one. We have 7 games today, and we're going to be making eliminations left and right. So while we focused a lot of our pre-show talking about our competitors that are in the top 8, they're looking for a reward. If you are able to stay in the top after the 12th game, you can promote early into the grand finals and avoid playing out that 13th game of the day. But for everybody else, it's about avoiding the bottom 8. We will be cutting the bottom 8 after 2 games apiece. That is going to come in thick and fast today. So for our competitors that are at the bottom, these are our players that are on thin ice. 32nd place, Kaiwing and up. What do they have to do right now in order to avoid the hot seat?
Yeah, I'll start with Kaiwing, our regional champion for the America. He needs a literal miracle. I mean, mathematically 2.0, at least for the first 2 games, and then he will need more because the cutoff will start advancing more and more. So for him, a total miracle run, we talk about 40 bomb, he needs like 42 points today.
That being said, for 2 of the players here, YBY1 and Dish Soap, these are S+ tier elite players. If anyone can come into a day 2 have the mental to turn things around and drop like a 43 bomb to qualify, I think it's these two players. And Safo, I mean, he's known for his magic, Joga Bonito style of play. I think if he embraces that and he believes in the heart of the cards, he can also pull off a miracle here.
I hope so. I feel like Safo's one of those players that I've really started to get to know, whether it's been the clips of the wasp that he's trying to hit with his shoe, or just like I'm learning so much Spanish listening to his stream. It's been fun, and I think for all of these competitors, it would be difficult to see them go out in the first round as well. I think that's also why we look at them and we're a little shocked that they're here in this position starting today.
Yeah, this show started rough, and also in socials he's been impressive. It cannot be worse than yesterday. That's exactly what he did today morning, because it was a difficult game. He cashed out 500 and went 8th. In a placement where, I mean, randomness, maybe a small misposition. So a player that knows he can get there, he already did it. 1 crown, he started slow and then took it away. So it's possible for him. And he's the one in thin ice, but in a decent spot.
Safo as well mentioned the same thing. He went first in the very first game with the Anima cash out and then bought for it every game after that. He said, I didn't play maybe to the best of my ability, but I also low rolled a ton. A lot of my games were very, very tough. So he's expecting a lot better spots today in this day too.
When talking to Kaiwing after his win at the regional finals, he said, okay, last time I was here, I went 38th. That was a disappointing result, but maybe he was underprepared. He was able to make it past the first round of elimination, so has improved on his results since the last Tactician's crown. But I think there's still something to be said about wanting to show more of yourself and showing that, like, okay, I made it and like I deserve to be here.
Especially as a regional champion, I think you have to come in with more confidence, you have to come in with higher expectations, more ambition, being the second run as you're mentioning, Necro.
Yeah, before we were talking about Kaiwen as someone unexpected, and now he's with the elite. I don't know if top 4 of America, but he's showing he's there. And even though he was in TPC, he went great in ladder. So he's just training everywhere that he can, and a full elite player that we have right now.
Okay, so you're looking at being in 32nd place. You probably need to try to go for an Anima cash out if you want to try to have a potential surefire win to get a first or a second place. But what else are you looking at that might help be able to secure you those first places?
I'm thinking about Xayah a lot. I think it's one of the underplayed comps, of course, dependent on the constellation with Stargazer. But Xayah is a comp that had a really insane average, really high win rate for what is a normal comp without any crazy 5-cost play outside of the Jhin and the Blitzcrank at the end. And Safo in particular was the big Xayah player in EMEA Regionals. He had no Xayah games yesterday. We're hoping some of these players have the spots to play, not just the strongest comps, but in some cases the comfort comps that they have.
Yeah, also emblems. I mean, we saw spreading roots being a premium augment right now, and people are trying to go for that randomness, trying to go for the premium lines, but also the flexibility that they have to cap out other boards that maybe use other different augments. So they are very capable of transforming that into a Kappa comp.
We are about to get into our first game of the day, but as a reminder, we will see the dev drop for set 18 after game number 2, and we will be reopening our pick'ems once the day concludes, so you can get your final crystal ball predictions in for our grand finals tomorrow. Make sure you head to pick'em.competetft.com to also check on how you're doing, because I know my pick'ems are doomed, but you'll get a second shot at it tomorrow once our pick'ems reopen at the end of the day. Now that it's all said and done, are y'all ready? Let's get into the first game, shall we?
Do it! Pick'ems wise, Safo's in my top 8, so I am invested in 17 different ways on Safo's comeback.
He's gonna really need to make a run for you.
I sent him a few messages this morning saying, hey buddy, lock in.
Did you share any panda tech?
I just told him to go back to Xayah because he's a beast on Xayah in regionals. It really impressed me, and he needs to find some spots to play or just force it. You know, no bows, no problem. Just you'll find him later. Don't worry.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our first game of the day. We are going to be seeing Stilo Bora, Tidal, K3 Soju, Dialme, Milo, Chi2X, Dish Soap, and YBY1 take the stage. Remember, Dish Soap, Tidal, these are 2 of our competitors that could get a triple crown if they win this Tactician's crown. But Tidal is in the driver's seat, where Dish Soap has a little bit of room to make up for today.
Yeah, some meditation here coming in from Soju and Dish Soap. Prepare the Soju in a more comfortable spot already with 32 points, and Dish Soap, we were talking about it. He needs to top 4 or better in every of these 2 games and above. Players are locked in right now and just expecting, trying to see what the game gives me, be prepared, and of course ramp out immediately on this game 1 of today.
In Game 7 in Tech Round, very different complexion to a Game 1, for example. Players are aiming for different strategies according to their point total, so we will see
We have Thresh.
warping decision in terms of how players move into this Game 1. Yasuo and Thresh are our gods. Yasuo, of course, good for so many comps for so many different reasons. We'll see if we have Cho'Gath or some of the Giga Tank, Cosmic Hex scaling, or Cryogenic on stage 2.
Yeah, any reroll really can get a good value out of it. The mechs that you mentioned, and of course this is different because both of them are very good. These are great gods. Normally the default is to go with the Thresh because you can get so many resources, but Yasuo is amazing. So it will be interesting to see what is the angle for each of the players.
I'm sorry, I'm just like starstruck by the power of this lobby. I came out of my mouth and I was like, oh yeah, title dish soap. They could get the triple crown here. But then I'm like, G2X is original final winner. We've got YBY1 and Soju who are coming in as one of the top performers in the TFT Pro circuit for their region. I'm blown away right now. We're about to see some crazy things.
G2 that have done amazing also in previous Tag Round. And the players that we don't know much, maybe Deamain or Steel of Bora, they have a lot of points. So we have the highlight players, the elite players, and the ones that maybe we don't know much about. These are the players that are popping off already.
Yeah, Stilo is really the underdog in this lobby, but after yesterday's play, I think he'll be one of the more feared players considering how well he was able to execute most of his game plans. Diaomei as well, he played a great Stargazer game that I saw yesterday with the Boar. We'll see if he has a spot for it in this Game 1. But right away, YBY1 starts off with a Cho'Gath 2. This is one of the prerequisites to play into the Cho Lysandra, simply because of how much faster the Cho'Gath can scale 1-2 start.
And you mentioned in the start, right? With Yasuo, maybe trying to find the Cosmic Hex here, Cryogenic just to get the healing. Both are very important. So trying to get a good hit here, YBY in their first God selection.
Gold Augment will be huge as well. Treasure Hunt, Loot Singularity, very strong options. It is going to be gold. It is going to be too tanky, offered right away. I know Tidal is a big Space Group enjoyer. We'll see if he has the option, maybe, if this is gold from YBY1.
He wants to make sure that nobody else is going to take it, because I think that would be a really tough spot to be in, is what do you do if two people are on too tanky?
I think you have to ping yourself. You have to take it and ping yourself quickly.
Oh, okay.
So that they know. It's like the self.
You're like staking your claim.
Yeah,
this is my comp. You dare contest me, you will go 8th with me.
Exactly. That's first option. Second option, what you mentioned. Wait until the end. Just make totally sure that no one else is going for that line.
No one will grief you.
And right away, we're seeing from Tidal some kind of reroll game plan with a duplicator pickup. Versatility for Soji with the Pandoras. For Jiaomei, it will be solo leveling. I know, Necra, you are a solo leveling master.
No,
anything to say on
I've
this?
literally only played one
But what happened when you played it?
And I did go first. That's
there we
right.
go.
I didn't realize how powerful this could be because I just am one of those people that I'm like, oh, haha, I'll take it for the meme. But
First, like early win streak?
yeah, but I won. You try to win all of stage 2. You get so many stats to make this champion super powerful, and you can even see here a single item on a 1-star, 1-cost unit was able to take down that board, and you're gonna get a ton of XP from this.
I mean, Diaomei, he has the power of the gods and anime on his side, so I think solo leveling an especially strong pickup in this set.
So much plot armor, I'm telling you.
For Milo, also interesting getting the bodyguard early, so he's thinking about the late game. This is combat power. Is a little power in the early game, but of course, he's thinking about the late scaling of it itself, maybe trying to play LeBlanc, trying to play something that makes sense with beefy units in the end.
Ooh, a challenger emblem getting dropped here for G2.
I do wonder what's the arbiter for G2X, because Challenger, you can be playing into Jinx, you can play into MF reroll as well, which is a combo that I think was underplayed in day 1.
Leona copy.
And you can play it into just Leona 3 into potentially Diana. I don't think we saw any like full-on main carry Diana. I think the setup is very specific for that line to be played, but we'll see what G2X can
Did you
pull out
saw
of
one
that.
during regionals at least?
Just like main carry Diana, no. I think Diana's a secondary to MF with a variation where you're carrying both when you have enough items. I think that's definitely viable. But main carry Diana a little bit too flimsy as a game plan to really consistently top 4.
I like to go into the trends of searches, and Diana is one of the top ones. Even though it's not played, it's like that emotion of possibilities to go into that line. And I mean, Graves is one of the top, and Diana is also up there.
Ooh, okay. Finds a Zoe pair as well to make the Arbiter just a little stronger. But we're going to see Dish Soap's board. He's playing around the Cluttered Mines, so getting a lot of XP for keeping this bench full. But also is playing around the start that he loves the most, the Primordium package. I love this combination because you actually can use the Primordium package to print a unit, and maybe it will actually be cheaper than the 2 costs that you're carrying on your board, so you can get a bit more econ back.
Yeah, and you lose interest from having your bench full, having to hold more units, and this helps, take away that downside basically. So a really strong combo there for Dish Soap. I think with Cluttered Mine, the biggest test of skill is being able to roll for your level 8 board and stabilize, and then still get value going to 9, sometimes even 10. If you just use it to get to level 8, I think it's not really as high value of an augment.
Okay. Yeah. Title, on the other hand, here playing a stargazing start. We have Mountain, so this is probably a Lulu start, but I'm not loving the items right now. So a little possibility for him of not having a good early game. He's already committing with the duplicator, so probably just going for the full lose streak here.
He does have Pandora's, so he could try to pop them off if he feels like it's really not working and try to roll for something better. But there's always a risk to that.
He got
right?
a Lulu with the tier.
Okay.
So that's so good.
That helps out a little.
Also going for Yasuo. Obviously, with the reroll, you want to get that power from the hexes. And he's half on half here. Economy and randomness from Thresh, and some of the players already committing to a strong, beefy line.
Title trying to get the 3 loss streak early, just to try and have the better chance to come back with a big roll down on 3-2. Lulu is a strange 3-cost reroll line. I think unique to really any set of TFT. It's a line where you want to roll heavily and play around just 2 stars on 3-2. You roll on 6, and later on in the game you start thinking about the higher cap, which is hitting Maokai 3, hitting Lulu 3, and having this major next spike at the end of stage 4, start of stage 5.
Yeah, it's very usual that you go to level 7 maybe too early and you don't find that Jax and you feel in a very, very uncomfortable spot. Soju, doing Soju things here, just maintaining flexibility, has a Milo that he won level 9 on regionals with a Milio 2-star. So great to see coming back to his roots here and just trying to maintain tempo with whatever the game gives him. Has Pandora's, so just trying to go into a flexible line here.
I wonder if
Soju was the person that you were saying was going to do Lulu reroll. I was like, yeah, well, those items you could roll them with the Pandoras.
Okay.
But you were talking about Title.
No, yeah, it was Title. Both on Zargagers of some type. I wonder if Soju's going to play into Corki. I think he played 18 games of Corki this set. So there was, the Corki incident patch in the second TPC. Only 3 games in regionals, but Corki's the type of line that Soju is aiming to play in most games, which is just top 4ing, fighting for placements, scavenging a 4th or a 5th.
Even in regionals, though, it was considered to be pretty abnormal. It was only him and Dish Soap that really played that composition. And when talking to Dish Soap, he did say that they were talking about TFT, not necessarily working together in a study group, but they have clearly shared tech. And if you're going to be uncontested, that might just be all you need, because Soju only needs top 4s.
And he's doing it with probably committing to reroll here, because you're already having the Merc, having the possibility of going into the Vex line. The Velvet line, and already having also the duplicators with Thresh. So Thresh is helping him, and probably will try to maintain all the reroll with the Jinx.
Stilo of Bora doing Stilo of Bora things. Tempo start, AP start, 5 win streak start for him. Just the Morello and the Zoe on, and the Giant Slayer on the Zoe 2. A really strong board right away, and the chance to, again, start things off hot on this Game 7 as he finished yesterday. 2 losses for Diaume, not ideal. Not quite Necro level when it comes to executing on the solo leveling, despite the Gunblade and the Sterax Slam. So slamming 2, maybe not subpar items, but definitely not conventional items in terms of flexible play, just to try and get that 5 win streak, and kind of punished for it with only those 3 wins there. So lost some value on his Gold Augment.
My difference was that I had Nakali 2.
That is probably a fairly big difference. Yeah, I agree.
With items, but I'm not in this game.
And so tough, because he's committing to non-premium full items here, precisely trying to go for that tempo line to that possibility of doing full win streak, and not having done it, and now needing to maintain tempo will be tough for him.
As a duplicator as well, might be swayed to play into some kind of Jinx tempo line from this position. He's already level 6, 50 gold. Riven screams to me as the best possible next choice. I think really going to depend on his 3-2 augment to choose his direction in this game, try and scout and see where everyone else is going, and potentially consider an uncontested line.
I would use this to have thought about, in this spot, I would have thought about going fast 9 and trying to get in maybe like Marauders, I think. Like you could try to go for Master Yi or Fiora. Those would be the things that I would want to try to transition these items to.
Yeah, with the full win streak, it will be easier. That probably was his plan here. But not having the full win streak, now he needs to maybe pull the switch and try something else and only fight for a top 4. A difficult spot for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, at least you still got extra XP because the solo leveling is based on the champion takedowns. It isn't just the win streak to get the economy. That would be what you're losing out on.
Yeah.
On the flip side there in that fight, we did see YBY1 with Anima online. So one of the low point players in the standings who needs to make these big 1st or 8th plays as early as this game 7. He's committing to Anima, trying to go for a big win streak at stage 4 onwards after that cash out. Triple duplicator in the wings for title already. 4 copies of Lulu. Just
Beautiful.
missing a rod for pretty great itemization. I mean, this is a dream Lulu spot.
Yep.
Care package really helping out here. Little smiley, I'm sure. Gave title a little boost.
I think that might be my least favorite message from the care package.
You have a
'Cause
tier
know how
list
some
of-
people, yeah, because well, think about it. When you get a smiley face message from somebody, don't you ever feel like they might have sent it to you passive aggressively?
I don't analyze the care package messages as in detail as you, Necra, but I believe you. I think you're definitely an expert on this topic.
I love this augment.
YBY maintaining here a loose streak possibility into the 2 tanky. So, as you mentioned, just trying to get any additional resources to go into that Ornn, to go into the Samira. And for Yao, just making the most. He knows he wants to lose at least 2 more rounds. And then trying to stable. Probably he will maintain loose streak onto 4-1 and even be a little more aggressive with the cash out. And then pop off with the 2 tanky Samira.
Biggest question mark is Space Groove contested? Because 2 tanky, Samira Ornn, the difference between when it's contested by 1 or 2 players and when it's completely uncontested is night and day. It looks like there's not really any other Space Groove players right now. Potentially G2X might be considering it, but he has a challenger emblem, so probably not, in all honesty. And this is great news for YBY1. This is the kind of game he needs. A high roll augment. I think one of the biggest upsides on this patch is playing into specific augments in a way where you can gain a lot of placements off of just having that kind of high roll option picked up onto 1 and no one contesting you. That's the key part.
Negra, you were talking about Fast 9. D-Shop is the one going into that line, already having the Misfit together with the Clutter Mine. So D-Shop, even though he got some duplicators, he just used it for tempo and just trying to full indexing into the line. Misfit is difficult to navigate because you're committing now, not getting full power, but when you get the full board, it's so powerful.
I'm excited to see how this actually plays out. This is an augment that I'm a lot less familiar with. I don't have a lot of hands-on experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to a Kane, if you will. So it's like you get the more synergies that you get if you go to Fast 9 and get everything on in, you get a lot, but you need to get there. So actually, if you go to level 9, you got the full board in, you get additional power and stats.
Especially with the unique synergies. Better pick up on 4-2 because you just have less downtime until you hit that incredibly big power spike, whereas on 3-2, there's a lot of ground to cover for
now it's not possible on 4-2.
But he has to take these risks. He's
Yep.
on a point total where he needs to play for the highest cap game plan possible, even if the road to get to that high cap game plan might be risky and might be, full of dangers.
But Rost and Morgana still count towards this, right?
You can get some slight edge, but in the late game, he's going to have 7 unique traits, essentially
Yeah,
all the
that's
different
true.
5-cost soup added
True,
in.
true, true.
And that's where the augment really shines in terms of its combat power. You get so much HP.
So the plan is to survive here, maintain tempo as good as possible, get stronger board. He's not happy here with some of the roll down that he's getting. He got double threat, so the randomness not in his favor now.
It looks like Soju is potentially committing off of the quirky potential into more of a mech Aesol kind of line, especially with Cryogenic. This is one of the hexes that we've talked about, really elevates mech to be a Giga Tank. He has so much HP, it's sort of take him down. When he suddenly heals for 40% more HP, that makes it last just so much longer and buy so much time for the Aesol. It could be Conduit Aesol as well with a Shojin Slam. If he is not going to have a third item, he can just play it non-mech as well in stage 4 and play around more like a AP flex kind of line.
receiving info here. We have Anvils for YBY, for Chitux, but Disho got the reroll, so he's not needing it right now. Maybe he will use it for tempo, but he actually was trying to go for components, gold, something that actually enables him to maintain a little more tempo here.
And Soju still being on Milio 1 is a really sad thing. He had 2 Milios all the way on the start of Stage 2. You were really hoping for just a random natural high roll in your shop because that Milio 2 would allow him to save so much HP. He's at 64 HP now, not where you want to be from a tempo game plan. And that's kind of the lows and highs of TFT. If you have that small little thing going in your favor, it really sets you up for a much easier game. Wow.
Do you ever take the Bard?
Test Blade Bard, I'm in.
I'm just
Sign me up.
We've seen the bar being taken, but maybe to steal the. You remember? We tried to steal the Elder just to steal, and then they take it off.
Yeah,
that was so good.
Take the PvEs, creeps.
Milo was asked, how many tank Yasuo hexes do you want? And he's like, yes, just all of the above. A very tanky Leona, a very tanky frontline buying time for this Zoe to slowly spread that Morello all across the board. Two players in the middle of the pack here, Diaume and Milo, just trying to fight to preserve HP in Stage 3 until they hit their, level 8 roll down, especially for Milo, where bodyguard training will get so many more stats on the board.
Yeah. Our low HP player here, YBY, finally cash out only 100 anima, so just trying to get resources now, and will probably just pop off on 4-1. Deep roll down incoming here for YBY to stabilize.
Yeah, really wants the Ornn, but a pair of Nunu is quite nice.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big high roll.
Especially being able to have this pair already and not have to be at the mercy of all the other AP players rolling, and then him just not having any moves left in the pool. Nunu, one of the most bought champions in Stage 4, considering the versatility on the fast line board, on the AP boards. If he's able to get the Ornn 2 and the Nunu 2, I think he can stabilize on just the Samira 2, Ornn 2 for quite a while in Stage 4.
Let's see, Tidal is going to roll as well. Still a couple copies away from the Lulu and the Jax, but if you can get one more of either, you have 4 duplicators to finish them off.
And he wants everything here. He's being greedy, not breaking 30, just making sure he's close to everything, then do a deep roll down, and everything should be 3-star, maybe in 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah, he should be strong enough for now, 4-1. His general average board strength is not that high because most people are going to be rolling on 4-2, so he's content to hold here on 30 gold for now. The Mountain also allows you to play the Ross over the TF on 7, which is huge. You lose Fate Weaver, but you still keep the Stargazer thanks to the extra emblems, and the board, especially with the Ross 2 now hit by Tidal, is going to be so strong for now.
Diaume not looking sexy here, actually. Just playing around the LeBlanc, had the items that we talked about in the early game, trying to go for the win streak. So he really needs to pop off. He will try to go level 8 and save placement here, but it doesn't look good. The game didn't help him now.
Ooh, Bronze for Life, a very good pickup here for Tidal. He does go for Ascension, both good combat options. Through 6 Lulus now, 3 off. Going to have, I think, a fairly deep roll down now, understanding that the board strength will be going quite a bit higher. He's on a 6 win streak. If he's able to roll all this gold and still wins, that's worth more than just the interest.
Oh wow.
A beautiful shot coming through.
Lulu.
Needs to sell here.
Probably gives up on the case. Keeps the Ross, actually.
Now he's going to use the duplicators to get the Jax, and that is beautiful.
We'll have to see when Tidal decides to swap the Pantheon and the Jax. You're trying to be greedy by having the Jax in the Cosmic Hex, but you want to eventually put him on Cryogenic to have the heal, which is just more combat power. So,
yeah, I'm maintaining the Ras because he's just an innative good tank, getting already the Ancestion, so he's looking to have everything 3-star on the front, not only the Jax, and getting the possibility of capping out a little more. Still of Bora finds the LeBlanc 2-star, so that's bad news for some of the players that were going for this line.
But what about YBY1? Hitting the Ornn 3 on that roll down, also having 7 copies of the Samira. You are broke, but you got the most important part.
I'm fairly certain he got a few copies of Ornn from his booster pack, I have to imagine, because he was sitting on, I believe, 1 Ornn or 2 when we last saw him.
He had 2 because he had rolled down a little bit before we got to the Augment.
So to go to 9 copies when he was sitting around 50, 60 gold in level 7 is a pretty high roll if he did not hit it off of the booster pack. We'll get some confirmation from our observers if they manage to catch it. That's not always the case.
So you hear
2 pair of Sona.
Lacking some damage here. There's the Nami 2-star, so important. Now he's stable. A little low in HP, but this should be good enough to save a little placement. Really trying to find the Morgana 2-star, has the pair. Didn't change the items for the Nunu, so just trying to preserve as much as possible the
This is a textbook placement game from Soju, a scavenger game. You load up, you see how your early game progresses, you understand, hey, I'm not really high rolling here. I have to fight for, you know, a 4th place ideally, maybe even just a 5th place, and you'll be content, considering both a low roll in the Emilio in the early game, and now here on his roll onto 0. Did hit Nami, but yeah, not having the main tank up 2-start as well, I think is going to be a little bit difficult for some of the fights in Stage 4. Some players have hit more than expected, of course, with a Tidal and YBY1, for example.
But they both had extra tools to allow them to do that. I mean, obviously, if you do get the orange out of the booster pack, you have to kind of hope that you're going to get those. But still, the duplicators for Tidal, I feel like everybody should have known that that was going to come at some point in Stage 4.
Yeah. And once again here, maybe some of them just going for the Yasuo to maintain the commitment on the Hex and be stronger in the late game. And some of them trying to look for what you said, Necra, to look for those additional duplicators, to look for the additional gold that they need to stabilize. Still Obora looking very, very good here, at least on the back, not having ideal items for the LeBlanc. And the front line is lacking a little, finds an early Blitzcrank that helps.
He's going to roll for the Mordekaiser 3 as well.
You kind of have to with the duplicator. You want to get value out of it somehow. We saw from Jedusor yesterday with the Zoe 3, it's kind of a similar game plan where you're trying to find some upside off of having lower cost duplicators.
All right, Dish Soap actually ended up going to 9. It does get a lot of things in. Tom Crunch 2, the Vex 2, the most important part since you can itemize it. And he's got a pair of the Graves and Blitzcrank.
He also has a inconspicuous Ezreal still on the board. Hopefully, it will be yeeted into oblivion after this fight and make the board just a little bit stronger. Dishop is still very healthy. This is not like a you know, fast 9, 1 life. I have to execute on 1 turn that we saw him actually play into a lot of those kind of games yesterday. A little bit more leeway, but he does have to clean up on this next turn, hit all the pairs, and truly try and stabilize his board and start winning out.
Oh, I lied. There's only 1 Blitzcrank. Oh, well, now there's the pair.
Nice. It's probably the Assault Frame Graves here, so going for the Choke Graves, just trying to maintain damage on the backline. And he needs tanks. He needs the Nunu that we know is so committed. Only the pair now, pair of Blitzcrank. Trying to find also the Morgana that we know Soju is also looking for. Already having decent damage, really needs a front line.
Yeah, you had to use your duplicator there to actually get the Rost upgraded. But I think he needs to hope that, like, maybe he hits the right matchup, wins, and then gets the PvE round to get a little bit more gold.
2 strongest players in the lobby right now. 2 of the APAC players, Tidal versus Stilo of Bora. Tidal on a 9 win streak. Is Stilo strong enough here with this AP flex setup? I don't think so. He's still on his way to 9. He hasn't used most of his gold yet. He hasn't hit his biggest spike just yet. I think he's still trying to hit the level 9 spike and start playing around 5 cost as well. And he's still missing the Mordekaiser 3, as we mentioned earlier. So Tidal taking over. I mean, an insane win streak off of the Lulu 3 spike.
Yeah, you've also got the Ascension, so you're going to be getting a bunch of damage as the fight extends. But looks like on the right-hand side, as we keep up to date with who has won or lost their fights, Dish Soap took another loss, sitting at 6 losses in a row. Yeah,
2 life here at 17 HP for Dishop. Difficult spot, but he's ramping up. If he has time to find the items for the Graves, already with the pair, trying to find a 2-star. Cheetos here finds directly the Urgot 3-star, a good unit. Normally you don't see a 3-star too much, but it gets good damage here and will be a great support for the Kindred.
Yeah, it is the MF Urgot, the OG kind of TPC2 comp that pops up there, being played here by G2X. Once he hits that MF, I think he's going to be in a great place. A lot of 3-cost rerollers in the lobby. I think this is one of the great things about TFT. More of these 3-costs are out of the pool. You have an easier time to hit. So probably some decisions around what comps these players went into was, you know, you scout on 2-1, you see Tidal's playing Lulu, YBY1's playing too tanky. I'm going to have a much easier time playing into MF Urgot in this game as well and try and, you know, beat the variance that way.
Dish Soap did a deeper roll down to 0 and still has yet to find the front line that he needs. You get the Shen 2 out of this, but Graves pair, Fiora pair, And you are going up against Soju's board with this Nami 2 and all the front lines that Dish Soap would love to have.
Yeah, 4 pairs, important. Each of them can change the fight immediately and give him either tankiness or combat power. So just trying to hold on. 2 lives for Dish Soap. So if he lost here, he needs to maintain a new one. With the Humble Board on the other hand is Soju. And this would be an important transition point for both of them.
Okay, the Vex is going to do enough versus the Nami, and that's going to be a win on the board for Dish Soap. But Dialmei on the other side does take a loss to YBY1's board.
We talk about the difficulty of finding Nunus with those 2 early Nunus that YBY1 had. Dish Soap actually had a similar to what a game that Gang we talked about yesterday with the Stargazers, where he had a strong board, but he sacrificed the stability of that TK2 to try and pivot into the higher cap setup, which is the Blitzcrank and the Nunu, and is kind of a calculated risk because he hasn't hit those copies, so he's potentially weaker in the front line right away, but hoping for a higher cap if he's able to hit. I think he's hoping for some of the Nunu players like Soju to go down and get those Nunus back in the pool to find stability, or the high roll with the Blitz too as well.
Yeah, Chi2 rolled all the way down to 0, has 1 Misfortune missing in order to get that 3-starred, but you at least have the Urgot to rely upon in this game. Going up against Dish Soap's super vamped board, this Vex is going to start targeting down the Urgot, so this Urgot actually can't get enough damage down. And now this Kindred is being walked on. That is an elimination of Chi2.
And on the left, Dialmei the same, going against the Boogeyman. Tidal, being so strong with the Lulu, and we have a double kill right now.
At the very least, in this lobby, the Great Wall of China has been scaled by the rest of the competitors. For Dialmei in particular, we saw he had Pandoras, and his itemization was not ideal. He had a Rage Blade in his Karma. He had his Mighty Mech on the wrong side against the Lulu board, so just everything went wrong in that last fight for Dialmei. But everything is going right for Dish Soap now. We found the Grave Stew in the shop, one of the big scaling power spikes to help him out in the late game. Maybe Dish Soap can turn the corner, can do what he needs to do in this Game 7, and win out.
Already one against Soju. Soju in danger position here. He cannot improve his board. He's in level 8 jail. And now Dish Soap with a subtle mirror here going up against Milo that couldn't find the carries he needed, so he just had to maintain a Vex together with the Nami one. So doesn't look good also for Milo here.
Especially Milo being stuck on 8 with bodyguard training, not really getting the most value out of his first augment is really not ideal, where Dish Soap has already turned the corner, has already made it past that dangerous time where Misfit was not giving him too much value. And I expect he's going to take over the game. For Soju, still alive, 1 HP and a dream, but we mentioned it. Soju did not have the high roll start he was hoping for. He will probably be content with a 5th if he can take it.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a tough ask, though. The people in his combat pool are going to be a lot of the 3-cost rerollers, and how do you beat that with this board?
He wants to get Milo here. I don't know. Yeah, he has this in rotation, so that would be the ideal spot. Maybe try to take a win against Milo and then having to face off with good possibilities. Sona 2-star for Steel of Bora and keeps getting stronger also.
Yeah, Milo's quite weak. I mean, he's still Nami 1, Vex 1. It would be a dream matchup.
Yep.
Of course, a lot of players rubbing their hands, hoping Soju goes down so the Nunus go back into the pool.
Oh, it is Milo.
16 HP window is a little bit too much to ask for from Soju if it's a win at all. So we'll see how the fight concludes here.
Yeah, you're just going to have to hope maybe that Milo loses harder than on the next combat.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't look easy either way because it's front to back, so no access to the backline here for Soju. There's a big Leona 3-star, lacking damage for Milo, and he's closer than he looks.
Yeah, you still have to win this fight, and the longer it goes, the harder it looks with this Vex actually ramping up with the Rage Blade. Okay. But the 2-star Nami is going to win out in the day, is that Morgana is able to hang on. And so, wow, Soju might actually get more than just a 6th place. We've got Steelo of Bora, YBY1, and Milo all on single-digit life.
If Soju somehow scams a 3rd place here, this is like the textbook game to define his entire set. This is what Soju does best.
He's got the 3rd in his name.
Tricks his viewers. They're all hoping for a 7th, but he's like, no, no, no. I'm going 3rd in this game. Pivotal fight coming up.
His viewers are rooting for him, for sure. At the TAC Crown?
50-50 split, I would say, still.
Okay, well.
Maybe final lobby. Finally, they turn the corner.
Well, let's find out. It's going to be on the right-hand side. T3 Soju going up against this Steelo of Bora board, and YBY1 against Milo.
Elimination on the left. Anyone who loses here will take the L and probably the 6th place. And for Soju, this is good possibilities. The matchup is not the worst. The stone is the one popping off. there for him, but the front line is just holding too strong, and Soju just doesn't have the damage.
And Soju
huge
played
lag.
against Steel of Bora right after he spiked with the Mordekaiser 3 with a level 9. I think Soju's going to have the biggest loss. He was also the lowest on HP, so it might just be, yeah, unfortunately a 6th place for Soju. Not the best matchmaking for him in that last pivotal fight. I think facing someone else, there could have been up to a 4 placement swing. But not Soju's best game in terms of what the game gave him. Still a 6th place. It could have been worse.
Yes, a little unlucky for sure, but we have our top 4 secured in this game, and the win looks like it might be between Dish Soap and Tidal. Tidal has all of the pieces on the board there for the Lulu and the Jax, but I wonder just how much further he can actually power up that comp.
He has the Ascension, so he's looking at maybe more tanks here just to get time here against Disho, but Disho also has scaling together with the Vex and scaling more with the Grapes.
Wow, he hit the Nunu right after Soju went down. Who could have thought? Finally, they go back to the pool. Just so very grateful. YBY1 looking at the big picture also, I think, gets enough points, even with just a top 4 here, to stay alive in the tournament, considering his position at 22 points.
Danger zone now for YBY and Steel Bora. Players to watch here and see if they manage to maintain. Steel Bora grading points and YBI in the bottom, so needs to get as many points as possible here, Negar. We're talking about him. He's the one who needs to get 3rd or better 2 times in a row to actually have a chance.
Yeah, but YBY1 is great at getting 3rd place.
He is. 3 times on Tech Run. He can do it again.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, and I think that's why it's so surprising to see YBY1 in the danger zone, is because he has a history of getting 3rd place at the Tactician's Crown. Nothing better than that, but you would hope that they would be able to add up at some point to a 1st place. But YBY1 takes a huge hit, needs to hope that Steelo of Bora loses harder, but it's not to be. YBY1 finishes with a 4th place in this game.
In the positioning from YBY1, he was trying to really stack the left side, trying to kill as many units as possible, knowing he would probably lose a fight against Dish Soap, and hoping Steel of Bora also was taken down. Not the case. Steel of Bora, we mentioned it, he sacked a lot of his HP in stage 5, going to 9, but now that he's made it to this board, he's looking to be quite strong again on the 5 cost, right? Bard 2, Sona 2, the Mordekaiser 3 came through as well, the Blitz. Once he hits it, he can potentially be a player playing for the win out as well, and taking Dish Soap and Tidal to the extreme.
But you're going up against Dish Soap now, and you don't have the HP to withstand a loss.
Yeah, he already won against Tidal, so a little of an edge there, but he hasn't faced Dish Soap right now, who's so strong with the misfits and having the Grapes already being so ramped.
Oh my goodness.
No access to backline, so full front line, front to back for both of them.
I mean, that board is exploding. Steel of Bora does not stand a chance in that matchup and does get eliminated, and so Dish Soap looks like he's going to be taking this game.
And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Dish Soap, the exact game he needed to play in this Game 7, to not just stay alive, but to start climbing the ranks game by game to try and make the final lobby, to try and fight alongside Tidal for their 3rd TAC Ground Championship. The All-Star 1v1 at the end of this Game 7, we couldn't have asked for a better showdown.
Feels like a clear winner, though, when you take a look at both of these boards. Not a lot of room to upgrade it on Tidal's behalf. You did get an extra Stargazer emblem that you can add into the mix, but Dish Soap's board has been so strong since he's able to upgrade these 5 costs. Let's see this showdown in action.
Eyes on the Fiora, if she's able to sneak onto the backline. The Ascension also, with the faster fights in the late game, not going to be as impactful overall for Lulu. Nunu, if he gets a 2nd big stun on the Lulu, that could be absolutely massive as well. But there's just so much HP on the board here for Dish Soap.
Good crowd control, but it isn't enough. It's too powerful here for Dish Soap. Has so much damage. The Lulu doesn't have access to a backline. Tidal should change size, but Dish Soap knows this, so it's so difficult here to just make a change.
I don't know if much positioning helps here. Does it?
This next item is also way more impactful for Dish Soap, I have to imagine. A 2nd item on this Nunu, or a 3rd item, or 2nd item, I guess, on the Fiora as well. I think would be more impactful than anything Tidal can add to his board. Neither player has any gold to really do anything with. No extra resources. It's going to be all about positioning in this last late game fight.
For Tidal, yeah, it's so difficult. Maybe to try to have a chance here, maybe get some outs here out of the Blitzcrank. It's only Blitzcrank 1, so it's so difficult to get anything additional. Once again, the Lulu is on the other side of the Vex, so the positioning, once again, helping Dish Soap, and he has the strongest board.
And Title's on triple Yasuo Hex as well, so he can't really be too fancy with how he changes up his board, how he changes up his positioning. The positioning looks even worse in my opinion here with Jax on the weak side of Dish Soap, and it looks like that'll be the case here. The Lulu stuns could be big, but I think the Vex is still healthy enough.
Oh, wait!
The stun
Oh,
doesn't matter. Dish Soap still wins the fight, but a sliver of HP on the Vex. Is there a hope here for the Japanese player?
Haha, I mean, there's a Morgana too to add to the beefiness of the front line, but you're still sitting on a Nunu 1.
Yeah, and Bishop has 2 Nunu, so actually knowing that that's the out for Tidal is stronger.
He's holding them.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, Aatrox 2.
Holding also the additional bricks, and already have 3, holding the 4th one, so making sure he blocks the out from Tidal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play keep away now, because there isn't a whole lot that Dish Soap can do to his board either. He does need to look for something like the Jhin or the Akali, but I would rather try to play defense with my offense for now, and if you find it in the shop, then you can sell something. But this could be the last fight as Dish Soap and Tidal face off against each other once more.
The Fiora still alive. How many more cast can Fiora get off? She does go one more time. A lot of extra damage added on. The Nunu stuns are huge as well, stopping a lot of that Lulu DPS from coming through. The fight does not look close. Dish Soap completely takes over. He is the misfit in this game number 7. And Tidal has to be happy with that second place considering how strong this level 10 board looked.
Beautiful end round. 2 players with 2 crown each, making it work. A beautiful play by Tidal, maintaining tempo, looking for the win out also with the Ascension, but the Bishop just played perfect. Misfits was just too strong and capping out in the end.
What a great game. You saw a couple of different takes. When you saw Yasuo and Thresh being offered, you could clearly see that there were 2 sorts of directions that you could go for in this game. Either you're trying to get maximum value out of your tiny duplicators, and so you could end up using something for a 3-cost reroll, or you saw Dish Soap ended up taking things into a fast 9 direction with a couple of other competitors looking at XP augments. Cluttered Minds for Dish Soap. You had solo leveling there for Dalmye, and some cases it worked, but I think if you were against the 3-cost reroll, you kind of got out-tempoed in some of these spots.
Yeah, exactly what happened, right? You either go for the full line that you need resources and need to go fast 9 and just tempo with full flexibility. That's what Soju also did. Or you commit to that reroll line and just try to get a beefy tank and a beefy unit there in the back line also. That's what Tidal did. Both different playstyle completely, and both 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, you guys said it all. I think there's not much more to add. It's the Counter game plans, especially the triple Yasuo and triple Thresh. It's just the exact definition of 2 different games played very well, but in the end, on Dish Soap, I think he was unstoppable.
Maybe you take the road less traveled, but we do have our analyst on standby with some updates from the other lobbies. So what do you got for us?
Well, we've been keeping tabs across all of the other lobbies to try and see if any of our players that are currently in those bottom 8 could maybe make redemption, could maybe save themselves. One of the lobbies that we were watching was, of course, the Kaiwang lobby, as we wanted to see if the regionals winner of the Americas would be able to claw back. Unfortunately, that one did not work out, despite it looking really promising. He was streaking until 4-4 on the back of a worth the wait Lysandra, but then he fell down into a 5th, and that is going to be very difficult for him to redeem himself. However, there was some other exciting stuff in that lobby because Horo and Along were also in there. Horo just playing bully against the Anima Commander Anima board from Along, streaking 10 losses on a single Ornn, just trying to really snap that streak. In the end, did not succeed, lost out, and Along finds himself a 2nd place with a really cool Kindred Anima board.
I had to do my friend David, Impetuous Panda, a favor and keep tabs on our boy Safo over in the other lobbies. Really needs a strong finish here. So let me set the stage for you, right? We take Booster Pack, we get some Econ, Primordian Opener, looks around, there's some people playing Open Fort. He says, listen, I can't play 1st or 8th right now. I need to play tempo, I need to play for a strong placement. Plays into Space Groove, finds a Gwen 2 on stage 3, textbook, slams items. Anything he gets, it goes on his board instantly. Pilots it to a very humble, respectable 4th place that I will say was due to some unlucky matchmaking. I think he had some potential to go top 2 there. Didn't work out. But the interesting part of that story was that the top 3 were all from CN. And we are seeing a lot of strength come from multiple lobbies where CN is doing very well.
That's absolutely right. Across all of our lobbies, basically your lobby was the only one where CN unfortunately took those bottom 4 placements. I don't know, you guys were cursing them, I think. But on our lobby 2, which is the last one you guys didn't see, we had some exciting stuff, especially towards the end. We'll get to that in a minute. We were, of course, watching the players on the brink point. Hypno trying to save himself, did not work out, could not find his units for the 2 tanky, goes down in an 8th. He can save himself with an 8th, with the 1st place, and a little bit of tiebreaker luck. There is a chance. It's not going to be easy, though. And then we did see Jedu play a really cool early board with Diana Vanguard into Space Groove to get himself another 3rd place, was point leader coming into the day. You guys were talking about that, so that was really cool. But for the big story.
The big story is a pick'em alert. There was a 3-star 5 cost coming from
No way.
Xiaoga, who was in the bottom 8, 21 points, finds the Graves 3, and that was the story of all the lobbies. 3 of the lobbies were won by players who were sitting in the bottom 8 of the standings. So now, as we go later into the tournament, we are going to see the standings flip on their head.
We will go to be able to see those in just a minute, but I gotta catch my breath that they're here. We got a 3-star 5 cost, so please take a look at this esports update about the Convergence Fest.
Hey everyone, as you've already heard, the TFT Open is returning to Vegas. And this year, we're teaming up with Riftbound to bring you Convergence Fest, December 11th through the 13th. This year's Open is our biggest yet, with a record of 1,024 competitors. The format should feel familiar, but there are a few changes this year. On day 1, all 1,024 players play 4 games in their opening lobby, and the top 2 from each lobby earns a seat to day 2, cutting the field down from 1,024 players to 256 before the night's over. From there, day 2 plays out accordingly. 2 rounds trim 256 players down to 128, and then down to 64. The final 64 players enter the checkmate stage, where the first player to reach 20 points and win a game claims their lobby and moves on to the finals. On day 3, when the final checkmate game comes to a close, one Tactician walks away the Vegas Open champion, beating out more than 1,000 competitors for the Tactician's belt and $100,000. For past Opens, one of the major pain points we've seen was securing a competitor pass to actually enter the tournament. This year, in addition to competitor pass sales, you can earn your way to the main stage. We're happy to introduce the Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers, your direct path to the TFT Vegas Open. Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers will be open to all players ranked Platinum and above. Each tournament begins with 64 players, and you'll need to finish top 4 in your lobby to advance through the 4 rounds of elimination until only 8 players remain. If your run-in's early, don't worry, you can jump into another tournament right away. The top 4 players in the final lobby will earn a competitor pass to the TFT Vegas Open, while the remaining 4 players will earn an attendee pass. On top of that, the highest point earners in each tournament will take home a GA Plus bundle. You'll need to register at riot.com/TacGauntlet and sign up for the tournament that you want. On tournament day, log into the tournament realm, ready up on the website, and you'll be placing your games automatically. No manual custom lobbies, and scores are pulled the moment each game ends. And if you want to try this out before the Vegas qualifiers open in September, we're live right now with the Space Gods Tacticians Gauntlet. Head to the site and sign up to play this weekend. Entry is open to all players and costs $10 per entry. Rewards are based around in-game currency, and of course, the glory of outplacing your opponents. Competitor Pass sales begin September 15th, with early access available based on your rank. Every pass includes main and side event entry, exclusive event rewards, and official drops. And if you want a chance to earn your spot, sign up to compete in the new Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers. Thanks everyone, we can't wait to see you in Las Vegas for Convergence Fest.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited that Riftbound is going to be joining the party for our used to be TFT Opens.
I mean, so much lore from the Convergence itself now with Runeterra and everything of Riot Games that makes this possibility. And players have mixed. There are mixed players. Some players were asking, hey, is it possible maybe to play both? Can I do something about that? It's not possible, but I feel the community will stand together once again.
It'll be so fun, but let's take a look back at our standings so we can get our head back into the competition. After now 7 games, this is only 1 away from our next cut. And so if you are on this page right now, this is where you may be eliminated after this next game.
We're expecting 33-ish points for the cutoff, so players like Kai Weng really need a miracle and a half to try and bounce back, if not similarly so.
I think he's almost mathematically eliminated at this point, just based on how tight the point spread is. When you take a look at 24th to 18th place, only 2 points separating them.
Yeah,
and they're not out of the woods yet.
We saw D-Shop there with good possibilities. Here's the start of the Great Wall of China that we've been mentioning. Gijosko, the only one in this middle of the table with good possibilities still. Only got 3 points now, but still with a good chance to qualify to tomorrow. Same for Upset Mats.
Yeah, the debut player is looking to bounce back from this poor result, the bot 4 in this game number 7. But the top of the page is Along and Jedusor, but Along a bit of a point ahead now, starting to, try and take away the lead from Jedusor here.
He's creeping up there, but Tidal has made a huge splash today, being able to move up the standings even further. And I'm really excited to see that we've got Bra also going to be continuing to keep a top spot there. We will be focusing on this lobby once again as we look at game number 8, because we've got a couple of players that are on that bubble. Even though Dish Soap ended up with a first place in that last game, he still needs to make sure that he's going to be finishing out this game with a top 4 to avoid elimination. And we've got a couple of players alongside him. So I'm excited to get into the game and see what happens after.
And the contrast, I think, for someone like Dish Soap, it's not just about surviving the cut. It's about making final lobby. You can't just settle for, oh, I need a 6th place to survive. You need to continue playing for 3rd, 2nd, or 1st to continue taking huge leaps forward every single game if you want to make it past that game 13 cut at the end of the day.
And for that, you need to take risks, and you maybe need to play something different than what the game's telling you. He got duplicators. He had the possibility to play into the reroll with the Velvet and the Jinx. He said, no, I need to cap out higher. I need to try to play more aggressively, and he went directly to level 9 with the mid fix and work out first place.
Yeah, I do think that 2-cost reroll, when everybody else is also looking at 3 costs, might have been really hard to keep up with the power level of the lobby. So I thought that was a great choice to just say, okay, hey, I'm gonna bypass this. Might be hard for me to roll anyway when there's still so many 2 costs in the pool. I'll just risk it all.
Jinx has been, in my opinion, one of the biggest losers of the TAC round meta compared to regionals. It has not performed well at all. In theory, it is meant to be a consistent top 4 option with a very low cap. You're expecting a high top 4 rate. It was a 35% top 4 rate, worse than some, fast 9 boards even. So really not the ideal, but we're moving into game 2 now. It will be Yasuo, it will be Varus. So reroll options are there for the players who are looking for consistent placements. But for the players who need a big leap forward like YBY1, it's all about high risk, high reward.
Wow, but we also have a Sona encounter that's going to make these levels cheaper.
It's so interesting because the gods are telling you, go to reroll, but Sony is telling you, go fast 9. So all the lines are open right now, and it will depend on either the spot, the playstyle, or whatever, I don't know, aura or situation or feeling the players have to go into this game. This is a very important game right now. This is game 8. So we will have elimination. 8 players will be eliminated, and some players here in a dire possibility, especially YBY and C2X with 28.
I do think the Sona encounter is actually not that bad for reroll. Intuitively, it seems like, oh, you just push levels, make it to 10, add the 5 cost, win the game. But for level 6, it's cheaper to get there, and the relative gold you're saving for a cheaper game hunt overall, I think is impactful. You have a higher chance to hit your 2-star spikes earlier on 3-2. And just play above 50 gold and slow roll on stage 3.
Agree. Totally. Especially 3 cost, right? Anyone, you have that possibility, and you also played at tempo. I know maybe you're in a contest. Lines are open, and D-Shop, what he has, Necra? His favorite early game, always trying to play Primordial and get out of it. Holding also Lissandra, holding Kaisas just to have a chance, and the Gwen that gives you the out for the space group. Also having a tier, keeping open himself to anything that the game gives him from now on.
But you also have the option to tech in Rogue. If you end up getting the Briar upgraded, then you can probably put items on her, and then you just have the option for the synergy.
Yep.
Does end up selling the Gwen, so is going to keep that package, but maybe you shouldn't have because you got offered too tanky.
It's a tough one here, yeah.
Oh, Milo already took it, though.
Sword. Okay, there's the roll. He pings him. I'm sure Milo, I take it, I ping. And now Bodyguard is tough, not having so much power in the early game and trying to go for that fast 9. He decides to go for it. This is the risky line that we're talking about. D-Shop is not thinking about advancing to the next games. He's thinking about the finals. And this is exactly what he needs. play to a combat augment that is strong in the later stages of the game, but right now he's losing power, so he needs to play anywhere that he can to preserve HP.
Especially with Sona encounter, I think it's already enough upside to make bodyguard training a very viable pickup for Dish Soap. We'll see if he can get some better value than we saw Milo get in that last game. Clear mind for Stilo of Bora, just trying to play for, again, Fast 9 with Sona makes a lot of sense. Treasure Hunt, I think one of the more interesting options picked up by Giao Mei, as well as spreading roots here with two good options, but I think you mostly want to lean into the Space Groove line in particular for YBY1 here.
Yeah, already slamming the Ionic Spark, so going into that AP line fully into Space Group. Probably we will see the Riven AP just to give more value out of the Shred that he has. Normally the Riven is AD, but I think in this option it will be better. Soju, 35 points, already with the Anima in, and also thinking about that cash out possibilities. Has a Brawler emblem, so maybe thinking about Master Yi, Fast 9, but obviously we know this is a flexible player that likes to maintain tempo. It will be interesting to see what he pop-ups with this.
And for Steel of Bora, most likely, or I think 100%, this is going to be a Xayah game. The rare Xayah game, you can't always play it, but from a good spot, it's fantastic. Clear mind, plus this Talon 2, which should put in a little bit of work in the early game, as well as the Serpent, which is a very good pickup for Xayah overall. We'll see if Steel of Bora can execute and what his roll down looks like, especially on stage 4, when it looks like it will be an uncontested Xayah, most likely.
Yeah, makes sense for him. We've seen Xayah pop off. You mentioned this earlier also, Panda. It's not easy to go into the line, like you said just now, but when you go into it, if you actually manage to get there, find the Jin maybe later stages of the game to get that initial pop-off, it's a great composition, and we've seen players also even do a top 1 on Tactician Crown with it.
G2 trying to play into LeBlanc, has the Rage Blade slammed, has the Jeweled Gauntlet slammed as well.
Can't bring Leona here for Cheetos. We will receive confirmation. Yep. Mana plus print with the Winsus is very good, especially the Diana that holds the item so good.
No Leona right now, though, so it will be a fairly slow Leona 3. We'll see if he can continue the win streak without having even the Leona 2 for now, just holding on to the Mordekaiser 2 instead. And the Diana, really good positioning here in this fight, just wrapped and immediately ulted onto 3 different units. Can the Belf and the Zoe clean up is the question.
Now I have a question for both of you. You have the 2 tanky line selection for Milo, but I see that there is a Spreading Roots choice by YBY1, and he has a Space Groove and a Meeple emblem. Do you think he's going to just go vertical Space Groove?
100%. And that's the downside of 2 tanky. You cannot mind control the rest of the lobby to leave you uncontested. The results on 2 tanky, contested or not, is extremely different in your expected AVP. I think most players, when they pick 2 tanky, they posture, hey, I'm going into this line, everyone, don't get off of it. But really, the vertical space players do not care if you're playing 2 tanky, because they will most likely find an Ornn 2 in their roll down. They'll hit the Nami 2, because they're rolling on 8, and the Samira is not a really important part. It's the Blitz really as a duo carry for the vertical space groove line. So YBY1 is completely unflustered by the fact that Milo is actually happier that someone is playing 2 tanky, because he can drag his AVP down.
It will be tough to navigate for sure. Needs to first not be grief, and then it will be very difficult to find also the Blitz and everything that you mentioned, Panda. Bojacker here for title, so just trying to get good possibilities here. We already saw an interesting 3-star Zoe popping off. Maybe we will not see it again, but makes sense a little with the augment that he has.
One of the best and most versatile emblems in the game, especially if Title can find a way to get a Darkstar +1 on 3-2 potentially. That can be a really explosive line. Has an open crit glove as well, which would be perfect for an Acel, which is what we saw from Steel of Bora actually on that footage in the pre-show. A Voyager plus a Darkstar +1, and then that's just a crazy combo for the comp.
I see a double Anima alert. Dish Soap has teched in Anima here, as has K3 Soju.
Makes a lot of sense for Dish Soap as well. He knows he's weak right now. Bodyguard training is not giving him too much value. It's more of kind of a scaling late game augment. So he says, hey, if I'm losing, I might as well throw in Anima. Am I going to open fort and try and ruin Soju's streak? Maybe. Maybe just hoping for both of these players to get their loss streak and get some amount of extra resources. I think neither player is entirely dependent on a 400 cash out. They're just using it as a tool that's at their disposal if they're losing anyway.
Yeah. Probably going for, I mean, not breaking economy, holding units, and if he finds a way to tempo out of Anima, knowing that maybe he will not do the 400, he will just tempo, play aggressive, and just try to achieve the level 9 in a different way. YBY with a plan, the vertical space roof, already finding us, 6 that fist that makes good sense here on the board and does amazing damage, access to backline, pretty good unit to access, and also get the free meeple together with it.
Really important 1v1 there against G2X. YBY1 is the win streak, 5 win streak player coming into stage 3. And YBY1, of course, needs a big result in this game to make it through that first cut, to keep his hopes alive of continuing to be one of those elite players we expect to see in every final lobby at TACground.
We saw a Samira 2-star from YBY, and he's not playing the space group. So either he's using it or he's just griefing right now. I think it works on his composition. It doesn't work actually, but I feel he's just making sure the rest of the lobby just feels weaker, at least on the middle stages of the game.
He has an emblem. He's playing space group, so I mean, the Samira is a great pickup for him.
Disso got his streak broken because of Soju.
Does find a Yi in the shop. I wonder if Disso wants to play around this. He has no item slammed right now. It's a consideration. He has the Belveth online as well. It would commit him into playing AD, which is a lot less versatile of an itemization tree compared to AP on this patch. Does buy it. We'll see if he decides to slam any items. Has an Amble open as well. He could look for an Edge of Night, but again, it's a huge commitment from Disso, where he maybe wants to wait for his augments. He's streaking anyway. He's low HP. Doesn't need to play for high tempo just yet.
Yeah, I think for sure, especially when that's coming up just after this fight. We'll have to wait to see what the power of the augment is going to be as well.
You can have like a random emblem he wants to wait to play around. If it is a Yi synergistic emblem, fantastic. If not, you can play more into AP and maybe scout other players and see what they're doing as well to try and play uncontested.
Well, not many people are going to be going AD, except for Stila of Bora, who you called out, is going to be for the Xayah line. And then the 2 tanky for the Samira for Milo. But it is going to be another gold augment for everybody.
Tiao Mei on the treasure hunt. Maybe decides to sack one more because of the uneven XP with the Sona, but no, decides to go now. I think this is the expected 3-2 roll down we tend to see from Jinx players. Does it Diana doesn't want to make it. I think it's too expensive, not going to be on his final board here on level 6. It's going to be the Primordians plus Jinx. Will stop rolling on Jinx 2, but the Diana is coming back and back again, and he hasn't found the Jinx 2 after proccing Treasure Hunt, which is not really ideal from this position.
You can still make the 30 gold, but as we check in on what everybody else is doing here, we do have the care package for YBY1 and Milo. We have some artifacts for G2X and Dish Soap, and scaling augment for K3 Soju to be able to get some more XP.
For the Almain, it's a difficult spot here. He needs to roll, he needs to get the chances, the bounty here from the treasure hunt, but he needs to be stronger every time. The Velvet was a good catch, trying to find obviously the Jinx to get a little more commitment out of the Winsus and have a better chance here. YBY, 27 points there on the top. He needs to really pop off. And we see the Veigar 3-star coming up here for a title.
Construct a Companion, this is one of the best tempo augment pickups on stage 3. You immediately have a fantastic 3-star carry to take over your stage 3. A great pickup when you're on a win streak and you want to find something that can continue that win streak. This is a great answer from Tidal here. We'll have to see what kind of board he ends up finishing on with the Voyager +1 alongside this Veigar game plan. No need to print, so you're not forced to play into 7 meeple in this case.
I love seeing this early because I think we've seen a lot of competitors get into this trap where they feel like, you know, you don't have the Veigar online or you have to start printing it instead. And that can really hurt your game plan if you have to stick to 7 meeple for a long time.
Yeah, totally. You don't have someone else to preserve, and winning this is so huge. YBY needed to maintain tempo. Tidal getting the win here, and this is exactly what he needs, because we can think about it as a Vanguard 3, but of course it wasn't free. That's a total augment funneling directly to him, so the later stage of the game will be weaker for Tidal. He needs to win these rounds.
Storm going to be really big for Steel of Bora, if he goes for that, for a future Jhin. Very, very impactful in the late game with all the different stuns coming through. Now, the flip side there on the augment come from YBY1, he picked up Care Package, which is an augment that you get some value right away, but not all the value of the augment. And that is probably a difference maker in that fight being a loss for YBY1. It really throws a wrench in YBY1's plan. He would have loved to have like a 10-win on a vertical space group. This is the dream space group line where you can really continue playing a very high-tempo game throughout every single stage, really. Yep.
Check in on the anima cash outs here. Dish Soap is continued to keep it in, but obviously I think had to take one and did end up playing the Master Yi with a really great Psionic item.
Yeah, committed with a Portable Forge, found Light Shield Crest, very versatile artifact, not necessarily committing to Yi, but he said, hey, the spot is good enough. It seems uncontested. The only other AD player is playing Xayah, so I should have an easy time playing Kindred. This is kind of bad news for Dialme because there was a Jinx 2 on Dish Soap's board. There will be Kindred being taken up or bought off by Dish Soap as well in stage 4, making it harder for Dialme to find his future spike. I'm already a little bit worried for Dialme's Jinx game. The roll-down did not look great on 3-2. He's winning now, as expected, but I think he's going to have a hard time top 4ing this game.
400 confirmed here for Soju. Very low right now, 21. At least 2 life for him, but of course trying to pop off. Gets the duplicators here.
That's a very early 400 cash out as well on 3-6 for Soju. So able to do it on 2 lives, only a 9 loss streak required. Killed a lot of units, I have to imagine, with this Aurora. Did go for the Reforge, trying to get away from the AD Anima item and move into this AP line we're seeing here. The roll down on Space Groove. So all of a sudden, Milo is in big trouble. This is the nightmare situation as a 2-tanky player.
Yeah, I mean, the Orange 2 already means that there's several copies out of the pool for a couple of different boards, but you still have a little bit of ways to go. I like holding on to the Vex just in case you do end up high-rolling the level 8.
Yeah. It's a great read also because the Ornn was not very contested. People had already Samira 2-star, they had other units, but not the Ornn. He finds the Nami, knows Samira is not possible, but he has the items ideal for her. So great spot recognition here for Soju, griefing the lobby while maintaining tempo.
It does give another loss over to Dish Soap to help out with his Anima cash out. Wow, Ribbon 2.
It's exactly what Soju needed. He's still only sitting on that single copy of Nami. I think he really wants to roll before the other Space Group players start their roll down and just guarantee he has a Nami 2 already, considering he's the lower HP player. Milo, not happy, but he said, you know what? I'm going to grief you guys as well. I'm going to get my Namis on the board. It's like a Wild West showdown between these 3 players. We'll see who comes out on top in stage 4.
Holding gold for now, though, because you're hoping that you're going to get a little more econ out of these creeps, and then you can go from there. 20 gold now for Soju to be able to roll. Dish Soap sitting and with a hedge fund of 60 and uses a lot of that to level up. And take a look at this. The level 8 is coming in from a lot of different competitors, hoping that they can get their 4-cost units. Dish Soap doesn't have to roll very far in order to find the Master Yi 2. Steel of Bora is not going to be able to find the Xayah just yet, but does get some pretty significant frontline upgrades.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
there
the
it is.
Xayah finally.
Only problem is no Nunu at all. Not a single copy, and that's the unit that you know is going to be giga contested every single game by so many different boards and comps.
No, he didn't get the Master Yi. My eyes deceived me.
Wow, and for Dish Soap, this is tough. His plan was to roll level 8, be stable with a comp that is not contested, but the Tamkench was contested, couldn't find the Kindred, didn't find the Master Yi pair also. He's now 0 gold, so he really needed to win this round to actually then pop off on level 9. So the spot is not looking good right now.
Especially with bodyguard training, you really want to have, hey, I'm uncontested, I should have an easy time hitting my 2-star 4-cost, and then I can push to 9, get more value from bodyguard training, and have a great game. When you're playing a B-tier comp like Master Yi, you are expected to have a bit of a high roll because it's uncontested. If you don't, you're playing a B-tier comp, so that's not great news for Dish Soap in that sense.
Oh, do you ever take Earth because you know you have a component anvil on your bench?
I think he just needs the gold. You get more value from bodyguard training.
Okay,
You have a chance to hit a shiny E maybe as well, but instead you hit LeBlanc and Lulu. Not the units you were looking for.
There's one copy of Yi.
Really good hold on the Blitzcranks as well. 2 pivotal units for so many late game boards.
Okay, we have a carry. Not even the pair of Kindred here. Lacking frontline, lacking the Kindred. There's the pair.
He has to try and go 9. I think Dishop's already off of his roll down, settling for maybe a 4th, maybe a 3rd at best, but he knows the 1st and 2nd is not going to be an option considering the variance he's had to deal with on this roll down.
Oh, big update. K3 Soju actually did hit the Nami 2.
Big.
I wonder if some of that came from the booster pack. A lot of influx of gold coming through from them. A lot of components there for Tidal and G2X with the Pandoras and the big grab bag respectively. And then YBY1 taking some combat power there, Ascension.
Just saw Diaomei's board there. I kind of foretold this. It just looks very doomed from his 3-2 roll down. He's not even close to the Jinx 3. He's losing fights on stage 4. He's lost his window of time where he is going to be the dominating player in this lobby. And he's going to have a hard time unless he hits the Jinx 3 and the Bel'Veth 3 right now. He has 30 gold to work with.
Well, he takes the Bel'Veth, so that's going to be a little bit of breathing room, but you're still off of the Rek'Sai and the Jinx.
And the board
still, yeah,
are only getting stronger right now, right? All the 4-cost players are rolling down. They're using up all their gold. Their Donkey rolling to 0. Is the Bel'Veth 2 or Bel'Veth 3 and a Call 3 going to be able to do enough damage?
Oh, I don't know.
He knows that mathematically it's very difficult for him to hit everything 3-star, but he has to go for it. You need to preserve HP right now, and 1 round with 2 gold in interest is not good enough.
YBY1, level 8, 0 gold, vertical space groove, 0 Namis. This is the problem when you 3-way contest. Soju very smart, very intelligent, rolling on 3-6, getting in early, and now this should pay huge dividends. Despite the HP that YBY1 has, it doesn't really matter because your cap is going to be so much lower when your unit's already out of the pool.
You're going to see that start to hemorrhage in terms of the HP total, but we'll have another God offering here. 5 cost and 4 cost. If you want to try to gamba a little bit, you might be able to get like Blitzcrank and Nami.
Yeah. Great option, especially for the ones that weren't looking for the Yasuo. Yasuo gave attack speed hex. So that will be very interesting for the Saya, for example, are some of the more AD carries.
Milo also in a tragic position here. I mean, very far away from his 3 stars. I think at some point you have to realize it's going to be almost impossible to hit unless Soju goes down, and Soju has turned the corner, right? Milo was praying, hoping, please don't hit your Nami to Soju, please don't stabilize. But it's not the case. I think it's the worst case scenario for both Milo and YBY1 here. I imagine if other players found Namis in their shop, they also should be holding some of these Namis because of how impactful it is in the overall lobby complexion to grief these 3 players in particular.
As a reminder, our competitors that are on the bubble of elimination are Diaomei, Milo, Dish Soap, and YBY1. G2X, of course, as well. So 5 players right now hoping that they are not going to be in the bottom 4. That would almost ensure their elimination after this game.
Yeah, for Milo, a little more leeway, but yeah, G2X and YBY need a 3rd or better, something very, very strong, and then mathematically have maybe chances with some of the other players. YBY in a difficult position, as we saw, not hitting the rest of the comp that he wanted to. Tidal being strong on the front. He finds the Morgana too, so that's strong there for YBY. Meanwhile, G2X just playing a strong, normally we should say fast 9 comp, but he's still level 8, so very difficult to find the Vex and the Bar right now. Just playing flexible and trying to maintain with what they gave him.
I think G2 knew we were on his board, and he's like, oh, I'll sell the Nami. I don't want to be labeled a rat. 3, very famous players here looking for the remain copy of this Nami.
I was going to say he's cosplaying a Fast 9 board.
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite everything together yet, but we also see Tidal holding a Nami in the shop. Oh my goodness. It is going to be a mad dash for these top 4s, but a pretty impressive looking board that Title has put together. Of course, getting the Constructa champion, get that Vagar 3, but I think you're going to really start to struggle if you can't get anything else once you see all of these boards having their forecasts upgraded.
A fake loss for Title. I think he faced the strongest player in the lobby right after he hit a spike. Steel of Bora is already level 9 on stage 4 with the Zaya 2 with the full itemization. I think Steel of Bora is most likely the player to win this game simply because the other players that are maybe contesting that from their game plan spots are having a hard time hitting their 2 stars or contested on the Space Groove line, for example. We talked about it, right? Zaya, if uncontested, if from a good spot, is a comp that had a 28% win rate in day 1. A comp that I think players should be playing more, and Steel of Bora has picked up on that.
He rolled deep here, the Booms, trying to get the additional items here for the Vagar, and finally finds the possibilities here to get good carry items on Vagar and then transition the utility for Karma.
I gotta say, Soju and Chi2X are also both level 9, though. So if they're able to, I think they might still be in contention to try to take this game away from Stilo of Bora.
Especially Soju. I think the Blitz 2 would be a huge pickup for Soju if he's able to make it that far. We're seeing a bit of a roll down here. No blitzes for now is the unfortunate part. No kind of like, oh, little natural blitz on 8. You know, you can start dreaming of that high roll first place. Similar for Stilo with the Jin and the Blitz as well. I think Blitz overall is going to be the contested 5 cost in this game.
But getting to level 9 first means that you do have better odds in order to hit it. And so I can appreciate that Soju's trying to hold on to some gold. Maybe even considering whether or not he can make it to 10. Is that in the question?
Yeah, a great chance. If he doesn't have something else to roll for, doesn't hold in the Nami, is too contested. I mean, level 10 makes the more stems. You can always get a +1 in the Space Roof line. And so you know exactly how to pivot out of it.
A big test for Dish Soap. The Master Yi is able to beat Chi2X AP board. Despite Chi2 going 9, he's already down, actually eliminated the first player going down Chi2X back-to-back bottom 2 positions in this Game 7 and Game 8 lobby. Tragic result for the CN player. And for Dish Soap, really good news. He needs to have some time to make it to 9 to get the extra value from bodyguard training.
That is going to eliminate Chi2X from our tournament, but it was a very good run. Can still hold his head high as a 3-time regional champion, the only player to have ever done that in the global competitive TFT scene.
I mean, Milo made it. Ornn 3, Samira 3, 1 life, 5 HP. Is it enough? Is it too late? Was it too hard with 2 players contesting the Space Group line? We're going to find out now. It is going to be Milo up against Title, up against that Vagar 3, and the Bard 2 now coming online for Title on level 9, so he's found a way to find a new big spike for his board.
I do think if there was one person that you would want to face right now, it probably is Title. That's because you're still carrying a 3-star 1 cost. If that Samira can actually focus down the Vagar without that big stun finishing it off, then maybe you're able to hang on. But oh my goodness, that Bard 2 proves me wrong. And that is an out for Milo. Maybe an elimination, depending on where the points fall. Expected cutoff is going to be 33 to 34 points.
Yeah, Danger Zone totally, Kitus, as you mentioned, totally confirmed elimination. And Tyro going for the meeple power. So strong, it's exactly what you want with the Vagar. You want the secondary carry to go into the Bard, full utility for now, and very early finding a 2-star, especially using, for the people that just got here and are watching the game with us, is Sona encounter. So the levels has been very cheap, only 2 to increase level, and you got immediately to these levels.
The artifact finally picked up from Diao Mei's treasure hunt. Prowler, Claw, Akali. Can she teleport her way into the backline? Can she cheese some fights? Diao Mei needs all the help he can get. She's now very close to that Kindred from Dish Soap. She's moving all over the place. Looks like it's going to be enough burst of damage coming through. Dish Soap taking out a notch. She is greeting, trying to go 9, but Diao Mei finds a lifeline to potentially fight for a top 4.
Also holding a Master G, so Bishop knows he cannot win with this composition, thinking about the Master G 3-star as an out, and maybe, if he finds enough gold, going for that angle as the Hail Mary.
YBY1 right now on a 3-win streak alongside Soju with a 9-win streak. I have an update that YBY1 has actually hit a Blitzcrank 2. Still sitting on a Nami 1, but this was a player that really needed some points in this game with only 27 total. A first or a second place and would secure a safe...
a safe path. Stila Bora finds a Nunu pair, finds a Jin pair, doesn't hit his main upgrades, but especially we're looking at Diao Mei as well with the Akali. So fun to watch her zooming through the board. Can she stay alive? Can she achieve the fight here yet again for Diao Mei? Looks like she's stuck on the middle of the board now, and the Nami's doing so much splash damage that she will be taken down as well as Diao Mei. Stila Bora looks like he has a fight win here against Dish Soap. Zaya's stacking. The Yi's coming though.
Oh, the Yi's actually doing a lot of damage.
Wow.
And Stila Bora goes down as well. A double elimination here, and we have our top 4.
And for Disho, being so low in points starting today, gets a first and now ensures a top 4 to maintain himself alive, but he's looking for more.
And the punish on Stilo, not finding any Nunus on his 4-2 roll down, still having just that Nunu 1 on his front line, meant that that Xayah game that looked so good ends up being a 5th place.
The level 10 that you mentioned, Necra, here for Soju, just trying to ramp out, getting any additional units. We see the Rask in. We see also the Pantheon getting additional synergies to the rest of the comp. Now going up against YBY, that has a strong board, but playing around the Nami 1 still.
I mean, this is the test of strength, though, as YBY1 is the other win streaker in the lobby. If Soju can actually take a win here, then he might be the player to run away with this game. The Ascension comes through, and so YBY1's board does get a bit of a power spike to it, but the Nami 2 is the big difference maker. So much splash damage to be able to target down the rest of the units, and YBY1 takes a big hit.
6 Master Yis for Dish Soap. I think he knows he might not be the strongest player compared to Soju, but he's trying to find a 7th Yi now. There may be a way for him to sneak this win for himself. Bodyguard training now almost at max value as well for Dish Soap, so the 2 players from the Americas, they were 7th and 8th at the start of Stage 4. They have climbed up the HP standings, now looking to be the 2 strongest players in the lobby. A potential Cinema 1v1 to end things off soon.
And it's very difficult to contest this job here because Soju doesn't have gold. YBY wants to go level 9. I know he's weaker, so he needs to win us against Soju.
Okay. It's
2 out.
happening.
Still 2 copies off, no duplicators. Hasn't found any for now. The option is still there. The Fiora is also an expected upgrade for Dish Soap. So 2 big upgrades he's looking for. 1 to win the game and 1 to maybe also win the game because Fiora 2 is so powerful in this bodyguard training setup.
You want him to win it twice? Yeah.
I mean, Dish Soap would like that, I think.
Dish Soap doesn't need any more points to avoid elimination, but the name of the game is not just to be safe, it's also to actually make it to the grand finals tomorrow. So every extra point that you can garner is going to help you out a lot. I see a Master Yi being held on Soju's board. He knows that's going to be a win condition. Look at him flaunting it too, moving it on the bench. Be like,
I have one, buddy. 1 off, still possible, but very, very difficult to find the last copy here.
Master Yi is stuck. It cannot get past this Shen.
Morgana was too tanky as well for Soju. I mean, Soju's playing a level 10 Space Groove board plus an Anima cash out. Just too much to deal with for Dish Soap and for YBY1 despite the caliber of play here. Dish Soap, has to sell the Yis. Picks up the Ross upgrade, looking for the Fiora upgrade. He finds it. Do you downgrade the Kindred? Just sells the Ross straight up.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's nothing else that you can do. I think the Fiora 2 is going to be better here.
YBY1 also hit the Nami upgrade already, so now there is a potential that Dish Soap goes 3rd here. YBY1 can win the next and upcoming fight against Dish Soap. It will not be the ghost fight here for either player.
Oh, YBY1 also had found a Yi, just in case. Holds it. But let's see, the Nami was good enough to be able to win against Dish Soap when it was Soju's board, but can YBY1 repeat the same feat? As the Tahm Kench gets thrown away, everything else is falling before this Light Shield Crest can actually get some value. As the Master Yi gets surrounded, it's going to be off the back of this Kindred that Dish Soap keeps hope alive, but that is not going to be enough. A 3rd place for Dish Soap, still 38 points after this 8th game.
Soju, you can sell the Yis. Dish Soap's out. There was all 3 Yis were being held by both players, just in case. Props to YBY1. This is why he's one of the best players in the world. No Namis on his level 8 board at all. It looked very, very dicey. 2-way contested. Still turned the corner, made it to 9, used the Blitz 2 to win so many of those fights, and now has reached the promised land. That being said, Soju is him, but better.
I mean, but you have basically a mirrored fight, so it's going to be about positioning for both of our competitors. You actually see the Blitzcrank getting put into the back still to try to get some value out of the Hex, but the Namis are now cornered across from each other.
Damin coming across, front to back fully for both. CC will be so important also. Shen doing the final fight here. Ascension comes in. And this is where Soju gets so much stronger. And he's trying to pivot out of it.
Even without the blitz too, Soju looks to be unbeatable. A 14 win streak to take down YBY1, to take down Dish Soap, to win when the game gives him that win. Last game we said, hey, he cannot win the game, he's playing for placements, but Soju found the path to success here in this game number 8. A dominant Space Group win.
Who would have thought that getting a 400 anima cash out would lead to a first place?
Many players would maybe play into Mech Aesol, for example, but in this case, he not only played for a very strong board, but he brought down the AVP, expected AVP of 2 other strong players in the lobby with him, which is where we see the real experience and the elite lobby understanding from Soju shine.
Yeah, Milo taking a 7th place there with the 2 tanky, and then we saw YBY1 trying to contest the space groove. They both ended up 1st and 2nd, but we know what you're all here for, and it's time. Please enjoy the dev drop for set 18, Enchanted Wilds.
Welcome to the Enchanted Wilds. Whether you ride in on a Sasquatch, grow with the trees, or harvest death with the old gods, no path through the forest is the same. But don't worry, TFT hasn't forgotten its roots. They've just grown substantially with a diverse biome of comps, an updated fan favorite mechanic, and, oh yeah, Carousel's back. Let's get lost in the Enchanted Wilds. My name is Whitrock, but you can call me Witty, and I'm the set design lead for Enchanted Wilds. And to start things out today, I want to talk about one of our big verticals for the set. That's something of a passion of mine. As a Summoner's Rift enthusiast, I find myself pathing towards the Rift Beasts of League, one of our big verticals of the set. Early game, I play around my strongest Rift Beast, using the traits Alpha Mark to upgrade them and receive a buff. No smite required. And it's not just blue and red buff, we've got purple buff to give the ever-adaptive Gromp poison damage, and orange buff for the Raptor to allow them to stack up armor reduction. But I'm not done at just 3 Rift Beast. This is a relatively straightforward vertical, right? So I'll look to field at least 5 to activate a Stampede, overrunning my shop with upgraded beasties. To cap out my board, I'll look for a late game buff on the wings of the one, the only Elder Dragon. Wait, why is she just circling around the board? That's better. Elder Dragon takes up 2 slots, because she's a dragon, but she'll count as 2 towards her Rift Beast trait, so you can just add 1 more beastie to take advantage of the Alpha Mark to activate that Elder buff you know and love from the Rift. Enchanted Wilds is our wildest set yet. It's got the least amount of two-leggy, talky, fleshy... What do you call them?
People, Witty. They're called people. Oh, man. You've been out here way too long. But who needs people anyway? Wisps are way better. Our allies of nature are our set mechanic, and they may feel familiar to those who were slinging charms in the days of magic and mayhem. Not sure what charms or wisps do? Here's a quick refresher. Wisps appear in your shop as temporary single-use sources of power in combat, for resources like XP or gold, or even risky deals with conniving forest denizens. You can purchase 1 wisp per round, and they'll appear in every other shop. Wisps will always appear in the rightmost slot, with most just lasting 1 round. As the game progresses, wisps tend to get more powerful, and more powerful wisps also cost more. Our evolution from charms to wisps brings small tweaks to the mechanic, like their power and availability, balance, and larger changes, such as the wonderful variety of wisps. Wisps are also lovable magical denizens of the Enchanted Wilds. Each one you buy will dash, hop, swim, or fly across your screen with our original art. And with all the new visual flair of wisps, we've also got a clarity buff for the mechanic, which will have color types and a strength indicator for what types of output they have. That'll be important during a fast rolldown, where looking for the color of a combat wisp may just allow you to grab Hand of Baron, a Rift Beast exclusive wisp, which gives all your beasties Baron buff. For those of you who really love wisps, we've got a trait for leaning even deeper into the mechanic, Blossom. Every single Wisp comes with an upgraded version you'll be able to purchase once you activate the Blossom trait. Take Homing Fireflies, which has your casters spawn a Firefly to deal damage with every 20 mana they spend. Get the upgraded version, and they'll need to spend less mana for the same effect. Or, take part in a minor blood ritual. Sure, you lose 6 player health, but maybe that lesser champion duplicator is worth it. Or with Blossom active, maybe the 3 player health is even more appealing. Some Blossom upgrades will simply make the Wisp refund gold upon purchase, like Flip Frenzy, which flips a coin granting 1 gold until you lose. Other upgrades can add more reward to the risk, like Major Gambit, which gives you 10 gold if you win the next combat, and when upgraded, will also give you an item component. As you deepen your connection with Wisps, through higher breakpoints of Blossom, you'll be able to buy Wisps and get a refund, have them appear more often, purchase 2 per round, and even access their prismatic potential. I like to run 3 Blossom for more powerful Wisps for most of the game, because I'd rather tend to other matters, like the trees. Ivern is a 5-cost whose only trait, Greenfather, allows you to create a biome by gathering seeds as you cast. Cast enough, and you can cultivate an entire board, whether that be a forest, bog, canyon, or even a waterfall. Each hex will empower units on them in different ways, and if you complete the biome, the last hex seeded will always be the God Willow.
Wait, so you're the guide to these enchanted wilds now?
There's more than one ranger in these parts.
There's 3. Y'all can take a break for a bit. I've got a trait or 2 to break down. Hey Tacticians, Kevin here to talk about one of our big verticals with a positioning puzzle, Elderwood. While simple, Elderwood is the perfect base to mix up with the many splashable traits and flexible threat-like units, like Ivern, Taric, Maokai, and more. Each breakpoint of Elderwood will reward you with a new plant, starting with a tree that acts as a living shield, stunning enemies on death with its sap. A sticky situation for sure. Later breakpoints also provide a plant that empowers Elderwood allies as long as you can protect it, and the trait's final 7-piece unleashes a protector alongside your bountiful botanical beauties. Now let's mix things up. You can add Azir to activate Executioner with Ezreal to get those abilities critting with precision. Then it's just one more Old God and the power of death will be on your side. Or you can do away with all of that in pursuit of a fiery combo of Cannon and Shen, which provide burn and wound, that'll stack with other burns too. Or look to splash Sprykin, so your Elderwood 5-cost can ride atop the BFF, because true friendship is standing on top of a big Sasquatch. Or go wide as you can, and try 3 Elderwood, 2 Invoker, 2 Executioner, 2 Vanguard, 2 Defender, 2 Inferno, 2 Adapter, and 1 Caustic. Wow, that was a lot. Many of our traits have lower breakpoints this set, so be sure to experiment with comps and wisps alike. If you're the type of player that'll turn a spark of creativity into a fiery comp, keep your eyes out for the return of Set 2 Lux, a legendary capstone to just about every origin in the set. As the avatar, Lux can appear in your shop with most of our origins. She'll count twice for that trait you've purchased her as, and that trait can't appear on Lux for other players, unless you sell yours. Lux can have many looks, all the while firing a big laser. But you know who else can do at least one of those things? You, with our new cosmetics. Take it away, Alex.
Hey everyone, Alex, product manager on the cosmetics team here, and today I'm gonna go over some of our released patch cosmetics for Enchanted Wilds. Let's get started with Chibi Soul Fighter Jinx, who's made her super mega debut as a TFT original look. She's crashing in with her own way to celebrate victory in the form of her own beautiful boom. And I think she's got the perfect place to have that victory too, Jinx's Tournament of Chaos. Turns out, all it takes is being able to field 7 allies at level 7, and your once underground resistant hideout takes flight. Hey, I recognize that Coliseum in the background. If charismatic lunatics blasting through the sky aren't your style, we've got a reclusive Lunar Unbound soaking in the springs. Spirit Blossom Springs of Phelios Unbound is also the easiest way to unite brother and sister, in the way of a heartfelt finisher. Or you can unleash your inner demon in day-trading, pencil-pushing form. Chibi Office Aatrox is complete with vesting stock options and a blatant disregard for company property. He's capping things off with a full-screen boom available in the rotating shop. I wonder what those buttons do. Last but not least, we've got Coven LeBlanc Unbound, who could also be any of these other tacticians. Who knows? Maybe she's even me. Maybe not. All right, let's check back in with the dev team as they mix and match traits and champs.
Man, I just love soaking up the rays in the wilds.
Yeah, you just like relaxing and rerolling Sunbeam.
I mean, they can make any comp into a reroll comp, powering up with each 3-star on your team. What's not to like?
Collecting 3 stars is for those without the discipline to not constantly press D. Me, on the other hand, I'm a Moonbeam aficionado.
What, you think just because you can press F, that makes you better than me?
Yeah. Plus, I just like watching Aphelios and 5-cost Loon take over the board.
I guess seeing the full moon crash down after ramping up all those moon shards is pretty cool.
And I guess your 3 stars do make for a great frontline for a Loon.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
We should start an astronomy club?
No, I was thinking we can combine these 2 boards.
But wouldn't that make an eclipse?
Fielding both Sunbeam and Moonbeam will allow you to unlock and pursue a hidden trait, Eclipse, which will execute the lowest health enemy unit every couple of seconds after the sun and moon overlap in combat.
Eclipse may be our hidden trait, but one of our least hidden 5-costs definitely wants to be seen and talked about.
When fielding Draven, you'll get to choose a bounty, a mini-quest that's focused on Draven, his dreams, his goals, or their failure.
Some bounties will be easy, like getting takedowns to get some XP, while others can be a bit trickier, like winning combat as the only surviving unit to receive a super powerful reward.
That's a tough one, especially when Draven's attacks target random enemies in range. It can be hard to peel for yourself when you aren't targeting that Rengar or Kha'Zix that's found a new home on your face.
Rest in peace, Draven. You would have loved the TFT Open.
He's not dead. You can try a new bounty the next round. Also, he's a video game character, Kent.
I know, but I just think he would have loved to be invited. You know how much he loves arenas.
Is this a cry for help? Because I know somebody who can get you an invite. Speaking of...
Hey Tacticians, Marisa here, and I want to make sure you heard about Convergence Fest. If you missed our earlier announcements, this year we're going back to where the TFT Open all began, Las Vegas. As is the mantra in Vegas, we're doubling down. There'll be 1,024 to be precise, competitors vying for that coveted Tactician's belt. But that's not the only thing that's doubling down. This year, your ticket will get you double the games. Riftbound is joining us in Vegas, so everyone will be able to bounce from watching the TFT Vegas Open, to battling with your Riftbound deck, to checking out Artist Alley, to watching Riftbound's regional championship, to chatting with your favorite devs or co-streamers, to... you get the point. There's a lot to do. Whether you're competitively minded or just here for the community vibes, we've got something for you at Convergence Fest. We hope to see you in Las Vegas from December 11th to December 13th for the biggest community celebration we've ever had. Secure your spot by pre-registering for attendee tickets on convergencefest.riotgames.com and stay tuned for more info on how to compete. With that, it's time to close out the step drop and get ready to venture into the Enchanted Wild.
Wow, Enchanted Wilds looks so good. I cannot wait. The thematic looks amazing. But the one thing that stood out to me in that dev drop is I hope that they keep those icons for the Draven bounties. If they change them,
doodles.
I will be very upset.
Those were great. For me, I'm more of a chaotic guy when I play, so I love the Blossom. So you get Prismatic Whiz, you can get a lot. So before we had something similar with Charm, but now this is Charm with steroids. You can get so many crazy things, and I'm loving the mechanic, and I want the chaos.
I'm just all about the theme. Surprisingly, I like touching grass, going on hikes, being in connection with nature, so this theme is just right up my alley.
I can't wait to see what other surprises are in store with Enchanted Wilds. We will be having an exclusive interview with Witty tomorrow before we start our grand finals. So please come back to find out more information about Enchanted Wilds. We will be taking a short break, and when we come back, we will be continuing our competition for Day 2 of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods.
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Tacticians Crown for Space Gods. My name is Makes. I'm joined by Clement and Gangly for our next two games. And we're really excited, of course, first and foremost, about set 18, right? We all saw the death drop. It's looking phenomenal. Very, very excited.
I have to say, charms were one of my favorite mechanics. I think it's the right kind of mix of magic and mayhem a little bit, now repackaged into
What
Wisp.
are you saying?
For the old heads like me, we might remember Lux all the way back from set 2, right? Rise of the Element. So to see her back again with her same traits, a little exciting, kind of brings back the nostalgia for me.
Honestly, I feel like we got a little bit of a sneak peek with Elder Drake being a playable unit in this set. Now there's more of them, but I believe our standings are ready. So we're going to take a look together at who is going to be eliminated, and that will be the 8 players you see right now. Hypno unable to come back from that unfortunate first game of the day, but is not the only player in this bracket.
Safo had 2 top 4s. He was so close, but unfortunately a 4th was not enough to get him over the hump. Kaiwang also did try his best to get there, but the gap was just too big.
We have our first 3 CN representatives out in the last picture as well, but someone did sneak through, and that is YBY1. That second place in the last game puts him up to 34, right above the cut.
Milo also sitting there. VCLF has made it a little bit away from the bracket, but as we are moving through, these are the players that have consistently found those higher placements.
And the story for me, Xiaoga and Dish Soap, 2 players that were sitting at the bottom at the very start of the day, have now become main characters, finding a top 1, top 3, and then 2 top 2s there to put themselves now in the top 16 and threaten the top 8.
Some players are chasing up for the final cut, and some players are chasing for history, as Along, again, taking the route for Saya and aiming for that 78-point mark. That is the highest we have ever seen in 12 games. Maybe someone can contest that.
That is going to be incredibly impressive. I also, in a similar fashion to you, Gangly, want to shout out Tidal here, who had a little bit of a rough start yesterday and is back now. So sitting in that upper bracket of players. Very, very exciting stuff by one of our players that could also be one of our triple champions.
I know APAC has not had the run that I expected them, certainly the one that you were hoping for too, but you have to feel pretty good seeing 3 APAC players sitting at the top right now.
Yeah, and I really want to see a repeat of set 13 where we had 2 world champions going up against each other in the finals. Wanmei and Tidal still in that range, but of course we have a lobby ahead of us.
This is the lobby that we're going to be watching, so we'll get a glimpse of what Jedu has been up to at the top of our standings, but of course we'll check in with the other players in here as well. YBY1, we've been following them last 2 games. We'll see him here again, as well as VCLF Sarenka, Guyosko, Darthnub, Brababrahu, and Stilo of Bora. Have we agreed on a sleeker name? I know the casters have been saying Bra, but every time they do, I just kind of jolt because I think someone's talking to me.
I saw that after his run yesterday, people on Weibo have been calling him 3Bra. So that might be the tech, as it looks like our gods are selected. We are seeing Soraka and Yasuo going into this game, number 9.
We already know most likely a lot of Yasuos are going to get picked up right here, usually considered a much stronger in terms of the AVP and of the immediate impact on the board. Suirenka here, one of the CM players that have been escaping elimination and moving up the rankings one by one, our newest contestant coming in from the TOC.
Starting off here with that 3 cost also means that if somebody gets something like an early Ornn, you could get really good tempo, but doesn't seem to be the case across our players, so will be a little bit less impactful. Unless Stilo can maybe assemble those animas.
Yep.
Could be an option there with the Aurora being found this
There were 2 Auroras and 2 Samiras, and those are the ones that caught my eye. Those that give you at least the most direction for things that you can angle from the get-go. There are going to be some people who might try to just keep a 3 costs on their board, but I would expect most people outside those 4 to maybe just consider you're starting the game with 3 gold.
Yeah, I think whenever you have a Yasuo, you know, the 3 cost itself might not be that important. You're really looking for the Cosmic Hex to kind of grow up on your unorthodox front lines. It enables a lot of these reroll compositions to reach higher levels because you have that unit stacking in early.
Jedusaur opting to make 10 here. You can see, actually we just saw a couple of other players also start to sell their board. Looks like everyone else is going to be opting to have something on their board. Jedu might be one of the few that's actually making 10 this early.
We'll have to see. I'm seeing some interesting choices across the board there as well. Stilo of Bora has a Jinx, has a Rek'Sai, and a Misfortune, so could be playing around both options of the earlier Primordian boards that we have seen time and time again throughout this Tactician's Crown. But let's see what our augments are going to be, and it will be gold, it will be transformative, and if you're Jedu, you're hoping for your favorite augment. He said yesterday, I believe in Wasion's chat, he's addicted to the Jax augment, Reach for the Stars, doesn't get it offered here though.
Often does go for Frontline Foundation. We saw him already today going for that comp, but with a lot of econ, he's deciding to go for the Cluttered Mine instead, looking like a setup for a standard Fast 8 type of board. YBY1, you know, he's on the lowest point total here. He's waiting for everyone to pick their augments before he commits, hopefully into something high cap.
You just jinxed that.
Yeah, this one's not really it.
The interesting one picked up to me is Brubba picking up No Scout, No Pivot. So this can be something like Primordian, but also does open up some unique, spicy lines depending on how he's feeling.
We'll have to check in with that board, of course, to see. I also asked what our aura farming for Sarenka is. It's going to be Vex, so that is certainly something you can work around, one of the best ones to get offered. But you need to get there, right? That's the bigger point. You need to assemble a board around the Vex. She alone is not going to be able to just carry everything. So that is the challenge for Sarenka here. But yeah, I really want to see Brababrahu's board to see what that No Scout, No Pivot looks like. And if it is Primordian, Stilo gets a little bit of a problem here.
Two things I would like to call out. We did see Gyosko playing around Loot Singularity and has upgraded both Cho'Gath and the Lysandra. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to slam an item. You really do want to be able to play this from ahead to get the additional loot as fast as you can. But on the other side, we saw Jedusor, when we last saw him, he was picking his Arbiter. He did decide to do the chance to get gold at the end of the fight. So he is indexing extremely hard on getting Econ, being as rich as he can. Where his final direction goes, he actually has plenty of flexibility.
Yeah, really can still go anywhere. YBY1 just trying to win streak this stage so far, but he has committed his items. I feel like he's probably going onto the groove line once more. That has been the go-to for a lot of these players who have to just roll down an 8 and find something to stabilize. But as we saw from yesterday, you know, the 3 AP flex lines, the groove, the AP flex, and the shepherd, if you're forcing those contests, they're usually kind of the weakest positions in the lobby to make it out.
That's certainly something to keep in mind here. Also, just to update you, as we do see a Lulu here, Stargazer is the medallion, so not generally something you would go into like a Lulu reroll like we've seen for the Mountain, for example. So that is not necessarily something our players are going to be looking for. Here is that aura farming for Serenka. We mentioned it already. And the challenge here is just going to get through the early stages without bleeding too much, making sure the board is strong enough to get you there. And that is going to be the game plan for most of our players that are currently sitting in the top 4.
Does look like Surenka has the stronger board compared to VCLF. There is a chance that the two of them will match up against each other here. VCLF is still keeping his options open. You know, the 2 Vigars there, very interesting to see if you can find one of those hits. We don't get the 100 HP match, and it should be easy win against Jedusor.
I do wonder if you would actually be considering a 4 replicator mid-game. This isn't something we see all too often, but there are players who do value the 4 replicator just because of how much damage it puts on your board.
Yeah, you can get it extremely early, which is one of the strong points. He's definitely keeping the misfortune for that. You don't even need the Nami to activate a very high vertical trait early on.
As we mentioned, Soraka, Yasuo going to be the options here. Lots of our players are tendentially going for Yasuo, but here that's Soraka, just a little bit more preferred on the early round.
I have to say that's a feel bad for Bra because he's locked into that Belveth Jinx line. He would really have wanted something like the Cosmos or Cosmic or Acceleration Hex.
With a 3-component opener, I would actually expect the average board strength to spike very hard with this next fight. A lot of the players in the lobby were greeting 3 components. You can see our Lost Streakers here haven't slammed anything. This is our Anima player, but
I was wondering.
Even the Loot subscription or the Loot Singularity player hadn't slammed anything, and so there are players who may not have been able to contest any wins before they could slam, and now having gotten an additional component, they can slam something that might be able to sneak away the win streaks from players like Surenka, VCLF, or YBY.
So the thing is, Brabahu is on no scout, no pivot. He cannot play too many units on his board as he's trying to get to the Primordians. So he also only has 3 units, but they don't meet each other here.
When you play no scout, no pivot, you need to get Primordian in as early as possible, or it just locks out all your other units. You cannot put another Nova unit in because you need that gold generation. So this is kind of a very annoying spot when you play this. You can't pick up any units. You have to wait for the Belveth, or else you're just kind of stuck. And this is why a lot of times if you don't have the 3-piece for the Primordian, this can become kind of a trap.
Leading into our final round on 2-6, it does look like YBY and VCLF are the 2 players that are contesting the win streak. Darth Nub did lose that first round, so he may not be able to get the full 5 streak, but he can certainly play spoiler. We've seen a Talon 2 do some disgusting things on stage 2, so being backed up with this frontline Nasus, who will survive quite a bit, there's a world where Darth Nub is actually able to snap one of these streaks.
Oh, this is good news for YBY. One of the few players to pick up the Starlight right here. He does have a decently strong board. Of course, this Gargoyle Stoneplate is additional item for the stage 2, but this is probably one of his biggest tests right here. Can the Talon actually find its way into the backline towards a Lulu? Doesn't look like it for this angle. It's going to need another 2 jumps at the minimum.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go to the Pantheon. Oh, it does actually go to the backline instead. But at this point in time, the Talon Rogue proc has already proc, so depending on where these Lulu casts go. Oh, it's going to double cast onto the Lulu, so maybe the bleed is enough. One more cast might actually do it.
It's just there's 0 upgrades on the sides of YBY1, right? That's the big difference maker between those two. Dashnub is going to be able to get that win and does not allow YBY1 to run with it, but BCLF will be able to do just that on the back of just a Lissandra one. You know, we have the Cho in play. He's not doing too much right now. He's looking a little hungry, but we'll get there.
Okay, this is a disgusting 5-streak, right? We can all acknowledge that.
Yeah.
How on earth do you 5-streak with this board? I'll say it. This 3-time breaker Lissandra 1.
It's just injustice. That's what I would call it here.
I know. If you are YBY right now, you're like this guy. I can't.
Cry me a river, Gangly.
Nice.
Yeah. We should be looking at Gyosko's board because he does have to roll down and get his win streak right here. There's a lot of Chos and Lissandras held by BCLF.
Oh.
So it's a big question to see how much can he get here. Can he continue to get the Dark Star streaks going?
We are also getting word that YBY1, who was carrying that Lulu, had 2 Lulus in shop on level 5. Interesting. That was a nice little shop he had there. I believe he picked them up. That's why we're seeing a Lulu 2 pop up on the right-hand side. So big upgrade there for the YBY1 board.
Oh, this is a bit of a rough roll down coming in from Gyosko. You ideally really want to get that 3-star Cho by 3-2 to start the stack up, to start getting cash outs from your augment, but he's not going to find that, and we're going to have to hope for some sort of a bailout on 3-2 augment. Either re-roll enhancing.
Oh, he rolled again.
Oh.
One last roll just to get the level 4 odds.
It's good tech. You have augments next, set yourself up for success and really benefit from it. You never know what's behind the next door. Could be prismatic, could be silvers. And so getting those odds, I think, makes sense if you're really decided on this.
On a roll
However,
is not bad.
On a roll is definitely not bad. I mean, you're not taking Restart Mission and you're not taking Dumbify.
You sure you don't want to restart into Kaisa? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't.
Yeah, this looks like on a roll to me. I could see a world where...
I think he's considering item grab bag just because items are so important for that Cho list comp that there's a world where you can say, like, I really need items to get this Cho off onto the road. But I agree, on the roll is probably the more direct choice here.
Ooh.
He had to roll to 1 gold for Belveth.
Oh, and he... Well, it's because he was trying to upgrade the Briar so he could put the Jinx in.
Yeah.
He's on Briar 1, so he can't put the Jinx in because of no Scout, no Pivot.
We are also on 2 Rek'Sai after rolling to 1. Like, that is actually tragic.
I think Bra is kind of... I don't think this is going to be a top 4 board, unfortunately.
Yeah, we have seen Jinx underperform this entire weekend relative to how we expected it to. And I feel like we've seen many Jinx boards that look significantly better than this one. So I'm with you. I think Bra is going to be in quite a ditch he's going to have to dig himself out of. I'm not exactly sure how he gets there without some high roll to balance out the low roll he's seen thus far.
On the flip side, I'm pretty sure Steelo of Bora is just going to win this game. He has the most disgusting combo imaginable. Uncontested, no one disrupting him on the Anima, and he gets a power-up, the only Prismatic on 4-2, so it looks like an easy runaway coming in from him. We'll check in on him when we hit 3-7.
That's certainly something we'll need to do. Of course, we're going to be keeping tabs on our Anima players. I was kind of looking at Serenka there to try and see if he maybe had an angle to bully Steelo of Bora just a little bit, but I don't think so. I think the comp is too locked in for him as well. You can see here that we're currently playing just around the Nami, doesn't really want to give that one up, and I don't think he's going to go enough to actually be a problem for Steelo.
This is perfect position for Srirenko. He's on 50 gold, has hit a lucky 4 cost right here. So I think he's fairly comfortable here. He'll get his Vex on 4-3. Even though he's low HP now, it's very, very high cap for him.
The one thing I do want to flag is that when you are playing around the aura farming, you have to keep in mind that just because you hit your Vex, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be completely stable. So with the fact that he has Timebreaker in right now, does give him the option to actually roll a little bit on level 8 to try and stabilize around the Vex rather than just sprinting straight to 9.
I agree. That's Definitely something to keep in mind here, but I'm looking at VCLF, 100 HP streak, and we were talking about the board being a little bit odd.
He's still streaking with 3 Timebreaker in.
He is still streaking
All right,
with
this
3
makes
Timebreaker in.
way more sense. Yeah,
Yes.
this looks like a really good board. Able to find the Melio too. That guy is he's a demon.
Have a quick level 7.
Oh my gosh, he just finds the Briar right now. So our Jinx 2 that's been sitting on our bench for the last 2-3 rounds is now finally getting onto the board and getting our no scout, no pivot stacks every turn. This is a brutal game for Brubba.
And Giosko finally catches a break. Can he be the one to break VCLF's streak? I feel like that would be the most fitting result in this lobby right here. Someone that has struggled with his roles, finally breaking an unjustified Timebreaker win streak. Ooh, Steelo of Bora, actually, yeah, he's going straight for 500. Oh, no. He's going to cash out now.
He is pretty low.
Yeah.
That is not going to be enough HP to work with.
Could
to go to
lose
the
one and then win the next. You should be able to get there with that, but it's a little scary.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to pull the trigger.
Want to see Steelabora gets the cash out now. Let's see. This is VCLF board, so we'll have to check in to see in a minute whether or not Steelabora took that cash out.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh.
Ooh, gets the Annihilator and the tentacle. What is that called? The frontline tentacle.
Yeah,
we all know what it is. It's a frontline item. Going to stabilize you a little bit. Has the option to play into the Space Groove or in a mech, but given that we are holding on to 2 Namis, it does feel a lot easier to get into there right now.
Yeah, I feel like he's just going to go for the Groove at this point. You can see the cryogenic Hex kind of offset to the side there, which usually points to not playing around the Galio.
Tentacle Slam, by the way.
Tentacle Slam, thank you.
I got you. I honestly, there's been a lot of new items this set in particular with all the additional trade items. I'm with you. I just call them what I see.
Jetasaur has been having a great time. He does find a loss here, but it's all right. I mean, look at his spot. He's been sitting on Cluttered Mine, streaking the entire game on a Econ Augment.
What?
Whoa.
Okay. All right. This is how APAC plays, Clement?
No roll, Nami 2. I'll take it.
On 7.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, we kind of all knew he was going to win this game. I felt like his spot selection was what we should focus on, though.
We've got a lot of game left. Let's see how the cards fall.
All right. Let's bet me something, okay? There's no... I don't think he can lose from this spot, to be absolutely honest. The only way he can lose is like 3-star 4 cost.
Okay.
He has a Graves on 3-7.
Yep, he sure does. I didn't even notice that.
I will say for Giosko, there's a huge high roll potential coming. If he can find the May the 4 be with you, that'd be really good since he knows the next augment is going to be gold due to power up from Steelo of Bora.
Jetasaur rolling down.
We're going slowly, but we're going. Just making sure those turns are deliberate. Does find an Aurelian Soul here.
Has an opportunity to still play around the Arbiter, which, keep in mind, has been feeding him so much money. And he can hold the units that he wants to transition to on his bench to get Cluttered Mine value. So it actually doesn't even feel that bad. Generally, when you're holding this much gold on your bench, you are losing so much in interest that it just feels like you need to make a decision on the spot. But Jedu actually does not feel that pressure right now. He can farm 2 or 3 gold even off of Arbiter every turn while he looks for his LeBlanc 2 before he makes that transition.
VCLF 100 HP streak will be snapped here from the power from Jedu's board. And I'm seeing good news for the Triple Bra fans in the chat because a lot of those units are finally coming in. However, the wins are not, so really needs to find an answer here. May the 4th be with you was found by a player, but not the player we were talking about. So Brahu here thinking about what to do. Is going to be going for Pandora's. I don't think you have time for Pandora's.
I don't think you can take anything else, though, unfortunately. This has been
that was
brutal to watch top to bottom for Bra. This game is...
I think maybe it was Giant Slayer, but yeah, I don't know. That was a rough one.
If I'm playing solo queue, I'm going on like a loss LP benders directly after this one. I'm losing 300 LP. It's like, it's not even my fault, man.
Just free falling.
He took a Gambit with no scout, no pivot without Belveth, and I feel like he got punished very, very hard for it. The 3-2 roll down was for that specific champion, and he had to go to 1 gold before he finally hit. Oh, and Blitzcrank. Okay, that's, you see, it's just
right.
keeps
You
on
might
rolling.
have been right.
Yeah.
I'm starting to believe that this game might be over.
Great
But,
to Blitzcrank. It's all there. Should we just end this game? Say congratulations to Seal.
This spot is
Wow.
the most pressure on YBY1. He's 4 points beyond the cut, so he needs all of those first places he can get. That just makes YBY1's life really difficult. I believe he is on the Medallion Lulu line.
I actually think VCLF's board, his game has become much more interesting now that we've seen Steela hit so fast, and we know that YBY is playing around the Lulu reroll. So VCLF is...
that? I'm sorry. He just hit Graves too. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't. Steela did?
He had Graves 2 on his board.
Okay.
I called it out.
Oh, okay, okay.
He had it. He had it.
VCLF, though, is now in a spot where he actually feels like he has to skip 8, which
See, there
his
it
board
is.
maybe strong enough to still do that. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
He had it in the last fight. He was hiding it in the second row. Maybe that's why you guys weren't, but like it has been there.
Okay.
Fun little quirks of how that works. We do need to check in, I believe, with Serenka, currently at the bottom there with 21. Did find a win in that previous round, so probably should be able to stabilize around this Vex very soon.
There's a lot of players on the AP flex right now. Tons of them are trying to go into the Nami. They're being denied, and they really need to find a lot of tank items coming in for someone like Suirenka. They have their backline in the Vex, but the front line, it's very hard to get that Nunu online. Brabra, who now down to 16 HP, has no gold. This is looking extremely dire for him. A kind of a flippy game plan coming in.
Yeah, Brovra was one of the players that was sitting in the top 8 going into the day. After this game, he will most likely fall out as he is. I mean, he will certainly fall out. He's sitting in 8th place right now in the standings. But even in 8th place, at this point, it does not kill your run by any stretch. There are plenty of games left to be played. I think from here on out, the goal for Brabra is to figure out how to reset, how not to get too cold off of this game and come back for the next one.
He just found everything, so there's a chance that he wins the next fight. I quickly want to mention for Serenka, though, there's also a Blitzcrank in place. We found LeBlanc, too. We have, of course, the Vex from Aura farming, so that is why these wins have been coming in. But let's see how it plays out against a board like Gioskos, who has been farming those stacks since the very start. I think for Brabra, it's hard because you see no scout, no pivot, and you know it's really good with Primordian, and then maybe you have a really good Primordian start, but then just nothing works out in your favor. I mean, we did see him right after that roll down. If you roll to 1 or to 0, and you can find 2 copies of Rek'Sai, and you lock yourself in with 2 Briars, I think it's just so tragic.
Yeah, I think Clement said it best. He did take it without the Belveth, and so he was flipping the game on finding a Belveth early. It didn't happen, and we're seeing the effects of that, but it has certainly been a tragic game. I do want to talk about Darthnub, who we're seeing now. We saw him earlier, similar to the spot that we looked at with Jetasaur, where normally it's very hard for you to hold this many things on your board. The nice thing about running Cluttered Mind is that you get to hold things like the Bard pair while you're still rolling for what your final board will be without feeling too bad. The difference between them is that Jetasaur is sitting on double the amount of HP as Darthnub has, so he is running out of time, and at some point, he needs to either find this LeBlanc 2 or find another way to stabilize his board, because he doesn't have the Nunu 2, he doesn't have a LeBlanc 2, a Karma 2, or the Bard 2 that he's aiming for the high roll with either, and he will start to freefall. At some point in time, his board is going to just fall over to the rest of the lobby.
This fight is incredibly critical for Darthnub. If he loses here, I feel like he needs to start selling his Cluttered Mine and going into donkey roll mode here. And Brabra does find a good win streak against this board AP Flex that only has a 1-star carry.
Very difficult for Darthnub. We know that 3 of those LeBlancs are already out. I don't know how many else are being held somewhere, maybe looking across the lobby. I don't think many of our other players are currently holding onto that LeBlanc. But we're also seeing YBY1 getting closer and closer to that Lulu you were calling out with the medallion. So that is something I'm actually very interested in.
And that's a huge power spike when he does hit. When you think of 3-cost reroll, there's always a huge disparity between the 2-star version and the 3-star. But when you're playing on medallion, the amount of damage amp that you're getting per 3 cost coming in is going to be so huge that you turn your board into something that is losing all of stage 4 into something that is winning all of stage 5. I think YBY is in a very critical spot right now because the amount of gold he has does not signify that he's going to be hitting the number of units that he needs to really stabilize this board.
Well, as you can see, we're in a quick little game pause there. One of our players has disconnected. We'll try to get them back into the game as quickly as we can, and then, of course, continue that run. But I feel like there's a lot of interesting stuff in here already. That medallion we were just talking about, I think, is the biggest difference maker. And maybe a question to you, Clement, because I mentioned at the start of the game, we don't normally see people go for that Lulu reroll on the medallion. That's usually, I would say, a mountain speciality for the Stargazer for the most part, sometimes altar. What do you think kind of changed that for YBY1?
I think hitting the Lulu too
Just
that
early?
early, and the fact that Medallion Lulu actually generates you gold when you get the level up, it actually generates you an extra gold per cast. It's kind of a good deal to go into. There was nobody else on the Stargazer Alliance, perhaps, so I feel like he found him a decent spot. The most important thing when you are given AP items is you don't want to go into the macro AP lines. If you look across the board right here, there's 5 other players on fast 8 AP lines, so if you can find a pathway out of it, I think you take it.
I think for YBY, what you need to consider is the inflection point in the tournament. More so than even just the board and the strength of the lobby itself. What matters the most is, when he came out of the last game, where did he land? 23rd place? He's right at the edge of extinction right now. He has 2 games left to get himself out of that bottom 8 once more. And yes, you can technically get yourself out by going 3rd, going 4th. But really what he needs if he wants to continue on in this game is to find a top 2. That is the only way to consistently put him back into giving him a shot for that top 8. That's where he wants to be. That's where we've always seen YBY.
Yep. I'm actually very surprised he was this low in the overall standings from yesterday into today, but we are back into the game here. Players are all back and connected as we check back in with VCLF.
Finally going to go for the big roll down. He went on to level 9, but a lot of the units are already out of the pool. But he hits the Bard too instantly. There was 2 Bards on the side for Darthnub, and he still gets it. Wow, that's incredibly high roll from him.
Look for the front line, though. This is where Fast 9 boards are made or broken, though. They need to have the front line that allows your backline AP units to have enough time. Rammus 2 is a very nice find. Pair it with the Shen as well. This looks like a pretty stable board. The Ross 2, I think there are some players that actually would not have even made the Ross 2 and just kept 6 extra gold to find something like the Sona or the Morgana or the Shen. But for now, his front line does look relatively stable.
I think if you're VCLF and you're looking at the rest of the lobby, you're thinking, I'm on 37 HP. My combat augments are decent here, and I think I can win enough fights to just get there naturally. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about is that Blitzcrank, as a lot of the players, like you mentioned, Clement, are on those AP late game boards looking for it. So that one, I think I'm a little bit worried for him. But a pair of Sona, you're not going to be too mad, I think.
Still doesn't have the raw damage to go through the front line, not killing things just fast enough, but I have to say VCLF, overall this roll down was pretty lucky. Usually you only play this style of it when you get the Bard 2, right? And then the Rammus 2 becomes more...
Shen 2.
Okay, he's doing it.
Well, someone that's unfortunately not doing it is who I said earlier he hit everything. I have to correct myself. He didn't hit the Rek'Sai. Is 1 copy off, but YBY1 just found that Lulu 3 that we saw on the right-hand side appear is also sitting 1 copy of that. Jax is not going to be able to, of that Pantheon, is not going to be able to get that one online.
It is 9 health between 2nd and 7th place here. This is going to be the most important fight of the game, as it should decide where our top 4 and bot 4 end up, or at least put most of the lobby on 1 life.
Yosko finally does manage to find the Jhin. He was searching for it on the
huge spike.
Yep. And it looks like Bra might be going down here. Frontline collapses instantly, and there's a lot of backline access coming in from this Lissandra. Bra took a gambit, did not pay off, and to try harder.
No.
Well, not the only player that is facing the wall right now. YBY1, despite that upgrade onto the Lulu, is also going to get punished by VCLF. Let's see if that Pantheon does come online to maybe help him out here just a little bit. Is in shop, will be found. Is that good enough?
I don't think so. I feel like the Lulu 3 came online very slow, not enough gold being injected, and as a medallion player, you actually need a lot of these 3 stars. He just has 3 of them here. Ideally, you would want a much richer board with the Jax and the Aatrox online as well. This is a very middling medallion Lulu board.
Pantheon 3 is very tanky though, and he is going to be up against Jetasaur, who is level 9 and has rolled all the way down to 0. Has the Morgana 2 and the LeBlanc 2. He's just on the Victor 2 as the secondary carry, though, so maybe this Pantheon can hold up. There's going to be a lot of cast coming in from the side of this Lulu.
Yeah, the Lulu, I think, is the biggest factor here, as she does get that really nice AoE, but it's just not enough damage in time that LeBlanc will reach her. YBY1 will take a big hit, and keep in mind this player is at the bottom of the standings. Darthnub also now getting knocked down, will not take a lower placement than YBY1, so 7th and 6th respectively. Bad news for APAC fans.
Yeah, YBY1's fate is in someone else's hands. He was already 4 points beyond the cut. Now he's projected to be about 6. Mathematically still possible, but very, very unlikely.
Steelo has been cruising this game since finding the Nami 2 on 7, finding the Graves 2 on 8, and having the 400 cash out. So, yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of on autopilot from here on out. He's kind of on rails.
Yeah, he's actually quite humble. He didn't even take the power frame. I thought with that front line, I was like, okay, if I got the blitz, I might as well go for power as well. Goes for the assault frame, adding another tank to his front line right here. Knows that he has enough damage to kind of just work through everything at this point. And we're going to be taking a look at Swiranko's board. A key item for him is going to be that Guinsoo's Rage Blade. Still hasn't been able to find it just yet, and goes out here against the strongest player. Unfortunate matchmaking.
I will say, for Saranka, I'm not too mad at this 5th place, to be honest. For the majority of like the mid game, it looked like it might be even worse than that, given how much HP was lost early on. So I think this is one of those 5th places where you go like, actually, that's like a 3rd.
Well, there's some matchmaking there too, right? Because once you are one of the players with less HP than the average person in the lobby, and you have someone like Steelo of Bora who is destroying every board they face, you have this boogeyman that you're just praying you don't rotate into. I think it's fitting that we saw Steelo be the one to eliminate him there, because we saw Swiranka play such a risky playstyle in the early game.
I'm actually really excited to see the matchup on the right-hand side here. So VCLF up against Yosko. A lot of upgrades have been found on the side of the Yosko since we last checked. We have the Sona 2, we have the Shen 2 online here as well. But Yosko's board is also enabled by that Jhin we were talking about earlier, and it will be VCLF who will take the upper hand between those two players. Very interesting.
Yosko, I believe, is sitting on the Jhin pair, which I will say this game actually looks like he might have gotten bailed out a little bit. His early game looked a little bit scuffed, and the goal was, can I find the Jhin on 8? Because when you're playing around the Dark Star composition, it's very strong on stage 3 and in the early parts of stage 4. But you're not really bridging the gap through stage 5 unless you find that Jhin. And I think it's a heads-up play to not only take that on a roll, but also to take duo Q. Not sure if that was one of his drops there, but he played for the outs that he knew he needed in order to make his board stable on stage 5.
Yeah, with how bad his roll down actually went, I feel like this is a pretty decent finish for Yosko. All 3 boards here above him, very strong AP boards. Some of them might even have found an Elder Drake. So I think, you know, he didn't hit on the duo Q. He didn't find any of those additional emblems for Darkstar. This is a pretty decent game coming in from his original spot.
He was looking for that Jhin just now, does find the Karma too, so now fully itemized. Is maybe going to be a factor, but I think with some of the other boards that are in this lobby, like Steelo of Boras, who he's running into, there's not a whole lot of chances for him to actually turn this one around. Left-hand side though, Jetasaur is going up against VCLF, and I just quickly want to point out, Jedusor somehow is back into a top 4. This guy is playing on a different level. Him and Along have just been lights out this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think Jedusor played a great game from his spot. He was able to tempo out early very, very well. Even though there was a 5-way contest in the macro AP line, he still found his footing regardless with a pretty lucky LeBlanc coming in.
I would say a very similar thing about VCLF, who recognized his spot going into stage 4 was, hey, there are a lot of people playing this macro AP like Clement's talking about. What if I just skip level 8 and just pray for the high roll? I'm going to go 9, I'm going to look to play the 5 cost, and if they come to me, I can still find a top 2 for my strong early game.
Biggest story here, both of our players still have more than 1 life. And VCLF has found an Elder Dragon off of that last round. Let's see if he's going to be able to place it. The answer is no, not for now. But he does have the gold, so maybe there's a chance he can go to 10 here. We need to check in on how far along he's on his levels to see if that is a possibility. But for now, we're getting a measuring of strengths between VCLF and Stilo of Bora, and it's actually not that one-sided. Will be going into the favor of Stilo of Bora here, but not too crazy, to be honest. I thought that one would be way more on Stilo of Bora.
And I was just about to say, the Blitzcrank is going to make the huge difference right here as we see 2 of them flash across for VCLF and the Elder Drake.
On the other side, though, Stilo is going to be upgrading this front line, going from an Ornn 2 to a 3-item Morgana 2. And that will be quite an upgrade. We saw before Stilo's front line was just absolutely melting to the side of VCLF. All he needs to do is buy time for the Annihilator, so maybe the Morgana will be enough despite the upgrades coming through for VCLF.
VCLF on 1 life, 7 HP. Can he find an answer to the 13 streak? Stilo of Bora just bullying this entire lobby, but the last fight looked close enough. If there is a chance to take down this Blitzcrank early, then I think there is, and he is down. But so are the damage dealers for VCLF, so that is going to be a first place for the APAC representative. Good news for the Americas, though. VCLF was also pretty far down in the leaderboard, so this second place means a lot.
You're right. We were talking about players like Swirenka and YBY as the players from the bottom that needed a good placement, but we kind of glossed over the fact that VCLF was that exact same position, and I really like how he played. I'm surprised that he was able to contest that ridiculous board from Stilo, but I think the fact that he was able to put all of his damage on one side and say, hey, you know what? You have the damage, but if I can break through your front line, maybe there's a world where I can scam a win. Came up a little short, but I still think an excellent game played by VCLF.
Yeah, and I think the story about this game is navigation when you are contested on that macro AP line. YBY1 tried to go down the Lulu path, couldn't really hit there, and for the other players, I think tempo was king. Jedusor early on preserving almost, I think, 80 HP going into stage 4 allowed him to get that LeBlanc online much earlier before Darth Nub, and that propelled him into a top 3.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's mildly controversial here. I think Medallion Lulu is not it. Every time I've seen it, it's done poorly, and YBY1 just proved that one more time. I understand if you have like the perfect constellar alignment, there's a world, but I'm not feeling it.
I would take it before Huntress and Serpent, that's for sure. And we've
yes, I would rather take none of these.
They've seen even those do some work, so I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, our standings are ready, so let's take a look together at how they're looking after that Game 9, Game 3 for today. And YBY1 finds himself at the bottom of this leaderboard after this unfortunate 7th place.
Last 4 players all bought forward in their last game. Only Milo climbing up the standings right here. Dishsoap also falling down a bit, so it's looking very dire for a lot of our heavyweights. Lee Tuchuan, YBY1, Dishsoap still not out of the danger zone.
We'll see in just a second where that breakpoint is. It's just 1 point ahead of 17th, 43 points. VCLF now digs himself out of the hole, puts him into top 16. We're still seeing so many of the Americas players here take up that top 16. Not sure if any of them were able to break into the top 8, though.
Only one Americas player got a top 4 in that last game, so a really hard set of games. On the other hand, Xiaoge, is he going to repeat Destiny? Can this man only go 4th place or maybe above at TAC round? That's insane.
2 different TAC round appearances for Xiaoge, each of it a 4th, and now makes for seeing our top 8.
Wow. I mean, you are instantly drawn to the top two players, right? I do quickly want to shout out Soju breaking into the top 8. Bensek also sitting up there, still holding on, not having the best results thus far. Hwanye and Title also in those top 8. The beasts are back.
Soju has found 1 win the entire tournament, and the rest of his placements have all lived in that 3rd through 6th range. Just classic textbook K3 Soju, and it's been working. We saw him back in set 7. He did not have the run that we knew he was capable of, and I think a lot of people doubted whether or not Soju would be able to continue that tempo style that worked so well domestically, and thus far, it's got him here.
Oh, the CN hot streak is just making me very surprised. They have 3 players that have only went 1 or 2 today. Both Tianlong, Hwanmi, and Xiaoge going on generational runs straight into the top 4. It's actually been a very long time since we've seen CN region actually pop off, and maybe we're going back to those days where there's 4 CNs in the final lobby.
Correction. It has not been a long time since we've seen CN pop off. It has been a long time since we saw them win. We all remember Saya from last set, dominated groups, dominated finals, and then unfortunately Darthna kind of pulled the win out from under him.
Not the only thing in recent history of TFT with Hwanye getting that Paris Open win. That was only a couple months ago, not even a full year yet. So CN has certainly been there at the cusp of greatness, but they really want yet another crown. After the hot streak they had back then, I think they're really, really looking to go back to those results, and right now it's looking like that might be very possible as we are moving through our Tacticians Crown Day here. How are you feeling right now in the regions? Do you think CN is the strongest region right now?
So I think CN is definitely making a case for it. Everyone was basically saying that APAC was the favorite going into this event. I think a lot of people, I'm not going to say a lot of people, for myself, I kind of put it as APAC, America, CN, EMEA. And it seems after a handful of games, even on the second day, like those standings are shaking up entirely. Even EMEA, I think, is putting up much more of a fight than we saw, being led the charge by Jedusor, who's been putting on a clinical performance across the weekend.
So are you ready to say you were wrong on EMEA yet?
Let's see how the top 8 shapes up.
We have a while. I think for me, Americas has the most interesting position. While they are on average the best region so far in this tournament, they actually only have 1 player in the top 8, and that's towards the lower end in K3 Soju. So it might be this bittersweet, like, ironic story where if Americas does the best in group stage, their finals somehow suffers, and if they do the worst in group stage, they pop off and just win the crown.
Yeah, that is true. It tends to be our trend. I'm still really looking to see the youngins, the youngsters of the Americas, Bruh, and Upset Max being 2 players that many people did not have on their radar internationally, but have each shown their own unique play style that has transferred very well. Bruh showing that he's capable of doing the big transitions under pressure, and Upset Max, a player who, when his back is up against the wall, has no problem selling board, griefing others, and playing for that 1 win that'll get him back into the game in a huge swing.
You're talking about the new blood in Americas. Of course, 2 of your challengers are still very much alive and kicking. Soju in the top 8, Dish Soap not too far behind. After a typical Dish Soap start in the Tacticians Crown, might I say, had a very rough first couple of games and then kicked into gear, shrugging it off in true Dish Soap fashion. I really liked seeing that, and I feel like he's one of the few players that is actually capable to have such a rough start into a day and then just come back in a really big way.
Totally agree, and let's not forget that we still have all 4 of our Tacticians Crown winners still in the tournament. Darthnub is still there, Hwanmie is still there, Title is still there, Dish Soap, he may not be looking amazing, but he's still alive. And if you look at his position right now, it's better than the position he was in at the start of the day. So I would not count him out just because he's sitting in the bottom 8.
If he does make a finals, this would be a historic comeback. The previous lowest points was 25 points required on day 1 to actually make it back, but he is closing in very, very quickly. The current cut will be 43 points around the 16 mark, and Dish Soap is only 2 points below it. Still needs to play for mostly a top 3, but there is still a decent chance that he can make it through to the next round.
Yeah, we've seen some really exciting things thus far throughout the tournament. I think the Dish Soap comeback certainly is one of them, but we do have something else that's really exciting that we wanted to show you guys because we got to see it, but you guys didn't yet. So this is Xiaoge in one of the earlier games. Gangli, you were watching, Clement, you were watching as well. Talk to me about where we're going to go here.
Well, I don't know if we should spoil the ending quite yet, but I think
you may take it however you want.
What I would like to say is consider the fact that Xiaoge at this point in the tournament is sitting at 21 points, one of the lowest in the field, if not the absolute lowest, and is playing for a high cap. Wherever their game goes, they need to be in first by the end of it.
And I want to say this game was a really cool pivot from him because he actually cashed out Anima 200 after getting his streak broken
Silver
twice.
Scrapes coming in here. Lots of gold influx for both of our players. Both of them on level 10 to be ready for it, to be prepared for it. And Xiaoge says, okay, I'll start rolling. I look for the cap out. I look for that big win. Finds the second Graves 2. Another Graves copy here. And does get one more fight. Of course, Huan Yi does not know that there is a Graves in shop, has just been told, and Xiaoge looking for that last copy of the Graves to bring it all together.
And I love that Xiaoge decides to do this roll in the middle of the fight, just in case Huan Yi does win. They have the opportunity to sneak the Graves 3, and there it is found, and it's perfect because Huan Yi does find the win. And if it were not for them sneaking this Graves 3 at the last second, there's a possibility for Huan Yi to steal that, to grief the third, the 9th Graves, and there you have it. This is the Graves 3 being picked up, and this fight's going to look a whole lot different this time around.
Here comes the ultimate.
Yep, I love this 3-star. There's so many Graves that just pop up on the board. You get your little private army right there, and Xiaoge completes a miraculous comeback on day 2. On day 1, he only had 21 points. He's already scored 23 points.
Wow.
Just in the last 3 games to make that comeback.
Huge moves from our players across the board, of course. And I'm really excited about this. I feel like we've been getting so many treats thus far. In case you're wondering what's going on, we're just waiting for our next lobby to start. But we are already in the Tactician's Crown where history might be written. We've been seeing those standings. You can see them in our lower third here as well. Clement, we were talking about Saya and the record-breaking potential. Would you mind reminding everybody what that run was that maybe Along or Jedusor have a chance of breaking?
So Saya broke 3 records at the same time during the last TAC round. It was 78 points in just 12 games. He also went on the longest 11 top 4 streak, which was never been touched before. And I forget what the other record was because there's just so many of them. But his was the best TAC round run by a very large margin. And I actually said publicly, I didn't think that record would ever be surpassed, not in the next 5 sets. I think it was just way too difficult to get that high roll. However, we are looking at Along right now, who is sitting on 60 points. So if he wants to break that, it's very possible. He just needs to average a 3 in the last 3.
If history has taught us anything, it's that there are 2 outcomes from here. You either have players who rise to the challenge that are going to break the record, or we have had some players where the wheels fall off right before the finish line. This is actually maybe not, it's less so for Along, but some of these players who I think are relatively newer in the field that have found themselves in the top 8. I would actually consider someone like Steel Bora, who has been having a phenomenal day, an unknown. This is someone who we did not have that much information on going into the weekend, and many players and analysts struggle to find where does this person really belong in this tournament. With 3 games left before that first cut, I still want to see Steelo continue to apply the pressure. Do not let things fall apart so close to the finish line.
And 2 players in the lobby that we are going to be following here need to do the same thing. Dish Soap, we were talking about him quite a lot. Ringo, we haven't mentioned too much, but Ringo was kind of very hot content for all of the TFT community. Everybody was really excited to see Ringo here. Has been doing fantastically in the scrims leading up to the Tactician's Crown, and now finds himself also on those 41 points. So it's something to look out for here as both of these players look for the high finishes.
Ringo, Li Tuchuan, and Huan Mie were the only 3 players to win 2 TPC and regionals related events between now and Lore and Legend. So these were kind of the hotshots coming in. Ringo had a great scoring streak coming in with the scrims. That's why there's a lot of hype on him. But right now, the cutoff is projected to be about 48 points. and these players will have to pick their spots according to that to see if they can surpass it.
Soraka and Yasuo picked up once again, and our portal itself is going to be giving players 2 Anvil components right off the bat. A couple things that come to mind. Number one, with Soraka, yes, it generally is considered a weaker god, but we even saw yesterday with the Bruh Anima game where having just 6 extra HP can oftentimes give you the comfort to be able to go for that 500 cash out rather than the 400. There are 2 different opportunities you'll have on stage 2 and 3 to get additional Tactician HP, so it's something to keep in mind. The second of which is the Anvil components coming through right off the bat, means that players are going to have a stronger board on stage 2. And I would also consider something like reroll to be especially powerful, where you will be 3-starring multiple units and you'll want to have items for all of them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Yasuo component anvil situation is a very, very good overlap for a lot of those rerolls where you're just really trying to buff up that hero, that raid boss type of unit. But of course, I know Clement loves playing Tempo Timmy on the component anvil, so that is the other option you can go into here.
Talking about tempo, I would definitely classify Dish Soap as a very tempo-related player as well. He typically likes to play strong boards, and he is so attentive to details that allows him to get positioning wins. He is a very, very strong in stage 2 and stage 3 off an orthodox board. So I hope that Dish Soap can find a landing. We talked about the projected spot being about 48 points. He needs to get a top 2 in this game, a very tight situation. He needs those augments to be perfect. Who's going to get the Expedition now that we have silver first?
No snap picks coming through from anyone. Cognitive Tax is picked up for Soju, so just going to be taking some econ. Seeing the Conjuring, I always forget what that one is called. Bensack picks up the Rod Augment, where once you do a certain amount of AP damage, you'll get a handful of additional rods as well. Slice of Life is picked up, the Crafting Augment that gives you rerolls on items built. Ringo immediately going for some combat power, makeshift armor alongside the Lissandra 2, but it is Tian Long who is the Expedition player, probably the most high roll opener you can find off of the Silver Augment.
Absolutely, that's the one most of our players are hoping to see once you actually see those silver augments, and he was lucky enough to find just that one. It will take a while to get online though. He needs to lose 33 gold through that rightmost bench slot, and of course we do want to check in with the caretaker for Xiao Ge, and it is going to be Jinx, which is a fantastic caretaker. Thank you very much.
Wow, pretty much one of the best options that he could have got for him, and Jinx is very greedy in terms of getting those swords for the Deathblade, so this is actually a great map for it as well. Very strong start. He might just be going 1-2, 1-2 the entire way today. Ooh, Bensack is going to start making Dish Soap sweat a little bit, starting to use this Lulu as a crossover to his composition. Dish Soap already on the Stargazer line.
He's not the only one that's sweating right now. That is a Medallion lobby once again, and an early Lulu once again. Bensack, don't do it.
I think with Dish Soap posturing the way that he is thus far, I would be surprised if we saw Bensack actually invest much more into Lulu. Dish Soap is set up in a board that would give him the additional rerolls on items built as well. That said, I actually don't think Dish Soap is even necessarily locked into Lulu from here either. He could just play more of a tempo game into the Nami line if he feels that is better. But it does feel from the way the lobby shaping up right now, like Lulu is a little bit more likely.
Already committed onto the Shojin right here. He's keeping his options open with the Vygar, but not having any luck just yet. We're going to be taking a look at one of the Windstreaker boards here. Title on 100 HP with a 14% chance to get Leona. This is actually one of the best ones if you're going into a Shepherd board.
Yeah, just print your Leona. There's a Vygar printer and there's Leona printer, and one of these does not come around as often as the other, but if you can get it, like you mentioned, Clement, a really, really good start there. Dependent that you actually hit a couple of those. It's only a chance, so sometimes that can go a little bit more in your favor than other times. Still wouldn't be too worried about it. On the other side, we are seeing the board from Xiaoge.
This is Xiaoge, yeah.
But, like,
Xiaoge is completely disregarding
No Jinx.
the Jinx and just using it as econ. And I think it might have something to do with just the opener that they had. I mean, having both access to the Alawi and the Victor does give you such a strong board, especially with items being able to be built from the anvils. You know, the awkward thing about playing Jinx with caretakers is that you don't actually level all that much, and you are rolling for it so long, you don't get full value. We do get better together, which means that we will be getting additional HP. Curious to see if Tianlong does opt to take that as the expedition player who's trying to make sure they do not die before they get their cash.
And he did.
Yep, there it is.
On the right side, we do have, I didn't catch what hex it was, but usually whenever you have a Yasuo, a little bit better for some of the reroll players here. I'm really curious where Li Tuchuan goes with this, because when you think of a Deathblade, there usually aren't that many comps that are win-out Deathblade considerations. You know, the Corki Riven is much more of a top 4 line. I don't really expect Li Tuchuan to go there and still expect to win. Going first place is his only out at this point, so this is going to be some very unique compositions. He's actually holding on to the Caitlyn, and we have seen things like the Caitlyn Corki or playing into the Aatrox Nova as kind of surprise picks before if you get really, really lucky.
Getting some extra HP from that Hex here on our front line.
Oh,
as
that's so good.
We are going to be beefing out these boards just a little bit. Checking in with Xiaoge once more after we were talking about this caretaker not being picked up. I am a little surprised with the red buff, with the AD start, that he isn't actually going down that route and says that's a free line. Nobody else is on that Primordian Jinx reroll, but he's just going to play tempo, says I don't care. I'll go for the late game.
And we can do a short scout here. It's looking like only 3 AP players in the lobby, so this is actually on the low end from what we've seen today. A decent position for Xiaoge to kind of pull this one off. And Title, of course, as we were talking about, because he has a Leona printer, already heading towards the LeBlanc. I feel like he has a very good position. The early Leona 3 with the Cosmic Hex is just a perfect setup for this.
Carrying the Akali 2. I will say there are many times that I am very afraid to put an Akali 2 on my board. Sometimes it feels like she can just do some silly things and die a little early. And 3 players were contesting the 100 win streak, Ringo, Title, and Xiaoge. It actually looks like we might have 3 players actually streaking with the through the entirety of stage 2.
Yep.
This would be W match.
Is the case.
Wow.
I think all 3 are going to be able to preserve that one. At the bottom, we're also getting 2 5-loss streakers from Tianlong and Bensek. So that means our entire lobby is going to be very rich, except for those players that find themselves in between here. So Li Tuchuan Soju definitely losing out a little bit. Dish with the 4-loss streak is also not going to be too mad about it, but still not going to be making as much money for now. That could be a problem as we go into the later rounds if these are not snapped soon.
Yeah, I feel like Soju's just going on to his top 4 Corki style. He already had his 1 first today, and he's very far ahead of the cut. So
he gets 1.
It's pretty comfortable there. And for Li Tuchuan, I think his position is the most interesting. He has the worst gold situation coming off of no streak, needing to go first place in this combo. And he's also holding on to the 4th Caitlyn, which is really surprising. And I'm very curious to see if he actually tries to pull off a medallion board. He is rolling.
Oh, wow. You're right. With the medallion board being built, generally speaking, you want to be playing around the Jax, which does mean that if someone like Dishsoap is playing Lulu or Bensak, who had the Cosmic Hex with the Lulu already in the backline, that's going to be 1 less unit that should be easy to 3-star.
Very dire position for Li Tuchuan, I'd have to say. Not even finding that many copies on his roll down. He does stop at 40. We'll see if he gets some rewarded by the augments later. You know, some missing connections would be great, some reroll enhancers.
Yeah, those could be the answer here, depending on what rolls around next. We're just hopping across the board to see that Xiaoge is going to be able to preserve that win streak up at the top, and so will Ringo, and we will get gold augments next across our entire lobby.
Taking a look at Xiaoge's win streak board right here. Of course, he's going into an AP line. I feel like with the win streak, he really wants some extra combat, but he rolls that away. Maybe looking at explosive growth to...
Nope.
Okay, I will stop jinxing
He's
this.
like,
What else are you
Clement,
looking at?
I don't want any of those. Big grab bag. It is in the end for Xiaoge. Says more power is actually more. And Ringo going to be constructing a champion.
Oh, and he finds the Vicar. Wow.
Just hit.
That's such an interesting find right here. That really opens up different types of playstyle. It could be a game where he doesn't even try to print anything and just goes with the five meeple.
Yeah. You also could opt to print, and you print something like the Poppy 3 instead, which is another way to increase the cap of the 7 meeple board. So lots of flexibility for Ringo. Oh, and then now the 2 win streakers are going to be fighting. The Vagar 3, you have to imagine, is enough of a spike to take out Xiaoge's board. The front line is
The front line is the problem, right?
They both have some pretty weak front lines relative to the amount of damage that the other person has is the problem. Oh, one more catch from the Lissandra. Does it kill? Oh, it's the Teemo up against the Victor. And
wow.
Wow, that is a crazy loss for Ringo.
I think that was frontline diff. I think that was frontline diff. Arilai wandered off into some corner, left the Vagar unprotected. None of his friends were there to say, "Get down, Mr. President." And he was delivered to that Lissandra just a tiny bit too early. Xiaoge going to be getting that fight on the back of the upgrades onto the Meepsy.
The board I'm most interested in right now is Dish Soap. Bensak has been with a Maokai on a Cosmic Hex for so long. We also saw Li Chuchuan playing around the Nova reroll. So what lane does Dish Soap actually have? I think he takes Econ as well, which means he technically could contest Bensak, but judging on his bench, I think he's going to tell us the answer.
Yep.
Looks like he's going to say, all right, you guys can reroll your 3 and 1 costs. I'm just going to try and play Space Groove instead.
Yeah, he needs a high cap board at this point, and I don't think the way this Medallion Lulu is shaping up for him is going to be enough. So I do like the pivot right here. He is not going to be able to pick up any 4 cost. Would like to have that a chance at the Nami. And we're going to take a look at the augments here. Abyss? Sorry. That Cryogenic, and the other one I think was extra HP.
I believe it was Blessing Size, yeah. But having both the Cryogenic and Cosmic as the first 2 always feels a little awkward to me, because you want you to have your strong tank on Cryogenic, but you also want to be giving it the additional HP every turn.
Yeah. It's a weird thing where you're like, what do I do now? Dish Soap does get the additional Lulu here, maybe to just help out, get a little bit more gold for now. Does decide to roll for at least the bonus rolls.
Maybe he is going back into it. I'm not sure if this is a stabilization roll or if this is him trying to commit into Lulu and see if he can find it early.
As Makes did point out, he stopped once the bonus rolls were down. I feel like this was an opportunistic roll to see if he could stabilize HP or find a 4 cost. If he found the Nami...
Or the Samira too, right? An Ornn, something like that. I think he was just looking to find a little bit of stability, to maybe also get a little bit of direction. Anything you hit here would have been really good, but unfortunately does not walk away with it for any big upgrades, so we'll just need to get through it for now. And on the other side is Ringo. Has since found an upgrade to that front line, and you can see the sheer power of that Vagar 3 once more as Dish Soap takes yet another hit. We do need to kind of check in on Qianlong's Expedition. I don't think it's too much longer now, is it?
Well, he's already set up very well for an ASOL board. I believe he'll get it.
All right,
you know,
a little
just after
longer.
4 is going to be getting 5 off of the Belveth that we're selling right now, so should be just 2 turns away, especially if we can find a 4 cost to sell on the turn after.
He does have a Morgana if he really needs it, so he can just sell that. Bensak getting the Lulu 2 here. Oh, this is so bad for... I think Dish Soap was rolling for either Nami or Lulu 2.
Yeah.
Neither signal actually showed up, so he's still kind of in purgatory.
Yeah, frustrating spot for Dish Soap, certainly. But Bensak, again, has been stacking on the Cosmic Hex for so long. And what we saw last game, I mean, Makes was down on the Medallion Lulu largely because YBY wasn't able to find it early enough to really do anything with the gold that you're generating. Bentak is at 53 HP, which is not that much. I would really like to be 15 healthier going into stage 4, because there are going to be fights that you are just straight up losing front to back.
And the front runners in this lobby are just so far ahead. Taito I think has a perfect spot. Xiaoge has perfect HP. So there's actually a lot of pressure going on to these players that have very nebulous positions. Li Tuchuan, Dish Soap, Bensak, I don't think they're in great spots. Li Tuchuan actually gets a Nova emblem, which is actually huge. Doesn't need to find the Kindred to activate potentially the Caitlyn or the Aatrox. He's going for the Aatrox, so it will be an Aatrox Nova board, of course, utilizing the full slam on the entire side for a lot of knock-up and potential backline kills.
I'd like to see how far he does roll right now. And again, we are seeing another board where the Jax is going to be contested, so Bensak, I'm sure, will not be thrilled about that.
Here is that Expedition.
Ooh. Had a lot of gold, though, in 10 seconds, so you got to start getting the rest of the things on here.
Yep, 10, 9. Order of operations is a little bit all over the place.
I think he doesn't want to level to 8 here. He wants to make sure he has enough gold to actually hit the rest of the board next turn. So I think he's just accepted that he's going to lose this fight. He doesn't want to use any of his free rolls on 7 either.
Oh my goodness. Goes up against Xiaoge, who is still on the perfect HP, as you called out, Clement. And that will be a little bit of a test to see if the board is good enough. Aurelion Sol versus the other Aurelion Sol. And I don't think Chen Long's board can contend here. Is going to get a hit despite that Radiant Death Cap. And Chenlong is now on 1 life.
I know this is a Soraka lobby, but I still feel like I would have gone to level 8 and rolled anyway.
Yes,
There's a lot of AP players
I'm way
here.
too nervous for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I think there's a world where Tianlong actually gets severely punished by not just going to level 8. I don't think, you know, the 8 gold that he would have gotten for a natural breakpoint, I'm not sure that was actually worth it.
Isn't able to find the pair of the mech or the Asol 2. Has a little bit of gold left. Ooh. Also, he's going to have to sell the Blitz just to hold on to the Morgana pair.
Sell the additional Nunu.
That
Try
is a lot
and
of gold
dig.
spent.
And we have found nothing. See, if you had rolled the previous round, everything would have been there. I just know it.
I don't think he should have waited because Xiaoge and Tidal were like on full streak, very healthy and going for AP flex boards. This is way too risky in my opinion.
Very, very tough spot. Does go up against Li Tuchuan, who has not found the upgrade on the Aatrox just yet. So there is a chance that he will at least hang in there for now and get another shot at getting those upgrades onto the Mighty Mech, onto the Aurelion Sol, which should be the case here. Hold on.
Goodness, the Caitlyn
Our
crit
front
come
line
through.
is fraudulent.
No, I think it's okay. We still have the new.
Right.
We're still doing a lot of damage. Granted, they are 1-stars, but you have to remember this is a Silvermere Dawn on the Mighty Mech and the Radiant Rabadons on the Asol. So yes, it's not going to be the cap that we're looking for, but for early stage 4, there are plenty of matchups that we should be able to win.
I was just very shocked how quickly that Mighty Mech keeled over, to be honest with you. But there is going to be upgrades found across our lobby as Bensek does get the Jax. 3 is still looking for the Lulu's free copies of her, as well as some of the additionals on the bench. And that also means I think I want to see Dish Soap one more time. 26. He's one of our players that is looking for those high finishes, and he has found a Nami, but he's sitting on a Nami pair, so no upgrade here either.
0 gold right here. If you see a former world champion in this position, I think it's actually in your interest to kind of grief him in this spot, take a major competitor off the board here. It's totally in your self-interest, so that actually puts a lot more extra pressure on Dissof when you see someone in a vulnerable position. This next boon is going to be absolutely critical. Can he actually find the Nami in this position?
Ooh, okay.
Goodness.
Okay. He wants to move out of the 7th spot. Can he get it? No.
Solar Hex and Giant Spell being offered. If you are playing Asol, Solar Hex is a very powerful one. If you don't already have Anti-Heal, Blitzcrank found for Dish Soap. We could be back. We really need to find this Nami 2, though. That is the problem with this board is unless you have the strong front line and the Nami 2, you just aren't going to be able to do enough damage against any board that has a very strong front line. You need the upgraded back line, and you need to be able to stall, because you are really only playing one form of damage, which is Nami.
And of course, there are still scary players in this lobby, right? Xiaoga's streak has been snapped since then, and so did titles, but these boards are beefy. Tianlong is trying to catch up from the bottom up, has found the Aurelion Soul 2, has found the Morgana 2, as we just saw. Still missing that Mighty Mech 2, which is going to be a massive upgrade, but the pressure is going up, and Dish realizes that, or as Shop realizes that, as he does give him the Nami 2.
Oh, huge sigh of relief for Dissoap right here. This should be able to propel him over, I think, players like Tianlong and Li Tuchuan that have quite significant low rolls. But as we were talking about, there's a lot of front runners in this lobby. Tidal, Ringo, and Xiaoga are basically coasting. Half of stage 4 already done, 70 HP. A lot of them are going straight level 9 right here. It's going to be incredibly difficult for low rollers to survive.
Soju, despite playing the uncontested Corki, has unfortunately been trapped on this Corki 1. Up against Xiaoga, he's not even able to break through that front line. He's going to take a massive hit there. Dishsoap does find a win. It'll put him over Bensak and Soju, respectively. It's looking very dire for Soju, the lone American who is sitting in that top 8 right now.
Dish just found the Riven 2, so taking out of Soju's pool just a little bit, as he was also looking for that Riven, of course. And for Bensak, I mean, I'm not going to say I warned you, but I did warn you. I said don't do it, and yet here we are, once again, 4-6, no Lulu 3. We're sitting on that Lulu 2, 3 losses down. Yes, he has another life to give before he's going to be on the chopping block, but the pressure's on, the other boards have peaked, and if Bensak cannot get this Lulu online and then somehow have a magical matchmaking run, it's going to be very difficult.
I will say Xiaoga is the board to beat right here. A lot of 1-stars across the board, only on the 1-star Blitz, the 1-star Vex, and he does survive another round. If he can get the Lulu in and then
Tianlong lost. Whoa! That is a huge loss there for after Tianlong had already hit the Acel 2.
But he didn't have the Mighty Mech 2. That's the big difference there. Yes, Morgana 2 is great, but it's not going to be good enough to let your Acel actually dish out all that damage. So very, very unfortunate. I think it does come back to what we were talking about, guys, where he just took that extra turn, he took another hit, and allowed the competitors to find a lot of those units he was looking for.
Yeah, in a contested AP lobby, I definitely would have favored another line. I understand Tianlong was a little bit behind on the cut. Now, K3 Soju finally does get his Corki online here, but this is a board where we've seen, unless you have a sizable frontline advantage, you typically have a hard time winning over completed reroll boards or completed AP boards. It's going to come down to, matchmaking RNG for him to see where he goes. Again, I think Tidal and Xiaoga are kind of the lobby leaders right here. He has to avoid those two.
On the other side, Bensak did complete the board like we mentioned, so finding the Lulu 3 is big. We saw the Milio 3 put in a lot of work in the last fight, and it's important to note this time around the Milio 3 does have a third item. He was able to get the Nashers onto the Lulu and put 3 strong items, so it's going to be Bensak up against Soju's Ghost, but the real fight here on the right-hand side, it is Tidal, like you were saying, Clement, one of the front runners of the lobby. There's a lot of damage coming through from the Corki and the Milio, but watch the Rammus HP, because that's going to be the differentiator. Once the Rammus falls, the rest of the board will follow. K3 Soju from 15 HP is going to take a huge hit, and unfortunately, fall in 7.
You said there's a lot of damage coming from that Corki. I looked at the opposite enemy line, and I see a LeBlanc 2, a Karma 2. There's more damage coming from the other side. There's no world where you're winning that matchup there for Soju. Unfortunately, a little too late, a little too weak for this particular lobby as well on the earlier stages, and cannot just cruise into those top 4. After we've been praising him for being able to play up to the state of the crown, we see him fall back into humble TFT here a little bit.
I feel like Soju's game plan was trying to prey off the desperate players in the lobby and just go like, okay, I'm going to, 4-2, I'm going to hit every upgrade. I'm going to coast to a 3rd place and then call it a day. Did kind of backfire this time around, not hitting the rolls. Li Tuchuan now going up against Dishsoap's board. Dishsoap finally does get the Nami 2 online, but that Aatrox cutting through the backline. Is there more damage to reach it?
We need enough targets for the Caitlyn to not break through. And yeah, you can see once the Aatrox was displaced and taken care of, the rest of the board just didn't have enough to break through. The Blitzcrank has done so much for Dish Soap ever since he found that on stage 4. And we can see the HP parity has gotten much closer together. Ringo on a 5-loss streak.
I will say, I will formally apologize if Bensak wins the lobby on Medallion Lulu. He's been on 3 wins right now. I'll formally apologize if he wins the lobby. Li Chuan, 1 copy off of that Talon for Ringo. The Karma 2 would really be nice, but I think you're not too unhappy about that Sona 2, Bard 1 that currently are holding a lot of those AP items in the backline. Last second movement, is it good enough against the matchup from Xiaoge and just glancing across the board? I do think it is. No upgrades in the backline for Xiaoge on the opposite side. Let's see if Ringo and Li Chuan can hang on to their lives.
This is such a fun board from Li Chuan. He's trying to find enough backline damage, but he's missing key components right here. He really wants that Talon to be level 3, dashing into the back and then just bleeding the units to death. Isn't able to hit it early despite hitting the other 2 3-stars, and because of that, the Medallion isn't really that powered for the Twisted Fate either.
Dish Soap took a big loss there, going to just 15 HP.
But he also took a big W because he got that Blitzcrank 2 on the board.
True. Going to be important to see where this matchup is. There might be some players in the lobby that people feel they just cannot beat. Hopefully for Dish Soap, that last loss, there's a world where that last loss was actually your last loss. He's very close to getting to level 9. If he can win these next 2 fights, or at least survive, his board can get much stronger on level 9.
I think he might need to actually win them to survive, depending on how it shakes out here. It is going to be Xiaoge on the other side, and that is good news, because we were just seeing this board, and we know it's not super upgraded. Left-hand side, though, Li Chuan, after that Talon 3 hit, trying one more time to take down a board. Now, with the Talon in the backline, that adds a little bit more of this AoE into the lines behind the front line, and that allows him to actually take the win here against Ringo. Both of those players hanging in there on single digits.
Ringo would build a companion now down to his last life. I think a huge part of it was Soju contesting him on the same line. He didn't have a Rammus 2 the entirety of stage 4 and lost another 4 rounds coming into stage 5 here. He did go straight for the 5 meeple, but he didn't have enough tempo. Actually still had to continue rolling. Usually when you see the Veigar 3, you expect someone to be able to speed level 9. That's how you want to play this line. Wasn't able to do it, and now he's stuck in a very precarious position.
His best chance is, actually I was going to say, is probably against Tidal, who is one of the few players that is greeting their gold right now, trying to go level 9. He has not spent any in quite a bit, while Ringo has been rolling every turn to make this board as strong as possible. If you cannot beat Tidal right now, you're not going to beat him for the rest of the game.
That is absolutely correct, but I'm not sure it's going to be in the cards here. Damage is coming out. Both front lines fall at the same time, but the targeting might be on the side of Ringo here, as he does get on the better side and does get the upper end. All of our players hang in there, 4 of them on single digits as we move to Elder Drake.
I want to know who Dish Soap lost to. His board looked like it was so strong. But at just 3 HP, the nice thing now is that he will be able to go level 9 next turn. He lost to Li Chuan.
Wow, I think because his solo tank positioning, there was a chance where Li Chuan could sneak that Talon into the backline. It's probably the only way he could have won. Wow, Li Chuan with that 1-cost reroll Medallion board actually pulling off something like it. Dish Soap's board is surely far more expensive.
He has a handful of rerolls that he can use on 9. It's going to be a very important roll down for him. Shen would be a huge upgrade. Finds the 1. Yep. Not only does it give us Bastion for this Orin. Oh, there's a pair.
Can we get...
Oh, Rammus 2 could also be an option. Okay, decides to skip it. It's going to sell those Rammuses as well.
Looking for that Shen 2, chasing it,
Doesn't
but
find
does
it.
go down. No option to get the upgrade for Xiaoge. Similar story. No Blitzcrank 2, no Bard 2 is still going to itemize that Bard regardless, as we don't have any other AP carries besides a Karma 1, so both of them unupgraded, as Dish is going to be finding Tidal on the other side. We saw that Tidal can lose, but can he lose against Dish's board?
This is the fight that will determine whether our previous Tacticians Crown champion can stay in the tournament. Blitzcrank has wrapped into the back line, and Tidal will certainly fall from this. There is no damage left Tidal will take a hit. He will not be out, but 2 players are eliminated, Ringo and Xiaoga. Bensak takes a hit but does not fall. Oh no, Bensak actually wins and is currently in first place. 41 points though. 2 below the threshold means a 4th place does not guarantee Dish Soap to stay alive in the tournament. He is not out of the woods yet.
He's not. He needs a higher finish than just that. And apparently, Bensak's Lulu medallion board has transformed into the boogeyman here. I'm taking a little bit of joy in that for now, as we do see Dish and Li Tuchuan get ready with the positioning last second there to try and guarantee another wrap on the side of Dish Soap, as he does find Bensak on the other side.
He gets the blitz onto the Jax too, immediately in the fight, while all of the damage is on the Orin on the right-hand side. The Jax is displaced. Is that enough for the front line to actually fall? The second win gets so much value on the board too. It's front line against front line, purely front to back. Another Nami cast takes out half the back line, but now the Jax is on the Nami.
Oh
blitz
my
again with the Jax.
Blitzcrank!
The stun, yes! Dish Soap stays alive against Bensak, and Tidal will fall. Dish Soap finds a 3rd out of nowhere.
He's not out of the woods yet. We need probably a 48 to be safe, but that was a huge fight. Less than 300 HP on the Blitzcrank, but the Blitzcrank, with his passes, is able to sneak past the Jax, kill the backline, and give Dish Soap a chance. Now this fight is going to be absolutely critical because Li Tuchuan actually won the previous fight. Can he protect the Nami against the Talon? He's trying to position so that there are no sneak buys.
It's going to be the Ghost. That is such a high roll for Dish, so let's draw our attention to the left-hand side as we're seeing Li Tuchuan up against Bensak.
The Blitzcrank is going to be heading the left way around, trying to find that wrap, as the front line needs to stay stable here. The Nami is under attack by the Talon. The Orin has fallen. Blitzcrank has gone into the passive, but he will be able to clutch up one more time for Dish Soap here, as he does move into the top 2. Li Tuchuan with an amazing cook on the Medallion Novas is going to be taking that 3rd place, and Dish Soap's Blitzcrank is like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Every single one of these fights is just down to the last hit. Dish Soap finds the Shen 2, and a 2nd place there, you have to imagine, is going to keep him alive in this tournament. Both players feeling very good. Bensak had started the day not great despite being in a great position, and is now slingshot himself back into maybe contesting that top 16 or even that top 8.
Who would win? A fully upgraded Space Groove board or Medallion Lulu on the other side?
It's going to be the 50-50 to see which tank Blitzcrank actually knocks back here, and he actually gets the main one straight into the backline. Lots of damage onto the Lulu right there, but Jax just comes straight back. The right side of Dish Soap's board is collapsing. Can he get another assassin?
1v5, I don't think so, but if you're Dish Soap, this is a very, very good 2nd place, and I'm sorry, I apologize. Medallion Lulu by Bensak takes this game into a 1st place. I dated it, I said I don't like it. I like it a little bit more now. I will apologize.
A little bit of option coverage on your side, Makes, because if you're right, then you get to be right, but if you're wrong, then Amiya gets to win the lobby.
That's right.
Very strategic.
Yep. I make sure I have all my bases covered, trust me. So very, very exciting to see in that last game. I do want to give another shout out to Li Tuchuan here with this board. I think this was amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A board that none of us really thought had the stuff to compete with some of the cap boards that we were able to see. And another nod to Dish Soap for going from what we thought was a completely doomed spot at the beginning of Stage 4 all the way to the top 2 that he needed.
Really important for the Blitzcrank to come in. I would say, unfortunately, for Li Tuchuan, he was on 37 points coming into this game. He really needed a 1st place, so the cook probably didn't save him. After this, though, I think the pressure is on for America to see, do they have any players in the top 8? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're the best group stage region, you're going for the crown.
I mean, Soju was in the top 8 prior to this game. Unfortunately, due to the placement here, is not going to be in there anymore, I would guess. But our standings are ready, so we're going to be taking a look at our standings right now and see how they are shaking out. Keep in mind, the bottom players are going to be eliminated here, and these are the players that unfortunately will not make it.
YBY, despite finding a first when he needed it, it was not quite enough, but we are also going to be saying goodbye to our first Tactician's Crown winner. Darth Nub will not be able to get the back-to-back this time around.
Wow, I really wanted him to challenge history and go for that reigning champion defense play, but it's not going to be possible. We're going to have to be waiting for another 2 sets before that can happen.
Definitely still a very good run at the crown. I feel like in the set after you won, an 18th place is not something you're going to be scoffing at. But as we're moving through the ranks, let's take a look at our challengers. So Dish Soap saving himself by 1 point on the back of this tiebreaker into 48. Like you mentioned, Clement, Kiosko also going to be safe after he went 3-4-5-6 today.
A lot of strong placements from the Americas, but unfortunately none of them are going to be able to crack that top 8, and Along does unfortunately find the bot 4 in that last game, but Hwanimie is surging. 2 top 2s, 2 first places, and Stilo Abora, another player who just continues to be hot all weekend long.
And I just want to update you on the scores. It usually takes 66 points for the top 4 to just auto-advance, and we have 3 players that are very, very close to that already. Really strong front runners coming out through our group stage.
2 EMEA players, 3 APAC players, if I saw correctly. The rest CN currently sitting in those top 8. Exciting times here at our Tactician's Crown. It's absolutely phenomenal to see all of this, but I believe our sideline reporters, our friends from the balcony, also have some news for us. Nekra, Hupason, what do you got?
Well, we were following the lobbies that were going on off stream because, of course, we had to keep our eyes on Darth Nub, our reigning Tactician's Crown champion. Unfortunately, placing 8th, it was a really tough game. Was able to find and stabilize on Nunu 2 and Xayah 2, but ran into a fully juiced up Lulu and Jax reroll board right after he was able to hit that, and so he did get hit and got eliminated.
Yeah, he was one on that difficult spot, and we saw him eliminated. The other one was actually Gijosko with also 44 points. He played differently. We know he loves to play Anima into the mech line. He played full tempo, space group, full combat augment, triple combat augment to really step up into the game. I got a great third place, and that's why they are now in the middle phases. You're saying, Clement, no America, no EMEA in the top 8, but there's a lot of them still with 3 times to come, so that's also really important to highlight. And I want to highlight also Dan Mims, 43 points, and he got a 2nd place with Jinx. It's a comp that we haven't seen being pop off. He was low in points, he needed something different, and with a Jinx getting a 2nd, this is perfect. And now, still for the fights, but we need more points.
That's it. Amazing news. I like hearing that the Jinx was able to get a 2nd place. I feel like he's right. We haven't seen too many Jinxes do too well just yet. But of course, for Darth Nub, very, very unfortunate.
It's so unfortunate because he's been on quite a run, right? If you just look at the trajectory over the last few sets, he has just been getting better and better every single time. But you had a great call out. Listen, at this point in the tournament, nobody has a bad finish. From here on out, everyone should be proud of their performance at the Tactician's Crown. Even if you don't make top 8, you have to be willing to say top 16 is pretty good.
You have to say that, and of course, we have to keep going here at the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods. We're going to be going into a very tiny break. Grab some snacks, grab some hydration, and we will be right back with all the action in just a little bit. We'll see you on the other side.
And this year, we're teaming up with Riftbound to bring you Convergence Fest, December 11th through the 13th. This year's Open is our biggest yet, with a record of 1,024 competitors. The format should feel familiar, but there are a few changes this year. On day 1, all 1,024 players play 4 games in their opening lobby, and the top 2 from each lobby earns a seat to day 2, cutting the field down from 1,024 players to 256 before the night's over. From there, day 2 plays out accordingly. 2 rounds trim 256 players down to 128, and then down to 64. The final 64 players enter the checkmate stage, where the first player to reach 20 points and win a game claims their lobby and moves on to the finals. On day 3, when the final checkmate game comes to a close, one Tactician walks away the Vegas Open champion, beating out more than 1,000 competitors for the Tactician's belt and $100,000. For past Opens, one of the major pain points we've seen was securing a competitor pass to actually enter the tournament. This year, in addition to competitor pass sales, you can earn your way to the main stage. We're happy to introduce the Tactician's Gauntlet Vegas Qualifiers, your direct path to the TFT Vegas Open. Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas qualifiers will be open to all players ranked Platinum and above. Each tournament begins with 64 players, and you'll need to finish top 4 in your lobby to advance through the 4 rounds of elimination until only 8 players remain. If your run-in's early, don't worry, you can jump into another tournament right away. The top 4 players in the final lobby will earn a competitor pass to the TFT Vegas Open, while the remaining 4 players will earn an attendee pass. On top of that, the highest point earners in each tournament will take home a GA Plus bundle. You'll need to register at riot.com/TacGauntlet and sign up for the tournament that you want. On tournament day, log into the tournament realm, ready up on the website, and you'll be placing your games automatically. No manual custom lobbies, and scores are pulled the moment each game ends. And if you want to try this out before the Vegas qualifiers open in September, we're live right now with the Space Gods Tacticians Gauntlet. Head to the site and sign up to play this weekend. Entry is open to all players and costs $10 per entry. Rewards are based around in-game currency, and of course, the glory of outplacing your opponents. Competitor Pass sales begin September 15th, with early access available based on your rank. Every pass includes main and side event entry, exclusive event rewards, and official drops. And if you want a chance to earn your spot, sign up to compete in the new Tacticians Gauntlet Vegas qualifiers. Thanks everyone, we can't wait to see you in Las Vegas for Convergence Fest.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the Tactician's Crown for Space Gods. We have called our competitors down to just under half, and they are going to play 3 final games today to determine our grand finalists for Sunday. My name is Nekra, and I'm back with Clement and Panda, and let's chat about where we are right now. We just saw the standings, we saw now our updated list, and now where are we going from here?
Well, we will be entering our first sandwich cut of the tournament so far. So after 12 games, or after the next 2 games, the top 4 players will automatically qualify. And I have to say, they are very far ahead of the pack. 5 total points between Tianlong, Jedusor and Tianlong going into the 5th place. So those are kind of the front runners. You don't want to contest them. They can kind of play whatever they want at this point because they're so far ahead. And for the bottom of the pool, you really are limited. So I think the most interested spots are those middle guys. You can't contest the top, and you know the bottom is going to play desperation. So you can profit off of that.
You can set yourself up for that Game 13 cut, those next 4 players that will finish off that final lobby representation for tomorrow. My concern is the players who just barely survived this last cut, who are now looking at a 2-game stretch. They have a little bit more breathing room, but they still have to be dialed in, locked in these next 2 games.
I wonder if there's anything to be said about there being less variance. There's only now 16 competitors left split amongst 2 lobbies, where before you had a lot of different play styles that you might have clashed into. Is there anything now to be said about how many competitors from each region are left, or who you think you're going to be facing against?
I think this is where scouting does tend to matter more. If you have sussed out more of what other people are doing, you are in a better position to grief them. And I think that's especially going to happen with the Americas players, because they have 4 players stacked together from 51 points to 50 points. And a lot of these players are in the same study group. They know each other's game plan. This is when, friendship kind of comes to the test. There's only so many spots for each of them to kind of climb out of that situation. So that middle pack is going to be the most fierce.
Especially in Game 12, you're going to have an easier time knowing exactly what you will need to qualify. The math with only 16 players will be easier. So players will see from 2-1 onwards already identifying, hey, I need a first, I need a second, I need to play a certain way, and adapt their game plan right away.
But how much of that can get into your head? Because we've heard this before. It's an age-old story. I just can't go 8th. I can't go 7th. I need a first place. Sometimes it just doesn't work out because you're kind of psyching yourself out.
I think if you're in that middle position, you want to avoid specific augments that tie you down to a single win condition. I think if you're going into these lobbies where everyone knows your points, knows how much you need to actually get a final 8 spot, too tanky becomes very, very dangerous at times. I think certain rerolls become very griefable. The 1 cost, people can just start to hold those. This is where you start to see a little bit more targeted griefing come out.
And we're seeing in this lobby right away, VCLF is that player who is really hanging quite a bit far away from everyone else. He's a player who we might expect to see right away on 2-1, looking for Anima. Maybe it might be like a 2-5 roll down for Anima, for example, trying to bounce back right away, not leaving his homework for just that Game 12.
Biggest winners in this lobby are Along and Jedusor fighting to promote early after these next 2 games to the grand finals. For everybody else, it is just about staying alive, being able to play out the day and see if you can join them. VCLF, as you said, hanging on by a thread, but Giosko, Upset Max, Brabrahu, and Li Zhao are in that uncomfortable position where they really do need to secure back-to-back top 4s to avoid elimination.
I'm looking at Giosko in particular, the last regional champion left alive in the field. I think also Upset Max, Brabrahu, and Giosko all share the same mindset of, it's my debut on TAC Crown. I'm so close to reaching my goal. Only 16 players left out of 40. This is where I have to clutch up. This is where you decide what you're made of.
And do we get Thresh or do we get Oh, we get both.
Wow.
I love this pairing because a lot of times the Soraka is going to be so weak, you're actually forced to take the Thresh and go with the random rolls here. So this could be the most RNG of the games we've seen so far.
You don't want a shield on stage 2 for your unit?
No, I don't want a shield for my secondary tank. I would go roll the die.
You know what? I'll agree with you for the first time ever in our casting careers.
What if I would take the shield? Because who wants some more combat power?
There we go. Necra got us. She'll take the shields and we'll take everything else.
Yeah.
If you guys both get dummies, that's on you.
The dummies get dummies. I think it would be a perfect ending. It will be the Huntress for the Stargazer for this game 11. Not too interesting for Lulu or Zaya in this case, potentially for a Jax hero augment. That could be a viable option.
Does mean the AP line is going to be more contested. Now you take that Zaya win-out condition off of the board. Jedusor already with a very strong start here, going into potentially a Cho'Gath reroll and the Dark Stars. Wow, 4 copies right off the bat.
Keep talking, Clement. Give him more Cho'Gath.
Okay. I think, Dark Star, if you can find that extra emblem in the stats, it's doing very well. It's actually one of the 4-cost Fast 8 compositions that still holds above a 4.5. And can I stop talking now?
Yeah, you can stop talking. I think you mixed up the blessings there.
Okay, well, checking on Giosko's board, does have the Dark Star package. as well. So who's going to be allowed to keep it? I feel like Jedusur is a bit of a stronger spot. You were able to actually get in the Pantheon, which is going to give you the Brawler and the Replicator synergy. But if everybody's just trying to secure just the top 4 in this point position, like Gyosko in 50 points, then maybe he's comfortable saying, I may as well just try to star up a couple units and see what happens.
And we know Gyosko is a fan of this line. He just played it 2 games ago on the Loot Singularity to a fairly good result, despite it being kind of a mediocre roll down on stage 3. Spirit of Redemption, an interesting option for the Cho'Gath with all the extra healing the HP Cho'Gath to stack to. But no Cho'Gath 2, I think, is dangerous to come into this line. He just scales slower, but obviously further from those 3 stars as well.
Obviously, Along and Jedusor are going to have the right of way, and I'm also waiting for the players like VCLF that are in desperation mode to pick their augments before I finally decide where I'm going to go.
Jack's hero augment for Lisao on the Huntress.
Very high-powered and allows him to play like a fairly uncontested line right here. I don't think you're going to have any Zayas or potentially Lulus trying to take away your Jack, so it's a great position for him.
This is why it's so good. It's not just synergistic with the Huntress, but you're also not contested on this line.
Also starting with the Titans here, Gyosko back to his old skills in the Calc Loss. This is his typical way to play the game, as we've heard from Pana many times, a much more of an open forwarder.
I did say top 16, this is where you decide to see, you know, what you're made of as a player, and Gyosko says, I think we all know what I'm made of. I'm made of lost streaks and high rolls and potential flashy first places with Mech Azel.
Gyosko is so lucky that Upset Max took Birthday Reunion, because if he didn't take a tempo augment, he would be one griefing that streak.
This is the game 1 pairing between Gyosko and Upset Max. We're all the way back after 11 games in the TAC round competition.
Yeah, and for Gyosko, it's really about when he finds that third Anima character. He's sitting on the Jinx and Belveth already. If he can get it, then it would put him in a very strong win-outs position. For Upset Max, this has been one of my favorite augments in the tournament and one of my favorite starts. Primordian into the Birthday Reunion, probably your most comfortable start that you could ask for. Gold regeneration, a lot of chances to get to level 9.
One of the
Strong board, though.
Yeah, potential win streak players here. VCLF on Patient Study, but also has that Leona 2. The Stone Plate has the Zoe online and the Vagar, so a lot of extra damage in the back.
I don't think he's going to be too patient at all. He has 3 upgrades on his board, especially that Zoe 2. This is an insane high-rolled board. It really looks like a, you know, like a fast start augment or something.
Do you prefer playing from a win streak or a last streak position with this augment? Because you do get rewards for both.
Yeah, you get less rewards for win streaking, but I think if you're going into the AP line, you would prefer to get Leona Zoe 2. I feel like in this congested meta, win streaking into AP Flex is a little bit better.
Yeah, some viewers might think, oh, you're not getting value from your augment, but if you're 10 win streak anyway, do you even need an augment? I would happily trade away my gold augment if I have a 10 win streak going into stage 4 off of a Zoe 2. This is the clear LeBlanc spot here from Bruh Who. Blighting Jewel and the Rage Blade already slammed, so sending a message to the rest of the lobby. If you guys want to play LeBlanc, be my guest, but I am 100% going into this line on stage 4.
Meanwhile, for Tianlong, we haven't seen his board yet. Most likely going for a Brawler E type of board, but very interesting slam here. Actually just wants to play tempo early on and building an item that almost nobody uses here in the Hextech Gunblade. Just to stop Who.
I don't know if it's so bad, right? Because you're still getting some amount of AD from the Hextech Gunblade that if you wanted to play the Master Yi, then it at least gives you something, right?
He's trying to go for full win streak, so I could kind of see that, but I have to say it's a very uncommon item, Slam.
We saw the Blessing Prosperity offer from Soraka. I'm sorry, Necra, no shield for you or your units.
Okay. I would pick Thresh here too.
And everyone in the lobby has agreed with you, so this is why I love this pairing. Was it a random or mystery box?
Looks like it was mystery loot.
Ooh, okay. Mystery loot, slightly better for reroll early on. You do get a 3-star in 3 of the options here. And Gyosko trying to go into the Anima.
It took a few rolls, it looked like, but he's on 30, gonna wait until the very last second to add it in so that our players have as little information as possible. I imagine if we could hear pings, we would be hearing them right about now when he first faces a player.
This is going to be an easy loss for Giosko. The Light Shield Crest is going to be the artifact picked up by Along, so that's going to help you win streak quite a bit. Along now putting together 3 wins as we are going to look at some of the other loss streakers. Upset Max has actually taken Birthday Reunion into loss streak. Maybe Giosko is in trouble.
I think he'll turn it around. He has a Jinx 2 and a Rek'Sai 2. I don't think you want to sell these units. It's almost a very good path towards win streaking all of stage 3. And obviously you want to preserve HP to make it to 9 in the first place. So Giosko is saved from Upset's Max slight height rolls coming into these next few fights.
Yeah. Oh, okay, he did win that last one, so.
I would agree with that. I think Giosko was very patient in waiting for 2-5 to roll down for his Anima. He does get it right here. In the meantime, VCLF looking for a 4-win streak. Incredibly strong board just off the Zoe 2 start here. There are 2 other players he's contesting in Along and Tianlong here, so we'll see if the win streakers run into each other.
I did hear a ping, so that might have been for the Anima, but we'll see. Okay, VCLF versus Tianlong. Only one of them can keep their win streak here.
Does look like it'll be VCLF. He has much more developed front line and back line here. So VCLF keeping his dreams and hopes alive. He does pretty much need a first place, as we've been talking about. The current cut-off stands at 51 points, so he is very far behind.
I think a lot of value off of not being killed off. No burst damage from the Zoe. I think what really saved it there. Briar can get away with just dealing so much DPS at lower health totals. And VCLF is essentially down an augment, right, with the patient study. Now is his time to be patient in stage 3, potentially. Could take some losses.
I'll be honest, Tianlong might be a genius. I did not think he was going to slam that Dragon's Claw. I was like, what? Like, this is it's a very low value item to slam. You typically just forget about it, but he's like, nah, I'm getting this win streak. I'm getting this 5 streak in. So you can't blame me, okay? It's not fully my jinx. It's also Tianlong, you know, hungry after streak.
2 unorthodox item slams here, but Tianlong has clearly prioritized getting this win streak to get the economy that way. And you know what? Dragon's Claw, I'm still going to stand by this, is not a terrible item slam when you know there are already people angling towards the AP lines.
It is an AP meta, I would say, for the most part, especially with the Huntress. We're not going to see much Xayah. So I think it's a decent slam, especially for the high tempo start, the win streak. The level to 6 here, above 40 gold for Tianlong. So really trying to push the tempo of this lobby.
Oh, and Along, level 5 Xayah after building that Kraken Slayer very early on. This is kind of Along's specialty, is that he is willing to play a lot of... I was going to say play a lot of off-meta compositions, but yes, high roller as well. That definitely does fit the bill.
Lisa was thinking, wait a minute, this is not part of the script. Why are you playing Xayah? I thought my Jax was uncontested.
Maybe people will have to think twice after seeing it. Look at the Light Shield Crest value you're going to be getting too. So VCLF is actually going to take another loss after getting that streak snapped. But is Tianlong successful? Was that level 6 worth it? And it looks like it wasn't. He got a streak snapped.
Not ideal. Gold augments now on 3-2 for all of our competitors. We'll see if there's any kind of warping, spreading roots. We do see it right away from Tianlong there, so some emblems might shake up his game plan. For Jedusor, we're seeing 7 out of 9 Cho'Gath's booster pack picked up as well. Potentially that gave him a few of those 1 costs as well. And Jedusor will be playing for the 1 cost reroll. Not too common from Jedusor in particular, especially this tournament. He's playing mostly around just very high cap boards.
Yeah, and a perfect spot for Along, as we just saw. He's 100 HP, already found Xayah, so willing to just go for forward thinking. Meanwhile, Tianlong, flippity flip, is going to go for the spreading roots and does find a decent hit here. Challenger Urgot, actually one of the few ways you can play this carry.
That's awesome. Master Yi definitely feels like it is within the realm of possibility now that you got some of these extra 2-piece synergies that can be unlocked. But, you know, back to the Jedusor point, since we're looking at his board, I feel like he is in this position where he just needs a top 4. There are not many players that can catch him in the number of points that he has, so maybe going for 1 cost reroll is enough.
And it's a great setup. Treasure hunt, you're staying above 50 here. I imagine there's going to be a pretty big roll down either now or on the next turn on 3-5 to try and hit both of these 3 stars, at least a Cho'Gath at the very least, just for the scaling. Especially now with this 6th or 8th Cho'Gath and an early Acel as well. Whoa! Did I keep talking, Clement? Let me know.
Yeah, keep talking.
Okay,
I
that's an
think he might
Acel
not
pair. He
feel
doesn't
so
want him,
out.
but he hits a Cho'Gath, and now he should be one of the most strong players in this lobby. Has a Milio 2 option if he wants with a 3 Timebreaker. Finds a Kaisa as well. Has a chance to play 4 Darkstar, but might opt for the 3 Timebreaker for now. I think just with the Cho'Gath, you should likely be strong enough, at least to break this loss streak.
Whenever you're playing this line on Treasure Hunt, there's also a massive high roll that could be coming. If you hit the stage 3 emblem, you could go into 6 Darkstar very early on, and that's just kind of a win streak into stage 4. Very easy position for them. And a lot of players at this point, if they hit the Cho'Gath this early, they don't even need to roll for the Lissandra necessarily. They can kind of wait around and see how the tempo plays out.
Yeah, but you're 4 copies away. 3 actually, because you have the duplicator on your bench. I feel like you should roll for it. That way you're guaranteed. You're like, okay, I know I'm stable. I don't have to worry about it. I can now push levels and try to get Jhin.
Just saying I'm a dirty high roller, so I'm going to...
Some of the other players are thinking that too.
He can consider waiting to roll until a little bit later, just to have the option to high roll a Jhin as well if he rolls on 7, for example, and to high roll more of his stage 4 and stage 5 board, where when you're rolling on 5, you're really just going to be able to hit the list.
This is the time I was waiting for. We've got random boons. Who's going to come out ahead? Sometimes, 3-2 here, you could get like very little gold from the Ahri augments, or you could get a massive high roll. We're going to have to check each of these boards. Okay, not Jedu's board. Jedu took a rather boring option here.
Hey, big Cho'Gath is never boring.
Okay.
Wow, he's rolling.
That was the Acel 2 from Jedu's board, but he's opting not to buy them. Found a 3rd copy on level 5, which is extremely rare.
Ooh, got the Thieves' Gloves out of the treasure hunt. And an Ezreal 3, why not?
No Lissandras, unfortunately. Or Kai'Sas either, so we're going to stick to the 3 Timebreaker for now, especially with the Ezreal.
I actually think this is a little bit of a low roll for him. He would have wanted the emblem, and he would have wanted the Lissandra. The Ezreal is kind of a dead unit. I don't really see him playing like, 4 Timebreaker, 4 Bruiser in this line. I will say, though, Jedusor does like playing the Bruisers a lot. We have seen him play a lot of Bruiser into Challenger MF, but I haven't seen him on as Cho, though.
Okay, I am absolutely stun-locked that Jedusor lost that fight. With a 3-star Cho and a 3-star Ezreal.
It is a 3-item Jax. Replication allowed Lee Sao to slam essentially best in slot items for this Jax. And if anyone knows how strong Jax is, it's Jedusor. His very first game yesterday, he was the one just taking over his lobby in the late game with that Jax as well. So a lot of reroll in this lobby compared to what we've been seeing across this day.
Yeah, Bra also in a very strong spot here. I think he should... I'm actually surprised that he's lost 3 fights. Given that he has a Nunu early, and these are great items for a Teemo to be holding, should be able to win this one. Gyosko, on the other hand, already with a Galio in hand, so this is a fairly decent spot for him. He might not get the cash out just yet, though. This is right on the edge. He needs some unit kills from his Anima.
Sterax Aurora, I believe. There we go. Nash is down.
Okay.
And this, of course, was a 2-5 Anima from Gyosko, not from 2-1 onwards. So it's a little bit off. He can win the next fight, though. And he does have Pandora, so he has... I guess he won't have much time to actually try and mitigate the low rolls.
Yeah, I do expect him to just level after this round, after seeing the PvE. Meanwhile, VCLF, going for the win streak, has a Dawn Core here. A very strong option for something like the Karma. We saw a copy check here, still on 5 copies, but with very decent HP.
There's a lot of upgrades that might be coming through too.
Yeah, he has also been very lucky on the items, being able to full build the BIS onto Jax.
Not many players will be able to spike on 4-1, so there's a good chance Gyosko can win this next fight. It's really just Upset Max, who is very, very rich. The rest of the players, I think, will have to wait till 4-2 We'll see the roll down here from Giosko. He is sitting on 50 gold and 6 free rolls, so I mean, it would be very strange for him not to hit both the Mighty Mech and the Aesol. Morgana 2 is massive as well. Can't take out Enema, has to be careful, of course.
We've seen this happen many times. Sell the Jinx too early and go like, oops.
Perfect items on both of his carries as well, so it's looking quite good here. But Calculaus putting in a lot of work in terms of Giosko's economy. What does he face?
VCLF with a Nami might be a little bit dangerous here.
Full gold though. He hasn't really dug too deep.
Yeah, 16 HP. He will survive regardless, but it's just about how many lives he can keep in the bank right here. It does look like the Galio will still be strong enough to hold on. The Nami, even with the Dawn Core, can't survive in the front line, and Giosko does out-tank.
Especially with the Pandoras, having 2 lives gives you that chance that if you really low roll after the Reforger, you can still just leave it on the bench for a turn.
All right, third augment will be gold to round him out, and that was a lot of influx there for Along. Forward thinking now paying off.
Just expect him to be playing for a... Oh, because he did hit the Marauder emblem, he's going to be going into the Nova line instead. This is one of the lines that we've seen him play in APAC where other players were less willing to try for it. And I felt like it was a very cheap level 8 board that can speedily go up to level 9. You're playing a lot of one-cost units like the Caitlyn and the Aatrox on this board, and he's already found his Kindred here.
And 4 copies of Tom Kench. He's just going to hold one for other people.
A great position for him is going to go into the Fiora later on, so even still preserves a chance to win out.
VCLF has also hit the Nami tools to the battle of these ranged 4-cost carries. The rest of the board for VCLF not too strong, mostly 1 cost, but it looks like it might just be enough here against the Kindred. Unless the Kindred heals past all this damage, he doesn't. So Along tax a tiny bit here on 4-2. Giosko does get the win, it looks like. Upset Max also just dominating this lobby, still on a win streak, a 9 win streak now.
His win streak was crazy because I was checking in on his board and he had all 1-star units, but they were 4 costs. He had just like 1 Rammus, 1 Corki, 1 Riven, and now obviously he has upgraded a lot of those things and that will extend the streak, but wow, it has been kind of lights out from just the Meeple board.
This is such a cool way to play the line from Birthday Reunion. He's saying that I'm going to play it slow and steady, not rushing towards level 9 and being very risky with his board. He's just going to be aiming for maybe that, game 13 angle where we don't usually think of this as a top 1 line, but if you get a top 3 here and you can move further on, it's good enough.
Also, griefing a tiny bit on the roll down, holding on onto a lot of key copies of units that players are looking for. The Blitzcrank, the Nunu, the TK there, now making 20. Most likely, his next in will be the Birthday Reunion 5 cost, so doesn't really have to hold too many more units to complement this board on level 9.
He's also so healthy that he could have lost all of stage 4 and still got to 9.
Yeah, great start from him. We have another random boon on the left. Ooh, this one's always a little bit risky. It could disable your shop if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's true. Get a lot of gold, but then you can't use it for anything.
Yeah, this is always kind of the more dangerous situations if you have low health on the lobby. So you see Giosko, he's saying, I don't want to run into an Evelynn. I'm just going to settle for the Soraka right here. It's going to give me the Soraka buff to heal up later on as well.
Let's comment on the HP complexion of this lobby as well. Upset Max way ahead, Giosko way below, but in the middle, everyone is sandwiched between 46 and 39 HP, a 7 HP gap between 6 players. So these next few fights will be incredibly important in terms of what it looks like coming to stage 5. The Yi 2 is found for Tianlong. He has a potential Thieves Glove Slam as well. Is this going to be strong enough to turn around the loss streak? That's a big question.
Depends on where that Master Yi is going to go, but everybody else just looks so strong. Huge roll down here for Li Cao and cannot find the Jax, just 1 copy off.
Yeah, this is where you expect him to start taking a lot of losses. On the other hand, it will be Brabra whose board. He did find a lucky Sona with the duo cure, one of the best 5 costs you could ask for, just missing out on the LeBlancs to stabilize.
Maybe the best matchup that Lee Sao could have hoped for, still on the Jax 2, but it is not even close. At this point in the game, you really need to have that Jax 3 online if you want to start winning these fights.
That would be pretty brutal. Lee Sao, 52 points. Doesn't really need a whole lot, but is still on that bubble.
There's a Emilio 3 on the
Just
bench.
sitting on the bench.
Just chilling, like, please, put me in, coach. Thank you.
No.
No.
It was just
No.
this fleeting moment for you, Panda.
It's a warm-up still.
Well, because I think ideally, like, he gets to level and put it in.
Yeah, he's so behind. It's really tragic. It's making everything so much more difficult. And his time's running out. He's losing more and more HP here.
Ooh, running into one of the strongest players in the lobby. Just hit the Master E2 in the previous round, and Lee Sao knows it. He's like, okay, I'll play another game. You got me.
Messed up the positioning as well. He immediately targets the Jax. Right after that, Jedi procs comes right back to him, and it is a bloodbath here. Another massive loss for Lee Sao. He knows it. He needs to find this upgrade right now. A bit of a gold injector from Treasure Dragon might help him. He does have a lot of items, so really just going to hope to find enough gold to hit and also go 7 to add the Aatrox back in.
Ooh. Along and Upset Max were fighting each other, and Upset Max takes his first loss of this streak. So finally broken, but take a look, still 67 HP. Gold enough to be able to go to 9 at the beginning of stage 5.
Yeah, really strong position from Upset Max, and I think it's also helped by the fact that we have a lot of low rolls coming across the board on these fast 8 boards. Bra not being able to hit, and if we looked at the previous board from VCLF, I also didn't expect him to fall so far after getting an early Nami here. So I think the Corki board kind of got a free pass against a lot of these boards that did miss.
Sometimes it's what it takes, though. Recognizing that there's an uncontested line that you can play to, and you're going to get a free 2-star 5 cost in just a moment.
Wow, Blitz 2 for VCLF is absolutely massive. Level 9, he's pretty much assembled his kind of highest cap, really just missing the Shen here. Should be able to win most of these fights coming to stage 5, especially against these low roll players who have still missed their key upgrades.
Well,
we solved the mystery of why VCLF was on 17 HP. That's because he went straight for level 9, but this is where this play could be punished. You have a 400 cash out in this lobby, so sometimes preserving HP might have been the correct move.
Look at the Acel though. He's in danger. He has to fly away. He gets the boost. Is it going to be enough? It's not. He's taken down. Just the mech is left alive. Could have been punished, but instead he's the one punishing Gyosco despite the Anima cash out.
Gyosco can't believe it.
Doesn't have Fiora as well, so he has not been healing. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, Lee Sao as well is going to be on single-digit HP, so we're going to focus on both of them as they get ready for their next and potentially last fights. Lee Sao has finally found the Pantheon and the Jax 3, but will not be able to get the Lulu upgraded in this game.
Yeah, the front line not looking so great for Lee Sao, and critically, he's not level 8. On this board, the Ross does matter quite a bit. You have a ton of low threshold traits right there. Doesn't have the econ to do it. Very low roll position. I do expect Lee Sao to be going 8th here.
Gyosco rolling for Karma 2, does not find it. We'll see if he'll be punished for it.
Gyosco is actually going to be running into Upset Max. We do have a small pause, but if you notice who he's going to be playing, it's going to be Upset Max. And Upset Max out of the birthday reunion got barred too.
That's a little bit scary. HP leader versus last point in the HP. Definitely one life for Gyosco here. And he was sitting level 9, 50 gold with free rolls. His hands were off the wheel. He thought, you know, I'm coasting to level 10. I'm going to have an incredibly strong board. No one's beating me. The moment VCLF takes him down, he's like, wait, what? What do I do now? I have to roll this gold for just rolling for a Karma, essentially. So a very strange last 2 rounds for Gyosco.
Yeah, and it really is about how many units you can remove from the opposing board. Looking at Lee Sao's matchup here, he's going up against probably the strongest person in the lobby outside of Upset Max. It is going to be Along, so it's the bottom 2 versus the top 2 right here. Just because of the fact that Lee Sao is trying to play scaling and it has a melee carry, I think there's actually a decent chance that Gyosko might be able to take more units off the board.
Is Gyosko content with the 7th, though, at the start of this game, into an Anima 400 cash out that looked to be, at the very least, a top 2, a top 3? I think you have to be quite disappointed to be in this position right now.
For sure. I just think that there are so many other boards when you get a chance to look at them like this that you can kind of see where people have struggled. Jedusor hit everything. You have all of your 2-star 4 costs on Upset Max's board. Along, bruh. Tianlong got that mastery so early with these additional emblems that are really helping you scale up the comp.
I really like all 3 of our top 4 players' boards right here. They're rather unorthodox. Jedusor getting a Dawn Core on the Lissandro is actually huge. But now we go into the Hunger Games. Who is going to end up as the last place?
Riven is already down as one of the big dangers for this Asol. It's looking okay for Gyosko. I'd rather say it's looking good for Gyosko. The Rammus is almost taken down as well. The Mighty Mech is holding on for quite a while. And for Lee Sao, I think it's an expected result considering how much he low-rolled both the Jax 3, how far behind he was on tempo in terms of pushing 7. He should have taken over in stage 4 with the Jax 3. He should have dominated boards that were not quite hit yet, but instead he was that loser throughout all the stage.
I want to thank brother Lee Sao for testing out the meta for us. Solo Jax with Huntress, nobody contesting. Still likely not very playable.
There were a few Jaxes out of the pool in stage 3 before Tianlong pivoted back into the Kindred.
Wow, Tianlong actually, though, is sitting on a single Fiora, was able to go level 9, but this is looking grim. Another big fight for Gyosko. Can he beat Along, who has a Fiora that can also wrap onto this Aurelian Soul?
Aurelian Soul is headed in the other direction right here, so I do think that Gyosko should be relatively safe. As I say that, Fiora moves away from the carrier, and indeed he is fine. The front line is very hard to crack for these melee carries. I don't really expect Along or Tianlong, both of them actually having Dragon in their name, to be able to beat him out.
And we saw how close the HP totals were in this lobby. You win 2 fights, all of a sudden you're top 6, 2 players down. Jedusor on the Cho Lissandra, unfortunately, also free fell. These last 2 fights must have been pretty big losses. He was 3rd coming into this stage 5 and is now ending up in 7th place. Barbara, who has stabilized, still stuck on 8 due to LeBlanc coming in so late.
Well, now that Jedusor placement must be disappointing. You hit your Cho'Gath, you hit your Lissandra so early that Cho'Gath was scaling. But as you had called out earlier in the game, Panda, the HP totals were so close together that you're seeing it continue here with VCLF at 17, Gyosko at 7. That's only a 10-point differential, and it's just up to matchmaking at that point.
It was also the placement lost, missing on the Darkstar emblem from Treasure Hunt for Jedusor.
Yeah, now Gyosko is going to face an opponent that did beat him previously. This is going to be the Nami board that does have the chance to go into the back line. Doesn't look like it this time, though. The damage very spread across the front. Gyosko is going to sigh a breath of relief right here as he does take down his nemesis. In the meantime, well, we know who the better dragon is, and it is the one from Vietnam.
Not just Better Dragon, they were both playing the same Marauder Kindred line as well. So very interesting parallels there from 2 of our players. Barbara, who has stayed alive as well on 1 HP, as has VCLF. I think any Americas fans are really struggling to keep their nerves in line at the end of this game.
I mean, VCLF just hit absolutely everything, though, going into what could be his final fight as Who is getting prepared for his opponent. We will see what will happen. Both of them will be eliminated for sure, and it's unlucky matchmaking for Bra going up against Gyosko. VCLF can only hold his hands and pray as Upset Max is on the other side.
Ooh, Broba was stuck on level 8 rolling for LeBlanc. A very low roll game for him. Didn't find it until stage 5, and now he's going to rub up against the 400 cash out. The front line is going down. I do expect him to be dropping out right here. On the other hand, for VCLF, it's a 1v1 versus Emilio, and he survives off less than 100 HP to go into the top 4.
Crazy board from VCLF. He's hit all of his upgrades at this point in time. A lot of these extra resources from the Thresh really helping out for all of our players now in the top 4. Fiora 2 has been hit already for Long. Is there anything else he can really do to make this board any stronger?
I think crazy. He reforged one of those emblems with the Nova.
The pings are coming out. Upset Max is like, no, don't worry, guys.
No, you don't see any extra copies of the Corki or the Rammus on my bench.
Must be a visual glitch.
Yeah. Do not peek behind the curtain. He's going to roll for it, though.
He's just smart from Upset Max. He knows he's playing a lower cap comp. Doesn't really have the chance to do anything on 10. 7 Rammuses, 2 copies off.
Oh, okay. Has a Corki that he can play around as well, but... Oh, there's
His 8th one?
Does he
go now? I think he should go now.
He has to, yeah.
Because other people might try to hold them.
Hey, VCLF, wake up. You have 30 gold. I guess he's trying to go 10, so he's saying, hey, someone else has to be the hero. It's not going to be me.
VCLF is thinking about the long game right now, but we will update you as soon as we find out whether or not that Rammus 3 has been hit. But Giosko, level 10, up against Upset Max, was rolling for the Rammus.
It was an easy win for Giosko last time these two players faced. Not too many more upgrades from Upset Max's side. He's just trying to go for the 3-star win condition. It's a win for Giosko. Now he's sending that hot potato to someone else on this next fight if Upset Max is able to hit. Along, huge win against VCLF. VCLF out in 4th. And now it's APAC Americas and EMEA fighting for that top 1.
Still have not seen any Rammuses purchased by the other 2 boards here, so there's the door still wide open for Upset Max. But if he doesn't find it, I do expect Giosko to actually be able to take over this game. I feel like Along has probably a worse matchup against such an established front line that Upset Max has.
What a roller coaster of emotions for Giosko on that loss to VCLF. He was like, wait a minute, am I going to go 8th here? And now he's back in the dominant position in stage 6.
Giosko is also playing some defense. There is a Rammus in his shop. So that is going to be one out of the pool there for Upset Max, who will probably roll if you don't win this next fight.
Yeah, I feel like Along is the one that is not going to hold the Rammuses. Like, he's in a very good point position, and there could be a rock, paper, scissors, shoe situation where Upset Max takes out Giosko for him.
Oh, well, it's getting quite close. The Fiora is still alive, though, until that Corki rocket comes down, and Upset Max is actually going to lose out the fight. Very close now. But Giosko does look like he might end up winning this, but can he actually find the Rammus 3? That would be so fun to see.
He doesn't actually sell the Fizz 2. Huh. Still trying to look for it. Not going to get it. There's only 1 copy left.
Yeah, he knows he's the weakest player. He knows he has to downgrade his entire board. Maybe even the Corki. I mean, you're not winning at this point without hitting the Rammus 3. Yeah, he's going to downgrade the Corki as well. Not able to hit. Still, I think a strong 3rd place from Upset Max, all things considered. A very interesting game, the way he played Birth of Reunion, as you mentioned earlier, Clement.
Yeah, getting the Bard 2 also helping a lot. Along, I'm just so impressed with this board. Statistically, this is one of the strongest comps that we have seen so far, and you do have a chance for him to just get onto the Aurelian Soul.
Run, Asol, run!
Fly away!
Fly, I guess, sorry.
Boosters, activate. No, I mean, the Fiora is still chunking through everything. I feel like there was enough damage done to the Aurelian Soul. It actually can't hang on through that final Fiora cast. And Giosko, level 10 with a cash out, is actually going to get knocked out. It's a double elim, and Along takes this game.
Along is not slowing down. He's going for the record play right here. Another great game for him. Very strong early spreading, early items, and going for a Nova board that I feel is just underplayed most of the time. It's very cheap on 8. You can go to level 9 quickly, and it also just destroys boards that don't have good enough frontline. You have a lot of these focus power from the Kindred and Master E or Fiora early on.
And great items as well, with not just the Nova +1, but the Marauder +1 on the Shen. A very interesting build, the 4 Marauder in the end. Is it a chance to break the record? 78 points from Saya last hack round. I'm a believer here.
It's... do you need a first place, though, right?
He's on 64, he's on 72 now, 72? I think.
Okay, so he needs the 3rd place.
I mean, considering his current streak, I'm believing.
Okay, well, let's jump into the other lobby that's been playing simultaneously. It is a 1v1 showdown between Dank Memes and Stilo of Bora. APAC really has been on a hot streak today, especially when it's come down to Stilo of Bora. But Dank Memes was able to just get a win. Can these upgrades that Stilo of Bora has made at level 10 be enough to rewrite that script?
Both going down to Shepherd 5 boards. I think it is going to come down to the commands here and what the Graves upgrades can do for the style of Steel of Bora. Of course, he also has an extra level.
It is a blighting jewel on Danking's side, though. A very strong artifact synergy with LeBlanc. The hold the line really strong for Steel of Bora as well. Very nice combat power on level 10.
Oh, it's looking close, but the front line is falling. Heavy is the crown for the LeBlanc that is on Steel of Bora's side, but it's not heavy enough. Dank Memes takes it down and wins another game today. Congratulations to a fantastic second place there for Steel of Bora, but Dank Memes getting the first place is really keeping the dreams for the Americas alive.
And with Jedusor falling to 7th place, that means that top 4 security is suddenly called into question. Now Dank Memes is also in range to kind of jump through and skip that game 13.
Even if not on the game 12 cut, 58 points, 11 games in, and is a very good position for a final lobby chance for Dank Meme, which I imagine he would be so ecstatic about. From tier 2 all the way to potential final lobby, an insane run this set.
I just keep thinking about the emotion that Dank Memes showed after he knew that he had made it into the TFT Pro Circuit. After having 2 fantastic performances at the Tactician's Crown, he failed to make it into Tier 1, and when he finally did so, showed a beautiful display of emotion, and now I feel like he's really going with the confidence. We are going to take a look at our standings to just get you up to date with the game that we just watched, and we'll see where things are now. As we heard, the points kind of shake up there at the top. This is where we're focusing first, though, at the bottom.
Oh, Soju, the crowd favorite, taking an 8th here, falling to 51 points, and Xiaoge's hot streak also dissipating right before our eyes. They're now at least 5 points beyond the cut. 6, actually.
A big game from Gyosko, though, now finally moving back into the top 8 after a very long time. Bensak, not the best game, but still holding on. So all 3 EMEA players currently in the top 8 after this game 11.
APAC, though, thriving. Along and Stilo of Bora looking great. And Hwamye, after getting first in the last 3 games, does also get a 3rd place. All top 3s today for this competitor. Another one of the greats we've been following this entire time. Could this be a triple crown for him in a different sense?
Well, with how hot he has been doing, definitely possible. 36 points in just 5 games. I really worried about the GOAT fight next game, though. There's only 1 game left. Dish Soap and Tidal, both of our 2-time TAC round champions, still outside of range.
Well, we do have, we were able to follow the action that we saw in the last parts of the lobby, but we didn't get a chance to see all of it. So that's why we've got our sideline reporters here, Hupeson and Gangli, to fill us in on what else happened.
Thank you, Des. Yes, you've explained what happens with the points. We want to explain how that happened. Soju, last place right now in points, and he played different. He played with Bodyguard to start, so he didn't have the normal item, the normal economy that he used for tempo, and he tried to risk everything into it, but he only found an Ami 1. So he could never stabilize on level 8, he couldn't go to level 9, that wasn't strong enough. That's Soju maybe trying to make a change in gear, but it couldn't happen, and he took the 8 because of that. And Bensak, humble. 3 points that you mentioned, at least he summoned. He played Corki without Deathblade. The source didn't come through, and in the end, it's not a comp that you can push through without it.
The big story of that lobby was the contested AP. We had 5 players playing into the AP line, completely contested, and a Samira reroller with a Nami 2 on their board. I was watching Dish Soap, who was trying to play into the Space Groove line, saw that Soju wanted to play it, Tidal slammed the Space Groove emblem, he had an open spatula and said, forget it, I'm going to play Darkstar. Rolls down on level 8, 0 karmas, does not find a sword the entire game. So he plays a really cool flex board on level 8, meching his mighty mech with an upgraded ASOL in the background and just playing flexible units around it, eventually able to go 9. Not enough to get him a first place, but a really cool line played from a previous Tactician's Crown champion.
Well, thank you so much for the updates and for filling in the gaps. We are going to be going back to that lobby for our next game because we do have the GOAT battle, as you were saying. So let's take a look at them getting ready for game number 12. As a reminder, we are doing sandwich cuts after this game. Top 4 will go to the grand finals in our overall standings, and the bottom 4 will be sent home as we continue to whittle down the competition. Soju, Dish Soap, Xiaoge, these are the 3 players that we're looking at that are trying to avoid the elimination. Whereas Hwamye, Stilo of Bora, they're on the top. They want to promote.
That being said, if Jedusor has another poor game, there is an opening for Bensak and Dank Memes to potentially take that 4th place position. There's 3 players on 58 fighting for that 4th spot, and Jedusor at 62 trying to defend it.
And what a lobby to behold. I think this is the most gold, just diamond-studded lobby you could ask for. 5 different TAC champions just shoved into a single round. 2 of them still needing to get into that finals. The tension is here. The pressure is high. Who will make it out of this final game?
You say 5 different TAC rounds, but the fact that there are 2 players in the lobby that have the lion's share of them all, I think it's crazy. And there's only one way that we can figure out how this game is going to go, and that's going to be to get into it momentarily, and we'll be able to find out the gods that we will be watching. But yeah, I cannot believe my eyes. That is a grand finals lobby.
Yeah, that
absolutely is. And not just the TAC round winners, but we have Soju, one of the most consistent players in the TPC era. We have Xiaoge, used to be known as Saka. He's 2 top 4s in TAC round as well, back in the day in set 9 and set 10. So, as you mentioned, star-studded, all-star lobby. That's going to be just so tough to stabilize your board on stage 4 in terms of the level of play here, the level of flexibility, the level of adaptability from all of these players.
There's also 2 more players chasing after a potential record right here. Saya, 78 points, still in range, actually for Huanmie to surpass it if he can take a first place. And for the side of Along, all he needs is just going to be a 4th to jump that. I thought we were going to have a record that was going to stand the test of time, but TFT is full of surprises.
Wow, and what players to be able to do it too. It's just so exciting to be able to watch what these competitors can do when they're showing us everything in their toolkit. They're so sharp. They're playing lines that even though we've had this set for several months, they're coming up with the new tech.
And if Along ties a record at 78, I think we should still give it to him because he had a Mr. 100 game in this TAC round. So I think that should be the tiebreaker, in my personal opinion.
Saya might have some disagreements with that.
He'll show up next set. I think he'll be back to claim his title.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Have you ever had a Mr. 100 game?
Yeah, almost.
At TAC round, no. On ladder, yes. yes, several. Usually once a set.
You do start the ladder playing up against, bots a lot of times, so yeah.
Clement waits a week to start grinding so he can play the bots early on.
Oh, okay.
He told me the tech last set.
All right, that's the new tech then. I'll have to try that for set 18. But, final game, those are the stakes. If you're at the top, are you playing for first place? Or is this just okay, I know I always have another game, so even if I try to play for first and I whiff, then I can always play that game 13.
I love a quote from Distop, and he said that, playing for top 4 is essentially LARPing. There is no such thing as playing for top 4. You're kind of just trying to go not 8th, and that's kind of the most dangerous situation for you. So I still expect the top players to, maybe they'll go on a Corky Riven line that's, top 3 oriented, but they won't be, trying intentionally to go for a slower board.
And even the 58-point players, they have an incentive to play for first because they want to try and take Jedusor's slot. This is the magic of the sandwich cut. This is why this format was changed a few sets ago. There is this incentive for every player in this lobby to play for a first. If they want to, they can just think, hey, I'm looking at the game 13. I'm looking at a 2-game spread, and I can play more consistently. But I hope to see Bensek and Dank Memes reaching for the stars with Jax.
No, maybe.
Got it.
that was a good one, but maybe. I think there are a couple of other things. I would be excited to see a different hero augment, but I feel like those have just been not so popular amongst our competitors.
I miss Gragas. Justice for Gragas.
I love Mordekaiser, but we haven't seen it.
I really wanted to see GG9 from Americas play Gragas.
Yeah, that would be a full circle moment.
If you know, you know.
Yep. I'm not going to say his full name.
Stands for. Means good game, everybody.
One of the G's is Gragas. I think we can get that far.
Let's find out the gods for our game as we get into game number 12. It's going to be Aurelian Sol, the god of quests. And Varus.
Officially god of wonder, but yeah, I call him god of quests.
The god of quests.
We could see a trait quest, we could see random emblems offered, we could see the chance for a Darkstar game, a Space Crew game, maybe even a 10 Meeple game.
Ooh. And we're going to see that Victor is going to upgrade your starting champions to 2 stars.
3 Leonas already being upgraded, actually forcing a lot of these players to go into AP flex lines. We'll see how that kind of impacts the players' decisions right here. Also an additional gold injection for these players if they want to go for the fast 9s.
2 Cho'Gaths as well for Hwamie and for Dish Soap. One of the, I think, just strongest options in terms of 1-cost reroll, especially with the right augment setup. We saw the treasure hunt not quite work out last game for Jerusalem, but it can be a very strong line, especially if you high roll that spatula on the second treasure hunt proc.
And we are looking at the cutoffs right here. You have to get beyond 53 points currently is the 12-point cutoff if you want to get into their 13th game. So a lot of these players can, if you're lower on the point value, you don't need to force yourself into a straight first position. There are still some risks that you can avoid.
That's right. There's a lot of stuff that players will need to look out for here in this game. And of course, something you're always very thankful for is that early direction. If you can find it, if you can signal to the rest of the lobby, hey, this is what I'm going for. I don't want to be contested on this line. I want to just go for a nice and easy Jinx reroll. We've seen it do well at least once today. Then it can be really productive for you.
I think only once, unfortunately. It hasn't been one of the star comps.
I was trying to save it. I was trying to save it.
Well, I was going to hype up Shield Maiden, but Steel of Bora immediately rerolled it. I think Necra's wish of another hero augment is not going to come into action. The Pike pair can be quite scary here for Steel of Bora if he finds that upgrade. An absolute menace in Stage 2 in particular.
Yep, straight upgrades, trying to hit that Jinx 2 into a straight win streak. Xiaoge here is going to push his luck, does get an Arbiter, and has gold at the end of combat. Probably not one of the higher win rate ones here. You would have wanted the Leona slightly more stable.
Some pretty big low rolls here. Sniper +1 as well. Not really the best options to play around. I think players are already trying to potentially play into the trade quest from Early and Soul on Stage 2 with these emblems, but the synergy is not quite there yet. Oh, never mind. Soju is on a Meeple +1. He went 8th last game. He won 7th the game before. If anyone needs to fight for a 10 Meeple high roll, it is Soju in this game number 12.
Okay, is that what we're doing now? We're just jinxing players, Panda?
No, blessing.
Oh my goodness. We saw Soju on a +1 Meeple, I believe, throughout yesterday. Did not reach to 10, but set himself up for success for it. You guys were mentioning, of course, it is an Aurelion Soul game, so that is something that is well within the possibilities. We'll need to see, though, if he can find it, if the Reforgers are going to be, well, gracious to Soju here.
A very flippy game, I would say. 4 players going for branching out, trying to string this into the trait quest that Panda was talking about. And we also have Tidal going for a pretty risky power-up. 3-2 power-ups are completely fine, but the 2-1 silver power-ups a lot of times can just mean that you miss out on potential that you get the gold instead of the prismatic here.
You could see Anima online for Xiaoge with a chance for an Aurora 2 as well. He had 2 Auroras in his shop somehow on level 4. I imagine he's not going to go for that upgrade. Wants to play for the full blue streak instead. Players scouting, understanding what everyone's trying to do in this stage 2 is going to be really important in terms of the setup for the rest of this game.
Tidal there, taking a couple early losses, trying to maybe get a loss streak going here as well. Does have 10, most of our players do. Only Stilo, Aurora, and Dish going to be the ones that are missing out on the extra econ, and Soju actually already on 20 there to get a little bit of a head start on the financials.
We are getting a look at Dissop, and unfortunately he is running straight into Xiaoge, both of them holding on to the Arbiter here. Xiaoge, of course, going on to the Anima, so going into a different AP line, but what I want to point out is 3 Leona starts, a lot of AP players. I think it's the same as Gangli's lobby that he saw. There's going to be a lot of contests.
Great matchmaking for Bensak here. Has pre-leveled to 5, so really wanted to win this round to get that 3-win streak going, to potentially fight for the 5-win streak to recuperate some of that gold. And faces the Anima player, so could not have gone better here for Bensak.
You know, I doubted Bensak earlier on this Lulu game. I'm not going to make that same mistake. So I'm here for the ride. Whatever he decides, I'm sure, is going to be a valiant outcome. But first, we're going to need to check in with our gods and see what our gods of quests mainly is going to serve our players? Can they find additional emblems? Is the dream of Meeple still alive?
It's a 50-50 between gold
No.
or trade.
Ooh.
All these branching outs now, maybe not the best, the absolute optimal decision here. No extra synergy between the emblems found and the emblems that could be given from that potential trade quest.
Yep, they will still have another Triad at stage 3 is also a 50-50 for trait quest. And for a lot of these players, it's important to remember to hold on to some of those triple trait units to use for that. Early unlocks gives you direction before heading into stage 4 is very useful. So things like the Urgot, things like the Lysandra, you should try to hold on to them if you have the additional gold before 3-5.
It is, of course, much harder to activate the trade quest that late into the game and or not already have a clear direction, whereas in stage 2, you have the benefit of knowing it's there, knowing you don't have to commit maybe too many items just yet, and you can kind of wait to see until you proc it.
Steel of Bora trying to preserve this win streak here, as I'm sure looking at Bensek. We see Bensek on the other side there of the board. They could go against each other. Both of those level players now on level 5, but is not going to be the case. Finds Juanmia instead, and that should be possible for him to win, although that Cho'Gath looks a little bit scary.
I really like this Cho'Gath. It's the Cho that could, you know, he's just standing behind the front line. I know he's going to get sold later on, but it's still a nice use to just have the Cho'Gath get more stacks before he goes out.
The long-range bite. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Cho'Gath, if he is in my dreams.
Oh, and he actually wins with it. Never mind. He's
wow.
a genius.
This is the new tech, Clement.
And he has 5 Chos. He might actually be going for it.
Huamian wanted to save this tech for final lobby, but I guess he's going to have to use it now.
Important note here, we need to check in with Xiaoge. He was on Anima and he just won, so that was probably not what he was looking for unless we were just tempoing a little bit, but I don't think so. So a little bit unfortunate here.
Is K3 Soju going to save the lobby? He was the only one on the loss streak. So I think it might be Soju.
Yep, it had to have been Soju. No one else is open forwarding. I think Soju will play kind of the OG open fort Corki potentially with the Meeple +1. Maybe we'll try and reforge it.
Soju and Dank memes are actually open forwarding is the word that we're getting here. So both of the Americas players trying to save the lobby from the Anima cash out. I'm not sure I love the game plan on the Corki. We saw it earlier in the game where Soju was also trying to coast onto the Corki Riven into a top 4. I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that's the type of lobby we're looking at, and Soju has shown time and time again that he can play to those higher cap boards. I don't think you should feel confident enough to just go for the easy out and kind of scam your way into a 4th place.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he wants to try and play for a reroll angle. I think he's going to just pick up whatever is dropped here. Looking at the amount of copies he has, it's really hard to go into a printer Meeple line at this point for him. I think he probably does have to go into just a fast 8 and more of a top 3 comp that you were talking about. It's probably a game 13 angle or maybe a 10 Meeple angle.
Well, I'd be here for it. I would love to see the 10 Meeple. Somebody played it yesterday. Do you guys know who?
Can't remember off the top of my
I
head.
think it was one of the CN players, but I'm not 100% on that. But definitely somebody did have the 10 Meeple throughout this Tactician's Crown already. Why not Soju?
Xiaoge back to work here, trying to play for the lose streak, but of course the reset will slow him down oh so much. Maybe he can reach 400, but it's going to be a hard challenge. We'll see what the 3-2 augments will be. Potentially Tiniest Titan can buy him more time. He is playing into AP, not just to the Arbiter, but the item slams there as well. And now Steel of Bora says, hey, it's my turn. I'm going to start lose streaking.
A strong win streak from him earlier on, and he's holding on to a small cash out into most likely a groove board. In the meantime, Bensak has found an out. He can try to skip away from this AP contest line here, getting an early Kindred.
Yeah, early Kindred, but the items are a little bit weird. Double Rot here. We have Sword and Bow as we do get our augments. And keep in mind, Tidal is the one with the upgrade here, so he gets Prismatic. Everybody else gets gold. That means he wins the gamble he picked in that first augment round. Could have been gold, silver as well. And it will be Radiant TG as he does have 3 Thieves Gloves there.
Doesn't find the next glove component, unfortunately, but we do see Construct a Companion here from Shaga, so potentially trying to turn this loss streak around, understanding, hey, I can't go for the 400, let's play for some tempo instead. Has an early LeBlanc with the 3 Arbiter here. I believe he was printing gold, if I'm not mistaken, so you're okay to get some extra econ here and start winning these rounds.
Wow, and he does have the early LeBlanc as well. A very cool build coming out from Schalke. He was the player that did get the Graves 3, and the way he played it was he actually tempoed a 200 cash out into Jinx 2. So one of the very few plays that we've ever seen being done here. Very creative with the Anima.
Very Maybe Cho'Gath 3 for Hwangmie. And makes some sense. You're getting some value out of the Sniper Emblem with the Jin later on. You can just add it to your Kaisa.
And for now, it allows your Cho'Gath to do exactly what we're seeing here and what we saw in the previous fight, right? It has a little bit more range. It does get through those boards just a bit quicker. It's generally a slow unit, so it does add benefit, if not the benefit you were looking for tendentially, but it also just enables that sniper trait for now, so you are getting the additional bonus, and like you mentioned, works beautifully in that late game. Checking in with Soju, though, does have an open
happening.
We've got it going.
Does have a frying pan, a potential for 10 meeple maybe later in the game. Now needs to preserve HP. This is the one danger. You have to make it to 10. You have to make it to being able to add both of these emblems onto your board. It's possible Soju will not be able to hit 10 meeple, instead has to play for just the Corki tempo, but you mentioned it earlier, Makes. With 51 points in the standings, he needs a big game. And I'm not sure a second, frying pan emblem will get him strong enough at this HP already to do so. This is not, 17.3 Corki.
I do like what he did here, though, because he did invest some of his gold to at least secure a win out here. You mentioned he needs to be healthy, and that is exactly what Soju is trying to do here. Does get back to 40 on the back end of that, and will go into the gods now. Show me some traits.
Oh, it's Starry Quest again, so we're not going to get the additional emblems, but, Soju only needs a Reforger to still play for that 10 meeple win if he wants to. I think more realistically, he probably just finds a Assassin Rogue emblem and just puts it on the Corki. But I really like what you pointed out, Soju conserving his HP to go for high cap, actually leveling to 7 off of interval to try and go for that condition.
He needs a Reforger and lots of gold, right? So I think he's going to need like a 4-2 Econ Augment if he wants to go for that. And just high rolling a lot of the meeples to not have to roll on 8 at all to be able to push levels. So a lot on the checklist for Soju, but there is a potential for a flashy high roll game. Does high roll a Corki right away, so I mean, the dream is still there.
It's happening.
You guys are getting too excited. That's the higher you go, the deeper you can fall. Scary perspective there. But Soju, for now, does stabilize, and I'm happy to see that. We also need to check in with Dish here, because Dish, of course, is also building out his perspective, and you can kind of see in the backline there what he's thinking about. So Space Groove, of course, the premier option that he would really like to go for, but he's currently item carrying a Riven, and he does have a Riven pair. So the best of both worlds currently available at the hands of the 2-time champion as he finds his way through this lobby.
Incredibly lucky, actually, for Disto, because that's actually one of the heroes that he could use later on in that 5-groove board there. So a lot of high rolls, 3-4 costs early on in stage 3 allows him to send Benzak down, even though I felt Benzak had a very strong board with the MF2. In the meantime, Hwangmie, this is what he is known for, playing unorthodox boards. I really started my Twitter career posting Hwangmie tech, and the way Hwangmie comes up with tech is very different. He doesn't go through the stat websites, he just theorizes, he has this inner muse that he listens to, and he's what makes TFT so fun. You always feel like there's something unexplored, something that you could optimize even more when he is playing, and he's showing it to us with this Sniper Cho.
And you can tell how well he understands the scaling properties of Cho'Gath, picking up the duplicators on 3-2 just to get the Cho'Gath 3, playing something like an adaptive build on the Cho'Gath just to cast more and more often. Is it the best tank build for the late game? No, but it's good enough for now to get this Cho'Gath as bulky as possible. We're seeing the bars on the HP there, how how thick it already is, right? It's going to get really scary in the late game.
It's a chunky boy already. In the meantime, we're having an update on Stilo of Bora. Did cash out 100 2 times, which is kind of what we were expecting. Just trying to influx some of those resources, trying to stabilize on it as he is using Anima at the moment, but hasn't been having it in since the very start. And we're now going to be getting another set of items. And I was going to say, I want to look at Tidal with those Thieves Gloves. Can he get more crit?
Hear me out. Call to Chaos, 4-2 into triple Thieves Gloves.
Double gloves do drop here, so that is definitely a very, very good situation for Tidal. I'm not sure if that had something to do with you, Panda.
I think it did. Tidal said,
According to Mix, I only curse players, so definitely
this is
not
a
me.
first. This is a first I'm seeing that.
Oh, the
Blitz
lucky
Prank.
Blitz. Does have 28 rolls right here, and I think after this round is where we have the LeBlanc sweepstakes.
Tommy 2 is so big. The Epic Roll-Down definitely worked out for Stilo of Bora. On a 7-loss streak, need to turn things around, considering some of the boards that we're going to see forming in Stage 4.
Should be fine there. We're seeing Schalke already with the LeBlanc as well, and there's also Dank Memes on it. Bensack also is playing the LeBlanc. So the 4-2 kind of rush for that character, as we've seen many times before. Only 35% top 4 rate yesterday, but generally considered the strongest comp by our players on 8.
Guys, I think Hwanmin is losing here because he moved to Sniper Emblem. I think that's very clear analysis. So no longer Sniper Cho, now got 3 items, and it's going to be Golden Augments to round this one out. Can our players find what they need? You were mentioning resources, you were mentioning gold for Soju is not necessarily what we found.
So much gold here. The roll down's incredibly important, as you mentioned, Clement, for a ton of different players. No LeBlanc just yet. For Dankum, he's already rolled 40 gold, and not a single copy has been found. He needs to find LeBlanc due to the Rageblade build we're seeing here.
Bensack actually snatches it up with reinforcement. Really smart play, reading the lobby and knowing that he needs to get this online. Lots of denial being played.
All across our board. We did see for Tidal, one of the mechs was found as well, if I saw correctly there, as a lot of our players have invested their savings. Stilo of Bora is going to go up against Dank Memes here, are 2 bottom players in the overall HP right now. Still a LeBlanc 1 on the side of Stilo, on the side of Dank Memes, where Stilo does have the Nami too.
Strongest front line for Danking either. It's just the Mordekaiser that's upgraded. Everything else is 1-star on this board, and you have to imagine, how can that be? He was at 60 gold level 8 when he started rolling. We're at 11 gold now. Truly a tragic roll down for Danking here, contrasting with his first place in that last game that we saw.
Does find the Sona pair, that might be the saving grace right here, but I don't think his chances at the LeBlanc 2 are that great, so his items are going to be very difficult to utilize at this point. Stilo of Bora still sitting pretty here. I think he's just coasting straight to level 9. I love the way that he kind of put the space groove together with the can't remember the healing turning into damage pill.
Side effects.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, it's very nicely done by him, I agree. I do want to quickly remind everybody that these players are going to have a cutoff happen after this game. And some of our players are looking really good on that. They might get instantly promoted into the final day of the Tactician's Crown, but some of them are still fighting to not get eliminated on the back of this game, to get one more game, one more shot to make it there. And Dank Memes, who's currently in that last place, is one of those players who needs a higher finish here to save himself. We're expecting that cutoff to come in around that 61 marker, I believe, for the elimination. And so he really needs something better than this 8th place.
Really important fight win there for Soju. Not able to find the second meeple on the Reforged, but he does find the Voyager +1. He's on 7 meeple, trying to print the Corki, trying to greed his way to 9 because he knows he needs a high cap Corki game. It's not just level to 0, donkey roll to Corki 2, and hope for the best. This is not placement Soju. It's not scavenger Soju. It has to be hero Soju fighting for qualification, considering he's on 51 points coming into this game 12.
Yeah, and just to talk about the cutoff, this is going to be the 12th game so far. So if they want to get it into the next game, they have to go above 12th place. That is expected to be around 58 points.
Yeah, I was going to correct myself. I looked at the wrong line, but you are absolutely correct.
Then you want to get even more than that, hopefully, because there's another cutoff
Yes.
right after in just one game. So there's not that
Exactly.
much breathing room, as we have been seeing throughout the rest of this tournament, with 2 games between the cutoffs usually.
But even still, if Danknews goes 8th here, he will be on 59, which is probably the worst position to be in. So that point still stands. I do apologize about getting the numbers wrong, though. As we do see him go up against Hwanye here, he's still running that LeBlanc 1 in the backline, but has found a Karma 2 since, which is helping a lot with the damage distribution. Thankfully, also a Blitzcrank into that front line, and that CC is good enough to allow Danknews to hang in there just a little while longer.
Well, I mean, probably the player he wanted to face the most, because he's going straight to level 9 on this board. Still has 50 gold in the bank right there. Danknews sighs a breath of relief. And to round out the point discussion, the historical points to get in on 13 games would be 66 points. So if he goes 8th here, 59, next game, he still has a chance, but it will be very difficult.
And we're seeing Xiaoga there also at 51. He is trying to hold some of these Corkis to make Soju's life more difficult. He knows that Soju's a direct rival in terms of the cutoff happening in this game 12. Didn't make the Corki 2 at the very least, so not that much of a rat, but was holding 2 copies this entire roll down.
Silvora is one of the players that's looking for the instant promotion to kind of catch on to that last point. He's currently 2nd in the overall standings, and so getting a 7th here might actually move him out of those top 4 and send him into that last game where he will fight one more time, and that is definitely something he would like to avoid here. So let's see if this Nami 2 can be strong enough, but does look like it is going to be the case against the board from Title. Is playing that Aurelion Soul without the mecha upgrade for now, but still has some more gold to work with.
Steel is guaranteed through already, I think, in the top 4, because Jedu's on 62 points, and everyone else is on 58. He's just so far ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, for Steel of Bora, he's definitely trying to just catch up to Saya. I think that's kind of the quest that he's going on in this game. But yeah, you're right, the numbers do line up that way. For Danknews, though, even though he was able to face Hwanye, still does not find that Shepherd. Still looking for the LeBlanc. Very dire here. No Vex to potential carry items either. And this is the thing about LeBlanc, why I think she has such an atrocious ADP.
There she is.
And he
You
had to
sell
sell the
Karma.
blitzes. What a tragic game from Danknews. Truly a massive low roll on every roll down in stage 4 here.
It was also double contested, so I think in terms of probability, especially with Bensack going reinforcement into LeBlanc, it really wasn't that unexpected of a result that someone would have to drop out.
Very, very bad spot for Danknews here. It does have Hwanye and Title in his match pool, if I saw that correctly. So let's see who he's actually going to be going up against, as we do see Xiaoge will be leading Title on the other side. So that won't be the enemy for Danknews. But Danknews, with those 15 HP, not a whole lot to work with.
Both of these players are greeting their gold, not really on their final forms. They are trying to play for the highest cap possible considering their current points. The Vex 2 really helping Xiaoga for now up against this Asol. He isn't doing too much for Title just yet.
Yeah, really loved his risky play for Build a Companion going directly into the Teemo. Having a great item holder is the difference between him and Danknews, as Danknews just didn't have a good place to get the Guinsus online, is going to fall to 8th place.
He is still very much alive in the tournament, just can't really play for the high roll promotion right away.
Well, somebody that now needs to start shaking his dish soap. 2-time Tactician's Crown winner. Time and time again, we called him the perfect player. He does have 40 gold to work with here, but can he get to the point where he's actually allowed to work with? Does get a ghost copy on the other side. Let's see if he can beat what I believe is Soju's board on the opposite side there. Has found the quirky ribbon that we were talking about. In the end, becomes the default comp he goes into.
The face is on Nami. The ribbon is on Nami as well. Nami's been taken down. It's only a Blitzcrank 1. I think that might be lights out for Dish Soap. Really, really terrible fight RNG. Both of the melee carries on Soju's side wrapped onto the Nami very early on.
I felt like Disso's spot was probably the hardest to navigate. He was getting an Arbiter coming out from the Aurelian Soul, and he was sandwiched so many ways. Steelo of Bora, I think, definitely, made Disso's life very difficult by going into that stage 3 Anima and into a much faster stage 4 roll down.
Not only that, but Xiaoge also on the +1 Arbiter from the branching out, also on the Anima. So 2 of those players really causing a little bit of chaos for Dissob here, and will end up in the 7th place. Very unfortunately. Steelo, though, trying to hang in there, does go up against Juanmi here. A lobby very, very close in the HP totals. Let's see if this Nami can take down a very chunky Cho'Gath. The rest of the board is crumbling. The AoE should be good enough to take down the backline. I am a little worried about this big guy, though, but will be easy for Nami.
Big wrap from the Riven. Hwamie now down to his last life. It is so close now. 4 players on 1 life. Soju on a 9-win streak on this Corki line. And I think Soju might be trying to sneak a Corki 3, or at least working towards it. Jin 2 is big for Hwamie. This is the stabilization he needed. Maybe this 1 fight win could net him the points that he needs. Oh, he's guaranteed as well, I think, for the top 4 already.
Yep, and we do have our cash outs coming out from Aurelian Soul. Most player going for 2 completed items here is going to find perfect items, in fact, to upgrade his Cho'Gath too. I feel like the player that is feeling the heat most right now has to be Xiaoge. If he drops out, there's a 4 placement swing potentially in this just 1 fight, then he will follow Dissob out in the 2nd round.
Well, for now, we're going to be seeing a matchup between Title and Hwamie here. Both of those players on single digits as well. So let's see who will take the fall first. On the opposite side is that Aurelian Soul. Does have great single target, but not the best AoE, and that will be the matchmaker here as Title and Xiaoge do go out. And it's exactly like you mentioned, Clement. Xiaoge is going to be falling very short on those points.
We thought he was infallible. He would always go 4th place no matter what in the attack round, but unfortunately his tournament will be stopped short here. Just 55 points will not be enough to make the next cut.
Steelo of Bora has been 1 life for a while now. He did find that Blitz 2, and that might be enough to just take over at least the rest of this stage 5. We have to see Soju's board. We haven't seen it in quite a while. We're going to see it now. He is trying to print a few more copies of the Corki. It looks like still only sitting on 4 copies for now, and has not hit the Shen 2 yet either.
He does have a little bit of gold though, so can utilize that, but we need to lock in Bensek, Hwamie, both on 1 alive, and somebody is going to get eliminated here. It will be Bensek in the end. Just waiting for those HP to do come in here as the defeat is updated on our leaderboard. It's going to end up in a 4th place.
Nom 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 nom. Hwamie is probably going to finish the day with only top 3s. What a miraculous run from him. It's been over 10 sets since Hwamie actually finished in the top half of attack round. This time he's finally there, and he has a Cho'Gath Sniper Cho at the early game with 3,600 extra HP.
The adaptive as well, so much cast of Vow now as well, really helping out. The Jin 2 is what really helped Hwamie stabilize here. Soju, I think, has done enough as well to stay alive in the tournament. I think he's guaranteed a top 2 depending on the matchmaking here, with both Steelo of Bora and Hwamie at just 1 life here, and Soju still on 27.
Does go level 10 here.
No one's holding Corkis. I wonder if Soju has a potential line to move into that 3-star territory to try and fight for a 1st place.
Hwamie also rolling for those upgrades, does find Mighty Mech 2, but we are checking in with Soju on his run to escape the claws of elimination. Unfortunately, no additional Corkis to be found for now.
There's 2 on the board though, so he's on 5 copies, but we do see Steelo is holding 1.
well, he could be eliminated here as Stilo and Juanmia do meet up. And it is that giant Jin in the background there will serve big damage across the field. Can he reach the Nami just in time is going to be the big question, as that Cho'Gath holds so strong. You mentioned it, 3,600 HP before we went into this round, and that is going to be good enough as Stilo takes third place. Soju is guaranteed a top 2.
Now it's the question for Soju. Can he just sell parts of his board to go for that Corki 3? He's not really that close, though. Still 4 Corkis off coming into this one. I feel like he's probably just going to push his luck here. He still has enough HP for one more round. We'll see how this one goes, but it doesn't look likely at all.
Does not have the Bard 2 either. We did see Juanmia holding the copies of Bard, adding it now onto his board. The Riven build is not the best as well, so I think this has to be Juanmia's win. We're looking at this Cho'Gath here. He's moving potentially onto that back line, depending where the Riven dash is. He does drag the Cho'Gath back with her. Corki will be safe on the back line, dealing out damage, but there's just so much HP to chew through here for the Corki, and the Jin is doing so much.
This was super risky positioning from Juanmia, actually, and he just drops out. He actually put his Cho'Gath right in front of the focus fire, and then the other units wrapped into the backline, so he lost all of that sniper value.
Soju, 51 points, does make it with the miracle run into the first place. He wins exactly when he needs to. That's been the trend for this entire set, and he shows up once more. We were doubting, we were hating a little bit. We were saying this Riven Corki cannot do enough, but Soju seems to have that secret sauce.
I am still doubting. That was a Meeple Emblem Bard 1 win on Corki in a lobby that had some very scary boards, a full capped Space Crew board as well. How did Soju do this?
I feel like Juanmia overthought his positioning. He actually moved the Cho'Gath at the last second, but we still have action going on between Li Sao and Tianlong. As we mentioned, the cut is 58, so both of these players should have the 13th game. It's just about how far they can reach up.
We do get a look across our lobby, though, to see some of those results. And a big one at the bottom is going to be Yosko taking 8th place, putting him right onto the 58 points. I'm not sure that is going to be enough, as that is where we're expecting the cutoff to come in. And of course, for Jedu, that 3rd place should put him in a solid position to get instantly promoted, as we do watch what should be our last fight.
A lot of grooving for this final fight, for this game 12 ending. The Riven on, I believe it's Li Sao's side, onto the Nami from Tianlong. That could be a deciding factor, but the Nami stays alive, dealing out the damage. There's maybe too much beef, though, on Li Sao's side. The Tomcat is still going to cast one more time. The Blindstrike is alive and kicking. It's a massive win for Li Sao. CN on top. Along, unfortunately, not being able to get the record there with the 7th place position.
And Saya does stay alive here. The 3 players that did have a chance, we had Stilo of Bora, Juanmia, they all missed out on the 78-point record breaker. But, you know, they're still relatively happy. They are basically guaranteed into the finals. We already have 4 of our members decided. Just those 3 are a little bit further ahead of the pack.
Well, we are, of course, very curious on how that all looks. But before we go there, we want to make sure that we know everything that has been going on. So I believe our friends over on the balcony are ready to tell us everything about what was happening in that lobby there. Yosko on an 8th, Li Sao taking the game. How did it come to be?
Well, I'm so glad that you got a chance to watch the end of that game, because it was a fascinating one, and all eyes on Tianlong to see if he could actually take Jedusor's spot away from him, since he was the only player within arm's reach of being able to promote early in that game. And while you saw it ended up looking really good with Li Sao and, of course, Tianlong both getting a Space Group emblem to reach that level 10, Jedusor did end up getting the 3rd place to be able to keep his spot in firm control.
And let me just say, that game from Jedusor was awesome. This guy on 3-2 took Construct a Champion. He's looking to play around Nova, and he digs deep until he finds the Aatrox 3. He then, on 4-2, takes Sweet Treats. He gets the Silvermere Dawn. Now, Clement, tell me, is there something about Aatrox that scales extremely well with AD? Do you know off the top of your head what it is?
It would be his Nova.
It's the Nova Strike. So the Nova Strike on Aatrox is the board-wide cleave. Anybody that low-rolled against the Aatrox board got instantly wiped out, and Jedusor took out everybody who did not hit immediately to get a really strong third place. It was an amazing play from the EMEA representative.
That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Thank you guys so much for that information. We do appreciate it. It's fun stuff happening over there in those lobbies.
And this is going to be the first time since set 13 that we actually have a French player making it back to the finals. We always see them dominating in the TAC round, but very rarely going all the way.
Well, our standings are ready, so let's take a look together at who is going to get eliminated and who will move on. At the bottom there, going to be the players that are not going to make it. So that will be Xiaoge, Dishsoak, VCLF, and Gyosco.
The last regional champion is taken down here in Gyosco. 4 players on 59, barely surviving the cut. So it's going to be so close for the final Game 13 coming up. I think big props to the 4 players that did go down. I think they had a great tournament. Making it even this far with a field as elite as this one is incredibly difficult, but we won't be seeing Dishsoak playing for that 3rd TAC round, unfortunately.
And someone that is still in the run, though, is Title, who we saw on that page. And of course, our big names at the very top now. Hwanye, Stilo Bora, Along, and Jedusor will be making it into day 3, into the final lobby of the Tactician's crown.
This is just an amazing result. Hwanye going all the way back to set 4 in TAC round. Now 13 set later, he hasn't aged a day. Might have even gotten better as he comes out as the group stage winner. What a journey from him, from going to valleys of despair, from getting forgotten, from going through the big data edge, to finally coming out on top, set 16 revival into a set 17 group stage win. Wow, he's really been through it all.
Especially in the TAC round stage, Hwanye, it seemed he's been cursed all these years. He did so well in his region, in CN and TOC. He's done so well at the Open, of course, last set, really returning to top form. But every time he loaded up at the TAC round, it ended up being a 30th place, a 25th place, never really showcasing, I think, what he has in store for us. Great to see him at the very top there at 75 points.
I agree. I think it's super fun that we already have 3 of our major pan regions into day 3 as well. And of course, one is missing that we expected to miss, right, Panda? I mean, the Americas not making it in there. They're always very loud and very determined on how good they are. When it comes to performance, maybe not all there.
After Soju won that last game on Corki, I am fairly certain he is going to do the plot armor and make it to final lobby as well. It couldn't be any other way for a player like Soju after his run in TPC the last 2 sets. And his return to TAC round after 8 sets all the way back in Dragonlands,
Yes.
I think it would be well deserving for a player of his caliber to be the player that everyone is trying to root for from the Americas.
Well, he's not the only Americas player that still has a chance, of course. So Triple Bra, who, as well as Dank Memes, are still in the run for the Americas fans to make it to day 3 as well. It is all possible here at the Tactician's Crown, and I would be very shocked if none of them make it out of that final lobby. Like you mentioned, that plot armor, but also players like who have been really impressing and surprising us time and time again, and Dank Memes, who is really, I feel like, the player that is most undervalued out of the Americas just based on results. But when you look at him and look at the way that he plays, he really does show up.
Mathematically, we can still have 3 players from the Americas sneak into the finals. It is not over for the region. However, there is a bit of a gap. There's a 2-point gap that they need to overcome. It's going to be straight top 2 compositions from them.
Well, that's not the only player that can still make it, because Li Sao is also going to be in that final lobby, and we do have a package here ready for you guys to see how he is able to cap his board. So we're going to be starting here out on those 5 space crew, and let's see what he does.
Oh, well, that's how you do it. Good to know. A Blitz 2. He is level 9, though, so this is not the high roll that we were expecting. It is 4-7, though, and Blitz 2 this early on, I'm not surprised that he's able to take over this game, because Space Crew +1, 7 Space Crew, Blitz 2 is an absolute menace at this point.
He got both of his 5 costs already start up by now. It's just a little bit too smooth for him.
I don't think he wants to stop here. Let's see what else he does with this board. He wants to really get that Nunu in there, does find it effortlessly as he is rolling down. And that is the last fight that we saw from this lobby. So that was the final lobby that you guys just saw the tail end of this fight as we hopped into it against Qianlong, who was playing on the space group as well. Maybe not that version of the space group that Li Xiao found himself.
And Li Xiao will be the player with the most pressure on his shoulders, I think, coming into this next game. He's kind of defending that gap, as you mentioned earlier, Clement, with 4 players on 59. So I am rooting for him, but there's going to be so much pressure considering that Bensek on 63, Tianlong's on 65. They are quite far away from the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to look out for here in our final lobby of day 2. 8 players remain, but only 4 can make it to tomorrow. Of course, we're expecting them to play for those high results, but sometimes, like we saw from Soju just now, slow and steady can win the race.
Very surprising that Soju was able to make it to first place here, and this has been, I think, a confirmation that even when he's playing for a top 4 style, he can still often angle for a high cap end. When we watch Soju stream, he is trying to push for extremes. That's why he is so popular. Everyone likes a streamer at tournament as well, and now is the time to put on the streamer mode.
And even last game, I thought that the second would be enough for Soju. Ended up being exactly 59 that he needed, so he needed to win with that Corki board, which I thought was an impossibility considering he had to reach 59 points. It's kind of the plot armor. We've seen it time and time again with Dangleams in the past as well, from Tier 2 to Tier 1. A great story to follow, and the chance that there's 3 players from the Americas with a chance at least. You know, it's a hard chance. There is a 4-point gap with Bensek and with Tianlong, but I'm rooting for Dangleams and Soju in particular.
I would love to see it. And of course, I want all of our regions to be represented in that final day. I think that's always the one that I'm always looking out for. It feels so sad when one of them cannot make it. So certainly the Americas need to get at least one more player into that final day. But I believe we are getting closer to that final lobby. Any wishes for the gods?
I just wish for the god of checkmate to make it. That would be title.
That's not what I meant.
Player scarier. I know I hijacked your point. I don't care. We have Huanmie waiting for him already. I want to see a finals with another 2 players that have hoisted the crown once more. Title is only on the cut, 59 points here. It would be huge for his region. He already lost 2 of his teammates in Yatsuhashi and Summertimer, both relegated this set due to a lot of practice for EWC and such. So it's massive to keep the hopes of the Japanese community alive if Title can do it.
I'd be cheering for either Dangleams, Upset Max, or Bensek to make it to final lobby, because then they would accomplish the Tier 2 to final lobby journey, which I think is just so cool. It's so aspirational. It helps so many competitive players who are in Tier 2 say, hey, that could be me next set. I could lock in. I could study the stats. I could watch the best players. I can improve and also make it to attack round final lobby. I think it's one of the coolest stories you can have in TFT.
I do agree. I would love to see it as well, but just look at the overall points here. Once more, there is a big group of players currently all on 59 points, and they are mostly fighting each other. Qianlong, Bensek trying to cruise on through. Li Xiao also going to be just a smidge safer than everybody else, but of course they cannot afford any low performances in this last game. And we have high expectations for these players to find the results that they're looking for.
Li Xiao really is the gatekeeper here. He is, because there's a 2-point gap, how well Li Xiao does kind of decide how high the gate is going to be. It could be even higher than 66 points that we've seen before in history.
Going into game here, it is going to be just a nice and easy start with a little bit of gold subscription. We're also getting the Huntress as our Stargazer, and it is going to be Echo and Kale as our gods, as we saw before. So that will be our starting for the final game as we look upon Li Xiao's shoulders here.
And Lisao, I think, is not going to want to take too many big risks. He wants to play for more of a top 4 game plan. And everyone else will, in some ways they might even target grief some of his game plans as well, considering that he does have a big target on his back. And everyone else will have to play a little bit riskier, especially the 59-point players. Tianlong is so far ahead, he really only needs a 7th, I think, or a 6th to guarantee his spot. So he's definitely going to be playing for just very consistent lines.
Yeah, having that possibility is so huge. But I mean, being so early and so close into the points, it gives you a sense of you cannot play for 7th or you cannot play for 6th. It's like you need to put a great game plan, at least 4th place, something good, and then if you pop off, you pop off. So they're just trying to play what the game gives them, have a good possibility here, and of course maintain focus. That's the most important right now.
Yeah, I'm not expecting there to be any specific game plan either. I'm just like, I want to watch a good game of TFT. Yep. And we've had great games today. And so I think if you are any of these competitors in the lobby, your only thought should just be, I have to play amazing TFT. I wonder if Tidal takes this. You've got 5 copies of Lissandra.
Oh, Tidal takes this.
Oh, yeah.
I can confirm to you that in every parallel universe that has ever existed, Tidal buys his Lissandras here, tries to hope that he gets 2 Cho'Gaths in the next shop as well. Especially with the Vow right now, the components are all available for Tidal here. Would be a really, really good start. Potentially learning from Huayme replication would be big as well. If he finds tiers, building a blue buff and having an extra tier left over.
Maintaining Verdant Reunion as a possibility here, so going for tempo. Actually, the units could come a little later, but he could maintain tempo in the later stage of the game and just try to push a little. Having still the Lissandra, having the rest a little uncomfortable, so maybe just changing gears here and looking for another plan, or maybe get the free Lissandra and just pop off.
This makes sense for Tidal. Tidal wants to have a lot of agency in his games. He doesn't want to, have his final lobby qualification depend on does he hit Lissandras and Cho'Gaths on his roll down. He wants to have full control over the variants of TFT, which is why he's going for the birthday reunion here.
Interesting for Tianlong also having the aura farming here. Normally an augment that is difficult to manage. He finds the Zona, one of the good ones, if you will. But he really needs to maintain tempo, play around the LeBlanc if possible, and then put the Zona in to pressure the lobby on stage on level 8.
Slightly awkward components here, slightly awkward board. He has an AD carry, but he wants to eventually play into an AP line, so he obviously can't slam any AD carry items for the Ezreal here, unfortunately. We'll have to focus on the tank items for now. Also has a chance to get a Gragas 2 and a Rek'Sai. Those 2 upgrades would be massive. Finds a Zoe pair, which maybe can help him play into AP a little bit easier.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wants the bow. He wants to just make sure to pressure with the Ginsus and also be flexible there with the Ezreal. Lishao here, going directly to level 9. That's the plan. Clutter Mine already with easy units here and just trying to get a good Arbiter to try to ramp up the LeBlanc. We'll receive confirmation promptly on what is the plan here. He looks disconcerted, maybe. He looks like...
Really awkward components. I think that might be why he can't make any real slams here for the AP line in particular. On the flip side, Bensak playing a high tempo start, potentially playing into Master Yi. Has a talent item holder for now. This is Bensak's game. He loved playing high tempo. Is very happy to play into Kindred Flex. Was one of his secret comms throughout all of the MIA regionals. Not surprised to have him commit to this line when everything is on the line.
You played a Necra. I saw you playing that Kindred or that Nova Flex into the late game and then obviously capping out with everything additional. Any comments, any recommendation here for Lisa?
Well, I had solo leveling. It was a little different, but I think that the fact you have cluttered mines, you get lots of XP from that. Just hold the units. I think he knows this game better than I do. So whatever recommendation I could give, have fun.
Yeah.
Bensak has a really good level 5 board waiting in the wings. He can slot in the Primordian. Doesn't want to take off, obviously, the Gragas 2 or this Talon for now. This is a really strong setup. Red buff Talon as well. Spreads it so easily in the early game, bouncing around. And the Gragas will hold on to the aggro for so long, allowing Talon to do his thing. I'll say it now. I'm not scared of cursing Bensak. I think this is a pretty easy 5-win streak without looking at the rest of the boards.
Yeah. I don't want to curse him either, but 63 points, second in points right now, so he just needs a good placement and already having the early game committed and with a good plan, it makes good sense for him, so hopefully he can get out of it.
I wonder what the gods will offer and what our competitors will take. This is going to be the first offering in our final game. And as a reminder, the choices are Kale and Echo.
Echo's going to be great for the loose streakers, any potential Anima players, maybe players that are considering rolling on 2-5 for Anima. We've seen it a few times from players like Yosko at this tournament. That would be great, where you have this second reason to lose HP early, or you have this guarantee of bouncing back when you proc Echo, when you fall under that 30 HP around the 4-1 mark. Oh my goodness, it just, when it starts raining, it just doesn't stop. Belveth 2 is now found for Bensak. I will change my prediction. I said I was happy with a 5-win streak. Now I'm going to commit to a 10-win streak for Bensak in this game 13.
Maybe ask and you shall receive. Soju, on the other hand, gets 2 copies of Misfortune. Is that ever? Do you ever carry that in this setup?
You have a Rage Blade. I think it's not a bad idea at all. You're not losing gold for holding it right now. You're open to the high roll. I think is one of the skills that most matters for TFT players of this level. You have to be adaptable. You have to be ready to hit that next big power spike.
Will depend also on the next neutral rounds, whatever items he gets. Obviously, he's trying to influx heavily until the Misfortune is possible. If he gets AP, he can also go LeBlanc here. That was normally possibly his plan, because he has the Arbiter, he has the setup. But of course, this could be the out that he needs. Maintaining 100 HP still, the win streak here for Soju and Bensak, 2 players to watch here and see who gets the additional tempo. Bensak obviously here the favorite, Soju getting a little stronger with the Leona 2.
Soju also found a LeBlanc, so I think he might be selling those Misfortunes and saying, you know what, adapt to this.
I did hear the balcony pop off, and I feel like that might be why they were celebrating over there.
My spider senses are tingling. I wonder why it could be.
I mean, AP player always wanted to go for the flexible line, finally finds a good angle in the early game and already committing to this line. So he's happy, just trying to maintain focus and of course maintain tempo. LeBlanc is helping a lot. He needs to get a good front line in also.
Who also happy. This has been one of the standout Anima players throughout the entire tournament. He's rolled for Anima on 2-5. He's found it at 75 stacks already. He is trying to gamble this game. He's on 59 points. He needs to take a big risk. If he's able to cash out 400 and stabilize, we saw he managed to do it with an incredibly difficult game yesterday with the AD items coming in for the Karma. If he has just a normal Anima game, he can be one of the players to qualify to final lobby.
Lisao also finds that LeBlanc here doesn't have the Winsu, so maybe not committing into this line, but the archetype is very similar, having the Arbiter, having the Shepherd in, so maybe trying to go also into that line. It's a line that can get 2 players, but of course you prefer to be uncontested.
Wow, oh my goodness. Is that a LeBlanc for Lisao?
It absolutely is. A huge disparity in the roles right now, or in the shops really, for most of our competitors. Anyone who has a normal game of TFT is looking around and thinking, hey, what about me? This is not fair. It's game 13. Everything's on the line. How is everyone hitting the exact things they need as early as stage 2?
It's just luck.
Doesn't have the Rage Blade, so it's not that high roll as it is for Soju right now. Bensak maintaining tempo here, both of them with ideal win streak. And Bensak is very prevalent. He knows he's strong, so he just needs to be on the weak side of the opponent, try to access backline as soon as possible, and of course pressure.
I wonder how much, though, you fall into a little bit of a trap. I feel like sometimes if I get an early forecast in the game, I never see another copy of that unit again.
I mean, for Lisao, I think it's a possibility. For Soju, having already the wins with the Rage Blade is a great plan. Even if you don't hit, if you get a good front line, it's good enough. But for sure, you can get into bait, especially if you don't have the components, the rest of the team to support you.
I think Necro's just trying to curse our players, so I'll try and defend them from her black magic.
No, I'm all in on the America's bias. Soju to the top. Recombobulator. Ooh. Did we see a 3-star Lysandra yet from Tidal?
We did not. No 3 stars across the board. Bensak still on the 6 win streak now, picking up the boxing lessons, a very strong combat power augment here as well. 2 boxing lessons for Soju and Bensak, actually. This has been one of the strongest silver combat power augments across these last few patches, so really great pickups. We're seeing combat power almost across the board at the top of the standings, where players are trying to defend their streaks. Group hug for Lisao as well. Everyone on the bottom is like, give me more gold. I need to start climbing to level 8 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, level 8 or level 9, as Tidal and Tianlong do have augments that really do help to enable that play. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to see where everybody lands. Dank Memes 3 copies away from being able to get the Leona 3. Li Zhao is going to stick on this LeBlanc for now and just continue to hold units. And you can actually see he is thinking about trying to have the Arbiters in with the Zoes, the Vanguards. This might be a hotly contested line.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, normally the bench gives you more information than the actual board. And we also see Tidal getting the Primordial not into the board, just maintaining his strongest board right now, but thinking about going into that Master G line or something similar. And of course, he needs to maintain the Primordial to have that possibility. Access to the backline, LeBlanc is down, and Tidal opens up the win streak from now on.
The Gwen doing so much work there with the Edge of Night proc. Early Tom Kench for Tidal as well. He can scale even more with the Tom Kench loot. Aurora 2 here for Dank Memes. He is trying to find a way to stabilize, understanding that, hey, I cannot continue free-falling. There are players with Anima. If I drop down to 1 or 2 lives and the Anima players stabilize, I would be in big trouble.
I'm very close to the Leona 3-star. With this, if he finds the Leona 3-star quickly, this is a fast 9, easy for Dank Memes, and he can pressure the lobby and try to contest against Soju and Bensak that are still on win streak.
Anyone going to consider trying to contest the Lost Streak Anima cash out here for Bruh? Tidal is not going to, because you do already have the strong board, 3 items slammed onto this Gwen as well. But I worry a little bit for him when Upset Max is in this lobby, who does love to grief that way. And then Dank Memes is also trying to put together a Lost Streak.
I think you can. So later into the game now on stage 3, you just have to play your strongest board. And if bro just pops and takes the game, okay, fine. And I take a second, I get a third, but we need the points now.
It's going to be a crazy turn for bro, who, when he gets that savings account procced, when he potentially gets some 5 costs as well if he wants to go for Echo yet again.
Yep.
All these loose streak players, if they chose Echo on 2-1 in particular, once they go under 30 HP, they'll have that Divine Intervention proc. So it is going to be a few explosive turns at the start of Stage 4 for all of these players.
I'm excited. I feel like we're going to see some really interesting boards get put together, and I always love seeing the high rolls.
It's like we can feel it, right? It gets dramatic,
like
and it's like building
the
up.
energy in the
and
air.
we know it's coming. So good. Upset Max also thinking about the late game. Bodyguard. Trying to maintain tempo here. Doesn't have a strong board. Only finding a Morgana there for the front line. Another high roll, if you will. But the rest of the board doesn't have cohesion. Doesn't have 2 stars. Strong enough here to maintain a little more tempo.
So many people holding Vanguard.
Triple item LeBlanc already. Does he face Bensak here? This could be the 2 win streak, because it will be Lee Sao instead. That should be an easy win for Soju, considering the setup here. I mean, he has a Sunfire, he has boxing lessons, I think the best silver augment for the Vanguard, the Shepherd line in general, and a perfect triple item LeBlanc already. This is 3-5.
Other LeBlanc is saying, hello? Pike, get out of my face. I have a job to do.
Also 4 or graded 2-star tanks. That's huge here for Soju. Doesn't have a premium one, but still, this is perfect for the early stages of the game. Even if he doesn't hit on stage 4, he has some leeway to actually keep maintaining this. Both players still with the win streak, and they haven't faced each other. 9 rounds.
Wow.
And this next win, the amount of gold you're able to generate for Bensak and for Soju could be the deciding factor between having to roll on 8 or maybe pushing straight to 9. Once you hit a few of your upgrades on level 8, for Soju, just the LeBlanc 2 could be enough. You couldn't have hoped for a better start for Soju and for Bensak. Bensak, of course, 4 points ahead of Soju in the standings, so he's going to be a little bit more relaxed. For Soju, this is a do-or-die moment. He needed to have this kind of start to feel good about this late game.
Yeah, Bensak only needs a 4th in order to confirm a spot in our grand finals tomorrow. Whereas everybody else, they're just hoping that they can finish better than the rest. But there is going to be this matchup between Dank Memes and Tidal. Tidal has a lot of HP and has been on a win streak, but Dank Memes did just hit this Leona 3, so that's going to be helping out a lot in the front line.
Tidal has lunch money, so he really needs to get this win. He really is trying to snowball his lead, snowball the extra econ. The Gwen has been doing so much work in stage 3. The next Aurora cast, does it come out in time is the big question. The Gwen does get the kill. Tidal continuing to farm some gold. And Tidal's so good at playing this type of TFT where he's just on that line.
Well, you asked for it, Panda, and it delivered. Bensak 10 win streak along with Soju.
This is like the opposite of T-Light's fight judging.
For Brobro here, very close to the 400, getting already the cash out from the augment. A lot of gold for him, a lot to work with. So he could even go 9 here. Of course, he's maybe he don't, only 22 HP, but has a perfect spot to roll deep and just try to get the full Mecha Ace line in.
You will need one next big loss is, of course, the difference between 2-1 Anima and 2-5 Anima, which is what we saw Brobro committing to in this game. Which makes things difficult because you are forced to do everything on one turn.
Yep.
He's going to be on, I mean, I have to imagine close to 1 life, which is why we're seeing the early roll here, which could put him in the same predicament that we saw him in yesterday, where he rolls first, then gets the cash out, and the items don't quite synergize. He does have a Reforger already, and he just hit the Acel too, so you have to hope, you have to believe he finds the right Anima cash out to try and supplement this board.
He's actually going to avoid trying to slam items, but he's going to get components now just to be able to get that bench space prepared to go for that roll down later. But is this going to be a loss? Take a look at this. Lead Sao hit the LeBlanc 2 with some items. And so I wonder how Soju's going to fare.
Level 8, 0 gold. So going to for almost or 10 gold here for Lisao. Going to true 0 here on 4th one, making sure he knows he's contested, gets the LeBlanc, and he gets rewarded here.
So it's a great loss for Brabra because he's going to end up getting that 400 cash out. So let's see what he gets.
Definitely 1 life, though. That's the big danger. 9 HP. There's no chance. You have to have a Fiora to heal some health.
No Battle Bonnie.
Oh, and it's a prismatic augment.
He has to decide fast. He can't take too much time, considering he has to assemble his entire board, execute the entire turn. Lioness's Lament here is going to be the option. Is that going to be good enough? He has 2 Reforgers, so he can grieve, but I do think it's going to be good enough for the Mighty Mech. We're going to see the rest of his roll down here. He needs to hit the Mech 2 to feel truly comfortable coming into this next fight. He has the Acel already. He has 40 gold to work with. He has 5 Acels as well. Does he try and sneak in an Acel 3 like Bensak did yesterday?
That would surely be one way to secure your spot in the final, but it is going to be a huge upgraded board. You're missing out on the Mighty Mech, but you've got a pair of Nunu, and actually make that a fully completed one once you sell off that Blitzcrank. Bra looks pretty stable to me.
Yeah, Nunu 2, Morgana 2, lacking the mech, but I mean, you don't need it. Morgana is the best tank in the game right now, and of course, with the Lioness, now she's very unbeatable.
Upset Max hit some good upgrades though too.
This should be good enough for Brahu. The only concern is he just has no Fiora. He's going for the more traditional, I think, now on this patch, Acel mech build. But that means that this 9 HP is dangerous. If any single player, somehow, some way, high rolls out of his mind, assembles a crazy board on stage 4, Brahu could be going out in 8th place.
It's a really big loss handed over to Upset Max, who is now going to be on single-digit HP. Upset Max, one of the competitors that cannot afford to lose out here because you will be going home with only 59 points. Dank Memes, though, is on the run, also wanting to avoid elimination here with 59 points to his name. Gets a pair of Blitzcrank, but he can't upgrade it quite yet, and is kind of debating whether or not he wants to try to upgrade this Alawi for the next fight.
Yeah, doesn't have enough gold. Even the Karma he cannot hold because she's not that strong to hold the damage item. So difficult position.
We'll see the positioning here. Looks like his Riven might be okay, considering the Ornn was just so far away in the front line. The positioning looks like it's pretty good for Upset Max. He has to win this fight to stay alive. The Gwen is wrapping. He needs the Riven to wrap onto the Sona. That's the big factor that needs to go in his favor here. It looks like the Nami and the Riven will be enough for now up against Tianlong, but it's just going to be every single fight will be this nerve-inducing for Upset Max considering the 4 HP.
Bro, as well, Dank Memes takes a loss. Tianlong is also starting to plummet towards the bottom. And Tianlong is one of those competitors, only needs a 6th place in order to promote into the grand finals. So going out 7th or 8th would be devastating. That means elimination. But the farther that these competitors fall, the more likely that scenario becomes.
I think it's 6th to guarantee. But still, he might be able to make it through on 7th and 8th, depending on how the rest of the standings go through. Obviously, you want to guarantee at this point. That would be
it's becomes scary when you think about where everybody else is and how strong some of these boards are going to get.
Trying to find something else, anything to get stronger here. Has the pair of Tam Kench. Could make the transition here. Needs to pick. Either he needs Brawler or he goes for the Bastion and the Shen.
I don't know if you can drop the Shen. You lose the Bastion on the Ornn. You lose the sword as well.
Small update as well. If you take a look at our win streakers, it's just Bensak. Bensak beating Soju to snap that streak. Panda just did a little fist bump. Just thought you would all like to know.
Don't tell him, Necro. That's
You're content.
Secret bless.
And Memes here finds the bar. At least has a good carry here for the unit, but it's not 2-star. Now on jail of level 8 and needs to find the 2-star immediately.
One of these players will be going down. The run will be ending for either Upset Max or Dank Memes, both on their last life, both on essentially single-digit HP. The Bard is casting. The Nami's still alive. One last cast comes through, but Upset Max will be taken down in an unfortunate 8th place in this game 13. Dank Meme survives for at least one more round, but there are still 2 more Americas players who are on 1 life.
Upset Max, a player that came into the Americas, did great in TPC, came from Plains and directly came here, was not one of the relevant players, but demonstrating that he's elite and he can pop off against the rest. Huge recognition for him and an honor to have him from the America, eliminated right now.
Amazing first showing at a Tactician's Crown for sure, and we'll get a chance to see more of Upset Max during the TFT Pro Circuit. Now, who is next to follow? Tianlong, Dank Memes, and Bra are all on 1 life. And it's going to be Tianlong going up against Tidal, who is already level 9 Vex 2.
Whoa. Lacking only frontline here. Has the Blitzcrank, has the Fiora 1, so doesn't even need the tanks. It's just too much power and raw usage of this. Access to backline, not still. But this should be strong enough. The Vex already ramping.
Fiora does get stunned for a tiny bit. The Nami's still casting. Is it going to be enough? One more Nami class comes through. It's a Blitz versus Nami, the Space Group Showdown.
Ooh.
It will be Tianlong with a very important win.
Dank
Memes taken out in 7th place. Considering he was on 59 points, that might not be enough.
Tianlong guaranteeing now a spot in the grand finals with these 2 players getting eliminated. So congratulations. We will be seeing Tianlong again tomorrow.
So tough here for Dan Memes. Back-to-back Tactician Crowns in the previous sets. Lose one bad set, doesn't make it to TPC. Now this a great set for him once again. Popping off here and just in the bubble to access the final round. Great performance once again, and America loses 1 more.
Level 9 for Tianlong, adding in the Vex, adding in the Rage Blade. 2 mechs in the shop for Bra, who maybe he is tempted to try and go for a 3-star forecast. I have to imagine it isn't the case. I don't think he still has a duplicator available from the new recruit. I believe it was already used on his initial roll down. So a little bit harder to go for a 3-star forecast. And I think he's strong enough to just continue pushing levels and just trying to go for a more traditional game of TFT.
I think he's going to have to, because take a look at all the other competitors that have hit level 9. Bra has a 9th slot on his board because of the new recruit, but you would still love to be able to add a bit more power in, maybe even try to combo with some other mechs. It's going to be Bensak up against Bra. This is a true test of strength. Bensak has been win streaking this entire game and has not lost yet. So can this be the time that Bra can try to upset the balance of scales? It's going to be the Aurelian Soul versus the Kindred. As the front lines are continuing to fight each other, this Tahm Kench will not go down. But the Aurelian Soul finally starts to put some focus into the Kindred in the back. And now that that's down, it's just the Tahm Kench. Bensak finally takes a loss.
I think Bensak must be incredibly disappointed to only go on a 15-win streak in a game of this caliber. Joking aside, Bensak has been super happy to play this Kindred line all throughout. I think this is the dream game for him, all things considered. We're seeing the Shentu here from Tidal, also a player who has completely taken over now in the early game, is a little bit not so strong position now on the 6 loss streak. He's just missing a lot of key pairs, right? The Shen, the Fiora is still missing as well. The Graves hasn't scaled. He has to sell it off.
And he's one of the 59ers. These are the players, Bro, Sera, Tidal, Soju. If they don't pop off, any low conditions here is elimination directly. Going up against Bro, so one of them will be eliminated.
It's either going to be Bra at his first Tactician's Crown or Tidal, our 2-time Tactician's Crown champion. And it would be a huge miss to not see Tidal in this grand finals. But can Bra be the upstart, the upset that is needed for the Americas? Because right now it's looking like the answer might be yes.
Vex is
the
down.
Vex is down. The Blitzcrank is next. And Tidal is going to get knocked out here as Bra continues his streak forward.
2 slots are already locked in. Bensak and Tianlong. 3 slots are available. Li Xiao has a 2-point lead over Soju and Brahu. Soju and Brahu coming in with 59 points. It might be these 2 players fighting for that final slot, especially if Li Xiao stays alive in this top 4, especially if he gaps both of these 2 other players. So it would be crazy to see the debutant, the rookie Brahu fighting directly against the veteran, the elite, the star in Soju for the Americas spot in the final lobby.
He gets a ghost, I believe, here on the right, so he should be safe. And on the left, we see Tianlong, also low in HP, fighting it out against the Super LeBlanc.
And Aesol still just so safe. The Mighty Mech does finally go down. But LeBlanc is onto the Aesol. The Aesol, does he dish out the damage in time?
No time.
There's so many units left alive. It's a very close fight. The Aesol does lose, and Brahu is taken down in 5th. It came down to pixels. So little HP on the LeBlanc. Tianlong also down. Wait, Brahu is 4th, but Soju is still alive, and that's his direct competitor, as is Li Xiao.
Yeah, the 59ers that are confirming elimination are Upset Max, Dan Mips, Tidal, and finally Brahu. So the ones making the difference here is Soju with 59.
Bensak needed a 4th place or better, so now is mathematically guaranteed. But congratulations as well to Li Xiao and Soju. They have done enough to guarantee their spot in the grand finals, and we will be seeing them join our competitors tomorrow for the crown.
What a run from Soju. What a necessary comeback. A quirky first place in that last game, and now a beautiful LeBlanc on stage 2. The best possible itemization as well. As early as stage 3, he had the Bis LeBlanc ready to go. The gap here between Bensak and Soju and Li Xiao, I mean, it's just a 70+ point or HP difference here. Soju does get the win here. The Nami does not cast. Li Xiao does stay alive for a little bit longer, but what a dominant lobby from both Bensak and Soju. We saw it from very early on in stage 2.
The last hope for the Americas. We see it here. The streamer, elite player, K3 Soju, making a difference here. Early game with the LeBlanc, keeping real to his tempo line, being aggressive throughout all games yesterday and today, and getting now the possibility of advancing to tomorrow and making a pop-off in the finals on Sunday.
It's looking like it's going to be a great grand finals. At least every region is going to be represented here. EMEA has some strong contenders, though, with both Jedusor and Bensak. And of course, the CN with a large number of those seats.
And Bamia being there as well. One of the goats from CN that we were hoping to finally see get another chance at a TAC round run, a final lobby run as well. A star-studded roster for sure. We're looking at the win here from Bensak. Li Xiao taken down. He does defend his position. That was his mission. The top 3 is more than good enough.
So just going to take a hit.
Soju on his way to 10, so he still has a chance to cap out this board a little bit higher. We are seeing a Teemo still on the board, so there's definitely some room for improvement.
Yeah, Nunu one still also in the front line.
He can flex his capping muscles. Of course, Soju's known mostly as a top 4 player this set, so I think he needs the practice in terms of getting the highest cap first place board possible coming into a checkmate format for the day 3 tomorrow. For Bensak, equally so. I wonder how he's going to cap out this Kindred board. Doesn't have the Fiora online with items yet, so there's still some more room for improvement as well.
Looking for Blitzcrank, has the Jin just in case he doesn't hit anything else, and gets a little more power with Darkstar in also. But for now, just maintaining economy and trying to pop off in the next round.
Soju holding extra LeBlanc copies, potentially waiting or, opting for a 3-star LeBlanc if that's an out, considering the amount of gold he has to roll.
They're both waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have as much gold to work with here, but I just wonder what else Bensak can put into the board. Obviously, we have some pretty key one-to-one upgrades for Soju, but in terms of Bensak, who is absolutely jamming out right now, knowing that the weight is off his shoulders, we'll see where he can go with this too.
This is one of the things that Bensak is known for. He always has French music on his headset. He's always dancing. Usually not when he's losing, but when he's winning, it definitely is the case. We've seen him in past tack runs as well, doing exactly this back in set 14 and set 15.
Gee, that wasn't even close, though. Like, I was kind of expecting there to be a bit more of a fight put up by Soju's board, but we are going to go 10 in a little bit. Soju really waiting until the last moment before he sends it and then rolls down with that gold.
Yep.
There's the HP totals on the webcam. I thought it was the heart rate monitor for a second. I'm like, damn, these guys are really, really chill about it. I guess they did qualify, so Soju especially. He's going to go to sleep.
Bensak found the Graves. Normally it's the one that goes into the board, but it's so late into the game and it's just like few rounds from finishing that he needs immediate power now.
But this game could still extend quite a ways. If Soju loses this round here, goes to 10, rolls, Bensak still has 76 HP worth of hits that he's going to need to take from Soju. So he could be going into a stage 7. But this one, again, does not look super close. So Soju's going to have some major work to do on this roll down and level up.
15 HP is going to be 1 life. So it's a do or die moment now for Soju. Does go 10. I would just immediately sell the Teemo. You know he's not going to be on the board coming in here. We'll see what the final board looks like from Soju. If he can cap out any higher, if he can take down Bensak at least a little bit. Bensak smartly also goes now. He rolls, he levels to 10, and he just tries to end the game here, not let Soju get any stronger.
Finds a little more damage with the Sona 2-star. Doesn't find either the Blitzcrank nor the Nunu. Sells a Blitzcrank just to get a little more power and ensure he can buy the table.
I mean, also just buying the Blitzcrank to keep it away from Soju, because he would love to put a Blitzcrank 2 into this board.
I think the combat power setup might be a little bit too strong from Bensak, both on boxing lessons, but the Soul Awakening in these longer fights, which LeBlanc is trying to aim for. Look at the Yi, he just dances straight into the back line, straight onto the LeBlanc as well. This Yi means business, and Bensak means business. He sent a message with a 15 win streak early on. He sends a message again on this game 13. A huge win for the French player, and a scary player coming to the final lobby tomorrow.
To the beat of the music, and Soju is happy. I mean, great game for him. The last hope for the Americas. Bensak doing so great, maintaining tempo, pressuring in a strong lobby. Everyone was tense, and this is the final resort.
And I still look back at that fight between Brahu and Li Xiao. That, you know, so little HP left on that LeBlanc that ended up taking down Brahu. Such a tense lobby in the end.
I mean, it always is when it's one game to decide our 8 competitors that will be taking the stage for the grand finals. You know that everybody tries their heart, tries their best in order to actually make it there. But only 4 competitors could join them. And it really was a race to the finish line.
And we felt it. I mean, the show of emotions, the bubble, the literal bubble, last chance for them to achieve that final lobby tomorrow. And it shows grit. It's not about gameplay. It's a moment when you just need to give yourself to the gods, if you will, and then find a possibility. For Bensak, it made it happen. Same for Soju.
Yeah, I'm so excited that we got a chance to see all of this action on day number 2. 7 games, 13 total for our competitors as they had to rack up the points across these 2 days of competition. But tomorrow is where it's all going to end for the Tactician's crown for Space Gods. We will be playing a checkmate format, so let's talk about that a little bit, because while we've seen these players try to accumulate points, they want to make sure that they're going to be able to make it into the grand finals to begin with, really kind of is about the top 4s. But in checkmate, it's going to be about reaching the 20 points and then getting a first place to win it all.
Yeah, I think you play the same for the first 3 games, and then you have to change gear and go for that aggressive line. Maybe go for what have worked to you, because some people are deep into Anima, some others maybe go for emblems and other possibilities.
The 3 big win rate comps for now have been Anima Cash Out into Mech Acel. That's been, I think, the number 1 standout. Of course, Nova Fast 9 we saw from Tidal there, for example. And surprisingly enough, Xayah was one of the big win rate comps yesterday. We haven't seen too much of Xayah on broadcast today. I wonder where those stats ended up, but I think Xayah on level 9, on the right constellation, can be an incredibly strong comp.
With ideal early game. You need to have a perfect plan.
But emblems, I mean, we just saw a huge showdown with the Space Groove emblems in just the previous game. And so if you're thinking about ways that you can hit a first place, it might be going Meeple 10 or the Vertical Space Groove, or just something that's really going to help enable some of those stronger synergies.
Also, 4-cost 3-star, we saw a few.
Yeah, that's
We also
true.
saw a Graves 3-star, so why not? We have some possibilities. Much difficult for that to happen, but of course, these players are able to. In regionals, we were not seeing this, and there's more chaos now on TAC.
Well, we got a chance. Let's take a look at our standings to show you where everything ended for today after 13 games. Let's take a look at the bottom. We unfortunately lost Giosko, VCLF, Dish Soap, and Shelga in that 12th game. And the 13th one, unfortunately, we say goodbye to 3 more Americas players and Tidal. The dream of a triple crown is now dead with Tidal and Dish Soap eliminated.
Still a great showing from Tidal, another 10th place, another very strong finish at TAC, but in particular, I want to give flowers to Upset Max, Dan Cleams, and Bra, who all coming in from Tier 2, all having an insane showing in the TAC stage, especially Dan Cleams as well, finally returning.
And Giosko being our last best performing regional finals winner. But now we turn our attention to the top competitors, the ones we will be seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Juanmi playing amazing, Alon playing so huge and with a great tempo. These are players to see tomorrow. And Jedusor, the best for me for the MEA throughout the 3 days or the 2 days, playing consistent, different lines. A player to watch for sure and can take it all out. And of course, our streamer, our Soju, present here in the final possibilities. He was the final hope for the Americas, making it happen with 2 amazing games. We see there first place and second place to close it out and being the final one to represent the Americas tomorrow.
We saw it in the past with Dish Soap qualifying as one of the only representatives from the Americas into the final lobby a few sets ago. And this is the hero moment with all the pressure of your region is on your shoulders. I want to shout out Stilo of Bora as well. An insane performance on really a kind of breakout debut set, making it all the way to a final lobby in TAC and doing it in style, second place in the standings.
Yep. Look at how epic this is. All of our competitors lined up with 1 night of rest in between them and the final step to chase the crown. I'm so excited. This is going to be an epic showdown tomorrow.
And also, they have the rest of the time from here to tomorrow to prepare, to seek what is happening, to rest the rest of the lobby, to know what are the lines to go for that first place, and maybe polish that little things. They're already elite. They're amazing. They have a prep group. They're already doing exactly what they have to, but there's always something to learn. And we have seen so many flashy things that they can really, in a few hours, prepare even more for tomorrow.
I'm sure Soju is asking his chat for advice on what to play in tomorrow's
I'm sure
game 1.
he's not. But we can actually just ask him ourselves because Soju is here on the line with us, one of our competitors for the grand finals tomorrow. Soju, first I gotta say congratulations. You've made it to the grand finals. What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, yeah, I'm happy. I thought I was screwed after the 7-8, and then I just got lucky, and yeah. Wait, also, well, I can't see you guys, by the way. I'm just sitting here staring, like I'm looking at my Discord screen.
Okay,
is
well,
there like
we're
see me,
figuring
right?
it out for you, but we can see you and we can hear you, so don't worry on that front. But we'll try to get a fix to you shortly. But Sojo, I mean, you kind of speak to something, though. Sometimes it is, and it does take a little bit of luck to get to where you are, but it also takes a lot of hard work. And I want to talk to you a bit about your last time here was during Dragonlands. And so, how important has it been to you to try to get back to the Tactician's Crown stage?
I mean, like before, like when I first qualified for Dragonlands, I was like super emotional about it because back then it was a lot more difficult to qualify to Worlds. So it was I was kind of worried that I would play my entire career without even going to Worlds a single time. I think you had to like top 2 at regionals or something. But yeah, back then I qualified and I kind of just like took my foot off the gas pedal and I just showed up to Worlds with like 10 games played, and it was kind of I know for sure I was not prepped. But this time, it's like I'm kind of prepped. I probably wouldn't be that prepped if it weren't for 44, but either way, I'm probably way better now than I was then. Yeah.
But your TFT Pro Circuit results also speak for themselves. You won 2 cups this season. Talk about it to us a little bit about, how does that feel? Coming in, you knew the regional finals, you were already going to be at TAC Crown, but you still made it to the final lobby there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice because I think like like just being a streamer, like I think a lot of people kind of underestimate like my skill, and a lot of times like I'll just be playing with like no sleep, or like I'll just trying to have some fun. But I think like the results here, I think finally like the people that think I am not that good because they watch some games, and honestly I probably did play pretty bad those games that they watched, but it's kind of nice to be able to like shut the haters up. And I think if they still doubt my skill, it's kind of just, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean I'm glad that I won those.
I personally think that you've beaten the allegations, and the fact that you won the TFT Pro Circuit Cups also means that you are pretty prepared for Checkmate, I have to think. So how are you feeling knowing that tomorrow is going to be the Checkmate format, and do you feel ready for it?
Oh, yeah, I'm probably not going to win tomorrow unless I get really lucky. Because I think some of the other, like my strength is not to go first, but it's to just play for AVP. And I know that. And so like I'll probably will be coin flipping. I don't really care. I mean, that's not even true. Like I do care because second place is still 50K. So I still, if I don't go first, like I still want 50K. I don't want to just like go 8th and then just, yeah. But either way, I'll probably prep, probably ask my peers, and maybe I can clean up some of my game and win tomorrow. I don't know.
You played some amazing and very interesting games today, and I want to talk to you a little bit about line selection. During the regional finals, it was you and Dish Soap that ended up playing a lot of like the Corky and the Ribbon boards, when a lot of other competitors were wanting to touch that. So do you feel like that's been one of your strengths in this Tactician's Crown, is also kind of choosing things that other people opt to not want to? You've had a great tempo style.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like how TFT is. Like, even if Nami and like LeBlanc are like probably way stronger baseline than Corky, it's just you get a lot of advantage of playing units that you can actually hit. So like in that last lobby, like I mean, I got lucky and I hit LeBlanc 2 instantly, but I think like everyone was kind of just trying to play Nami. Everyone's trying to play the other LeBlanc player hit as well. But it's just, if you're like 2 to 3 way contested, it's gonna cost a lot more gold. And every turn that you don't have your upgrades on stage 4, you're kind of just like dead. But that's what makes Corky good. Like the comp is so bad that no one wants to play it. So you're on average going to load in with Rammus and Corky. But like when you play Corky and you're uncontested and then they hit like you don't hit Corky, yeah, you're going 8th. But I mean that's just TFT. Like sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. And I mean, yeah. I mean hopefully I hit my units tomorrow.
Fingers crossed for you, Soju. I know that you have I've had a long day and also need to prepare for tomorrow. So before we let you go, any shout outs?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend. She's been co-streaming the entire weekend and supporting me. She actually rescheduled my hair appointment because I didn't think I was actually going to play full 7 games. Shout out to Dish Soap for prepping with me, VOD reviewing. And honestly, Preston as well. I think Preston's like super hard worker. He got relegated, but either way, he's still like helping me a lot, and just like skimming VODs and helping me out. So,
Soju, congratulations on an incredible performance today, and we're wishing you the best of luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
I love that. It's just girlfriend rescheduling the hair appointment just cracks me up.
I mean, you have to prep, right? And he was very low in points, so he needed to ramp up. He knew he didn't have the style that possibly could give him the much point, and he did it. He know he was lucky. He was prepared to upset the luck, and that's what the genius does. When the game gives you the opportunity, you take it and you close the game.
I'm still surprised by that Corky win in Game 12. I think he's probably surprised as well, because that's the exact spot that he probably did not expect to get a win on, and he needed that win as well. I think those are the games he's hoping for tomorrow, where he doesn't change his style in a crazy manner. He doesn't play this like super flippy anima from the beginning, but if he can eke out those 4ths and upgrade them to 2nds or 1st on lines he's comfortable, I think that's the big difference maker to make it to check. And once he's on check, then, you know, let whoever it is take the wheel and see what happens on anima.
I mean, you heard from him. $50,000 would feel pretty good, even if it ends up just being the 2nd place. But you know, for Soju, it's a lot more than that. Winning the crown is going to be important and impactful for all 8 of our competitors tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a player that we know he's a big streamer, and he's very grateful for the opportunities that streaming has gave to him, but he also wants to be recognized as one of the best. I think he already won that, elite player for sure, and now he has one additional chance, as he says, to shut the mouth of haters, if you will, and have that opportunity. tomorrow will be hype, will be tense, and will be amazing.
He's already done it, though, so if the haters are still hating, then he's right. That's on you. I think he's done all that he can. But we are done for today. Tomorrow is the grand finals of the Tacticians Crown for Space Gods, where we will be crowning a set champion. But before we get into the action, make sure that you tune in for our exclusive interview with Witty to talk about Set 18 Enchanted Wilds for a little bit more. And don't forget, go to pick'ems.competetft.com because pick'ems are back open. So this is your final chance to get your crystal ball predictions in and win some rewards. A lot to look forward to tomorrow, but we want to thank you so much for tuning in with us today. We hope to see you again to crown our Tactician's Crown winner for Space Gods.